Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Campaign real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, very interesting morning. We were down a little bit lower, and the big news overseas, you got the Bank of England talking about rate cuts, and I think that's a huge shift. If you think about cutting rates and everything overseas, that's one part of it. Then we had initial claims come in a little bit hotter, and that actually gave you a pop because you haven't seen it move. And then earnings, man. So there's been a lot of reactions. Once again, not too many big beats. There was a couple of names that got rewarded like App, but even Roblox, Airbnb, there's a bunch of other names here. If you didn't guide up at all, you kind of got clobbered there. So we got a lot to talk about. I even got a little bit of a earnings theory so far, but all in all, it has been a slow week. The data has not been much. We get a little bit more tomorrow, but now that's it, man. It's Thursday. It's Friday Junior, baby. So that's it. The week's almost done. And then we get into the CPI, baby. But Chatadonia. Good morning. How are you, baby? What's up? What's going on, Dirty Bird? How you living, Mayhem? Tyler, good morning, baby. Mark, Cam, Young Ugly, Asa, Grammy, Kurt McGart, baby. Owen, Battleborn, good morning, baby. What's up? How you living, Alaskan? Good morning, Monica. Good morning, Kate Chan, baby. Laker J. Oh, good morning. What up, Fox? Humble Business. How you living, Uncle Terry? Oh, Canthology, baby. Good morning. Carissa Hines, good morning. What up, John? Mr. Valver, Hongdong, Jamar, Trikush, Marcus Hanley, Sais, El Trapato, baby. Good morning. Oh, Troy Lenman, good morning. Big Curly, good morning. Oh, my goodness. What's up, Frankie? How you living, Falls? Oh, Rotary, baby. He in the house. Good morning. What up with it, loser? Corey. Yay! Oh, good morning, baby. Gary Abari, Malcolm King, Najee, Aris, Nepal. Oh, my. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, what about that Twitch? What up, B-Fire? Oh, that's my guy, baby. What up, Shake Sinatra? Good morning, Blowing Dough. Good morning, Feed Me Seymour Sidonian. Oh, what's up, baby? Slizzin, Destroyer, Mother Liquor, Most Dope Andy, Robo Handtech, Nikki I Smash, Uncle Nick, and Robo Handtech again, baby. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia, I don't know. Maybe I'm more excited than the day. Either way, it's a glorious morning. So, blessings to all of you, but let's see where today takes us, and if not, tomorrow will be your last day of slowness, and I'm telling you, you got to put the armor on and go get crazy, baby. Like the video, please. That's a good message. Like the video, please. Like the video, please. More Ovaltine, please. Did you guys grow up on that or no? You remember that? At one point, I really wanted Ovaltine, but we didn't get Ovaltine. You know, I think I'm sorry, this is okay. Like the video, man. Like the video. Like the video. I got Josh AI. Let's get you some news and plays, and then we will go from there. Treasury yields fall as jobless data fuel Fed bets. Treasury yields fell after the latest jobless claims added to evidence. The labor market is cooling, paving the way for the Federal Reserve to cut rates this year. Stock futures rebounded from session lows. U.S. two-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent Fed moves, dropped 2 basis points to 4.8%. The pound fell on signals the Bank of England is moving closer to easing monetary policy. Bitcoin is flirting with 5 straight days of declines, which would be the longest such losing run since October, and initial applications for U.S. unemployment benefits rose last week to the highest level since August, consistent with signs of gradual cooling in the labor market. Initial claims increased by 22,000 to 231,000 in the week ended May 4th. The median forecast in a Bloomberg survey of economists called for 212,000 applications. The S&P 500 already is beyond beyond the average Wall Street forecast for year-end 2024, so investors understandably are wondering how much more room there is to run. For Leuthold Group's Doug Ramsey, another 10% gain isn't out of the question, at least statistically. He analyzed 80 years of historical data on bull market rallies, focusing on those that happened when unemployment was this low, below 4%, and the economic cycle this mature. Ramsey zoomed in on two periods that met those criteria. One when the S&P 500 posted its longest bull market advance, the other when it clocked the biggest gain. The former came in a 26-month advance during the 1960s, while the latter was a 60% rally leading into the dot-com bust at the turn of the century. If the current rally meets the prior records for length and height, the S&P 500 ends the year at 5,705. Corporate highlights: ARM Holdings PLC shares tumbled after the chip designer gave a lukewarm revenue forecast for the fiscal year, raising concerns that the tech industry's artificial intelligence spending spree is slowing. Google parent Alphabet Inc. has been progressing in talks to acquire marketing software provider HubSpot Inc. According to people familiar with the matter, a 30-year-old Boeing company, 737, skidded off the runway in the Senegalese capital of Dakar, injuring 10 people, according to the country's transport minister. Airbnb Inc. sank after the home rental company gave lackluster guidance for a second straight quarter, indicating that growth in travel spending will slow ahead of the peak summer season. Warner Brothers Discovery Inc. Chief Executive Officer David Zaslav has ordered his lieutenants to find additional opportunities for cost-cutting in order to hit financial targets for the next couple years, people with knowledge of the matter said. Robinhood Markets Inc. posted its second straight quarterly profit Wednesday as higher interest rates and cryptocurrency trading fueled revenue growth. Duolingo Inc. shares slumped after the education software provider's quarterly report showed it had gained new users at the slowest rate since the third quarter of 2022. Brookfield Corp posted a 5% increase in distributable earnings, beating analysts' estimates as higher profits in its insurance business helped offset a soft patch for Brookfield Asset Management. Banco Bilbao Vizcaya Argentaria SA took an 11.5 billion euros, $12.4 billion bid for Banco de Sabadell SA directly to shareholders, a rare hostile move that the Spanish government said it opposed on concerns over job cuts and reduced competition. Spanish hostility: Spain's second largest bank BBVA has made a $12 billion hostile bid for Banco de Sabadell days after an initial approach was rejected by the smaller rival's board. The government criticized the move, the first hostile bid in Spanish banking since the late 1980s, and said it could be negative for the industry. BBVA's offer values Sabadell at a premium of about 18% compared to Wednesday's closing price. Musk's AI funding. Elon Musk's artificial intelligence startup xAI Corp is set to close its funding round at a valuation of about $18 billion as soon as this week, according to people familiar with the matter. Although the size of the round hasn't been finalized, the maker of AI chatbot assistant Grok was set to raise $6 billion in the round, whose participants include Sequoia Capital, Apple's next chapter. The question of who will follow Tim Cook as Apple CEO is complicated by the lack of someone who's both ready immediately and likely to be a long-term successor. Chief Operating Officer Jeff Williams is seen as the mostly likely to take over, were Cook to step down soon, but there's no reason to assume change at the helm is imminent. In another few years, the most likely successor would be hardware engineering chief John Turnus. Top overnight news: China's efforts to revive homebuyer demand gathered steam on Thursday when two major cities scrapped all their remaining curbs on residential property purchases, a move that more local governments are expected to follow. Developer stocks surged after Hangzhou, the capital of eastern Zhejiang province, said it will remove 8-year-old restrictions on residential property purchases and no longer review the qualifications of homebuyers. Xi'an, The capital of Shanxi province announced similar steps hours later. BBG, China's central bank, seems very likely to make a bond purchase in the secondary market for the first time in 2 decades. SCMP, the BOJ's board, is becoming more concerned about the inflation outlook as a sharply weaker yen threatens to drive up import prices. A summary of its latest meeting showed WestJT EU countries have agreed to use an estimated 3 billion euros in profits arising from Russia's frozen state assets to jointly buy weapons for Ukraine. The deal struck by the bloc's 27 ambassadors on Wednesday only targets profits made by Belgium's Central Securities Depository, Euroclear, where about euro 190 BN of Russian central bank assets are held. Western nations immobilized Russia's state assets abroad in 2022 in response to its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. FT, President Biden trails former President Trump by roughly 1% in national polling and by around 2% in the swing state that would currently provide the winning electoral vote. Prediction markets imply around a 52% chance of a Democratic win. Biden's lead over Trump in some prediction markets has retraced somewhat this month, and Biden's approval rating has ticked down to 38%, not far off the 37% low and below Trump's average approval in the 6 months before he lost the 2020 election. GRR Speaker Mike Johnson on Wednesday easily batted down an attempt by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia to oust him from his post after Democrats linked arms with most Republicans to fend off a second attempt by GOP hardliners to strip the gavel from their party leader, NYT. Roughly 1 in 37 U.S. homes is now considered seriously underwater. Real estate data firm Adam said that share is much higher. It's been growing at a faster pace across a swath of southern states, but nationally it's still lower than before the pandemic. BBG, Tim Cook will likely stay AAPL's CEO for at least another 3 years, and his most likely successor at that time would be John Turnus, the current head of hardware engineering. BBG, like the video. Oh, man. Yeah, he tweaked out a little bit there, man. He tweeted, I like the video, man. Like the video. Good morning, baby. Good morning. There's a little bit more. Don't you worry. S&P futures. They are little changed on Thursday morning, trading off the worst level. Comes after U.S. equities finish little changed in another low-volume session on Wednesday. S&P narrowly snapped a 4-day winning streak, biggest since November. Treasuries mixed with the curve steepening. Comes after the 10-year yield snapped a 5-day streak of declines on Wednesday. Dollar is up by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.3. Bitcoin down by 1.6. And WTI is up by 0.5. Markets quiet again as it waits for CPI next week. Depressed volumes are a feature of the recent trading. Some overhang from the earnings calendar. Market recently supported by rate reprieve from dovish Powell and softer macro, but still fits with soft landing. Buybacks and systemic fund buying also flagged as a tailwind, along with volatility declines, both VIX and MOVE, and earnings-related support for AI secular growth theme. Bearish talking points remain focused on gap between stocks and Fed easing, sticky inflation, dense and consumer resilience, high for second half earnings acceleration, and geopolitics. Weekly initial claims unexpectedly jumped to 231 after the week's 210, while continuing claims were in line. Market reaction to the release was positive, given a labor market slowdown could play into a Fed rate cut hope. No other economic data to come out today in a very limited Fed speak schedule. A lone Q&A by SF Daily. This afternoon, Treasuries will auction $25 billion of 30-year bonds. Elsewhere, Bank of England left policy unchanged but expected and signaled potential summer rate cut. More policy support headlines out of China as 2 major cities scrap remaining curbs on residential property purchases. China exports return to growth in April in line with consensus, while imports increased well ahead of expectations. On the geopolitical front, Biden warned U.S. will withhold certain weapon exports to Israel if they launch a major invasion in Rafah. Costco April sales below expectations. ARM fiscal Q4 strong, but full year 25 growth 2% light. Airbnb Q1 ahead, but Q2 room night growth underwhelms, and 24 still an investment year. EQX up big with results overshadowed by disclosure independent investigation, found no wrongdoing. Hubs Q1 better but Q2 light and only reiterated full year guidance, flagged worsening macro. Roblo cut full year booking guidance. APP a standout following a software driven beat. WBD missed with weakness across all segments. Hood beat and street positive on April trends. EPAM guidance disappointed in challenging demand environment. Duolingo beat but magnitude underwhelmed and growth rates moderated. And then Cart GTV accelerated. EBITDA well ahead and guided above for Q2. Nice. There's more. I need a water. There it is. Ueda says that Bank of Japan, that made it worse, will scrutinize weak yen in guiding monetary policy. Bank of Japan board members turned overwhelmingly hawkish at April meeting. Minutes show Fed communication style better received by analysts, less so with public. Fed Governor Cook says surge to private credit is an emerging vulnerability. Bank of England set to steady hand today and may signal near-term cut. Ueda Kishida talks fueling speculation the BOJ will act fast on policy, lifting JGB yields. Yen weakness in yuan management key to possibility of new Asia currency war. Bank of England aggressive push to clear its balance sheet of bonds sending ripples through money markets. Surprise fees creeping into bills from everything from concerts to dining in the U.S. China exports rose slightly more than expected in April while imports surged. Two major Chinese cities scrap remaining curbs on residential property. China adopts American GFC-era cash for clunker policy and bid to boost consumer spending. China overcapacity alarms the world. Problem solvable with short-term pain, scholars say. Japan real wages extend record declines. Hopes turn to data from around June. ARM shares drop on lukewarm full-year revenue forecast. Disney Warner Bros. To offer streaming bundle of Disney, Hulu, and Max in the U.S. this summer. Tesla ramping up job cuts in China. Sources say Musk AI startup set to close funding at $18 billion valuation. Warner Bros. Planning to cut costs and boost Max subscription prices. Paramount in talks to open books to Sony and Apollo. White House warns Israel will stop certain weapon supplies if they invade Rafah. Hamas says it will not compromise any further with Gaza ceasefire. White House considering restricting export of AI models to China. U.S. could take extreme action and ban Chinese connected vehicles and impose restrictions on them. U.S. sends warship through Taiwan Strait just ahead of island's presidential inauguration. U.S. big oil producers unsettled by Biden's focus on tackling climate change and funding Trump instead. Mike Johnson easily survives motion to oust him as Speaker. Progressive Democrats celebrate Biden's threat to halt Israel weapons. Pro-Israeli Democrats and Republicans fume. CBO says extending Trump's 2017 tax cuts could cost $3.8 trillion over the next 10 years. Wow. Wow, there's more. No, I just plays. That's it. No more news. There's a lot of earnings, but I mean, bro, the earnings we got to talk about it. There's actually something that you could take away from all of these. I mean, there's a lot of names that beat, but even if you beat, you really needed another element of guidance. And even then there was a certain growth rate. But that being said, you got a lot. If I don't say anything, it's probably earnings or nothing. Most likely going to be earnings. So APP, they're up 13.9 on earnings. Equix, they're up 10.6 off earnings. SEC subpoena. Hubs is up by 8.2. Apple, Google talks to acquire HubSpot. Hood is up by 5.3. TTD 1.5. WRBY 14.2. Yeti 12.6. Bumble 11.2. MGNI 10.9. KVYO 9.2. ACDC up by 8.7. VITL up 7. KMT 7. LPST 7. VSTS 5.1. Corvex Management discloses 16 million share offering. CTOS up 3, insider buy. I'm just going to go to the ones with actual headlines. Because, again, there was, I think, 247 companies that reported last night. Note is up. That one's smaller than 1 billion. Chinese ADRs are trading higher. Again, that China news related to the scrapping the property curbs. That one's actually a big deal. Roblo down 28 on earnings. EPAM down 28 on earnings. Duolingo. So that was one, bro. Duolingo beat, but literally it was just not like a lot of growth. But they're down 15. Airbnb down 8.6. ARM down 7.5. BBVA down 5.9. Presentation material in connection to acquire Banco de Sabadell. I think that one is a hostile takeover or something like that. And then Sony down 1.9. Plans to sell CBS cable channels after buying Paramount. GDRX down 12 off earnings. RXST down 6.4, 1.8 million common stock offering at 56 or at 5, 56. EMKR down 40, earnings and CEO to leave immediately. VTNR down 10 off earnings. CMPO down 10.3, 7 million secondary offering. Crypto stocks trading lower, and CHRS term loan facility down 2.5. Bop. I like Airbnb, but I wouldn't. I mean, I think the last 2 quarters, it's probably going to have like 2 or 3 days, a little bit of downside until the analysts, but I think there's something bigger at hand with these earnings. So, we could talk about it a little bit. I mean, we'll see how many likes we get on the video, you know what I'm saying? But there's like, you could see how bad this earnings season has been in terms of like price action, but low key, it's like, it's communicating a bigger play or a bigger concept at hand right now. So I like Airbnb, but I think you're going to need time. I like Roblo. I don't think that was that bad. I may look at options here in the morning, but even in general, I would give things a couple of days here by CPI. I mean, thankfully we're already at Friday, and CPI should be Tuesday. But this earnings season is kind of holding up a giant sign about a very important concept. So that being said, I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching app. We have that one, Hubs, Airbnb, Roblox, KWeb, and CHIR. That is a China real estate ETF. But here's the deal. We have time. So I'm going to go to the bathroom here. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But when I come back, I want to hear your plays. Sound good? Sound good, baby? Happy Friday, Junior. Good morning.
Political pressure within Biden's own party, which is why this has been so challenging. Because in that same interview, he talked about how it is important to secure Israel, how it's important to make sure that they have the Iron Dome. He's talked about his ironclad support to Israel, but at the same time, he's also talking about not sending them some of the ammunition that the Israelis say they would need. And we haven't heard from Netanyahu directly, but I think members of the War Cabinet have made very clear their displeasure with this. This is the tricky line Biden is walking, and until this is resolved in Gaza, this is going to be the tricky line Biden will be walking until November, Manis.
Indeed. Anne-Marie, how would you describe the nuances? There's been daily, sometimes over a series of weeks, conversations between Bibi and Biden. A lot of people question the ability of this administration to exert real force. They say if somebody else was in the White House, it may be a different scenario. Does that narrative hold? And to what extent is America still got the ear of Netanyahu? Or is that power and that influence seriously waning? And that's what's being said internationally rather than domestically.
I think what you see is that there's been a growing divide, especially since October 7th, when we saw this terrorist attack by Hamas in Israel. Biden flew to Israel, embraced Netanyahu. They were talking almost daily, then weekly. And now those conversations, even though there recently was one between Netanyahu and Biden, those conversations have become a little bit more sparse. What we do see, though, is that Bill Burns, the head of the CIA, is still in the region, and something the U.S. is trying to exert and trying to potentially even maybe use what's happening with this weapons suspension.
Bill Burns. All right, Chattadonia. I mean, they didn't tell you plays. They were talking the war in politics. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are feeling good, man. It's Friday, Junior. Let's have a good day, baby. But you're here right now, man. We already talked a little bit about plays, a lot of earnings. But you tell me right now, baby, what is your first play of the day? Like the video. What? Oh, my gosh. Let's go, baby. AMD calls, SPY calls, want it all, Tesla calls, Roblo, sit and watch, puts on TKO, Airbnb flips, coin calls, X shares, sell everything, Hitty calls, do nothing, calls on RFK Jr., SPY put, SEDG, EBLA, calls on Rivian, Tesla, TLT put, AMD, pray Airbnb comes back, still holding my BA put, Reddit long pass, Carvana, coin puts, ARM shares, puts, putter, Roblox, RFK, XOM, Tesla puts, Boyle call, Roblox to the long-term, DVD puts, Elf calls, closing Robinhood, Vici baby, calls on Josh, shop calls on God, Roblo calls, NVIDIA, Tesla, shop calls, coin, Intel, boom, boom. Roblox, cash secure put, scalp and spy, shop calls, Tesla put, XRP, ACB, just waiting, kit shares, TLT, RIP, Roblo, Jesus, GZUS is the ticker, I think. Calls on God, NVIDIA, NQ long, AAL, TLT to 85, shop calls, meme, long silver miners, waiting for everything in the final place. Tesla put, Tesla, ARM calls slapped, and Coca-Cola puts in HD calls. Let's go. Wow. So I gave you I don't have that crazy of a list here. Again, I do think Roblox and Airbnb are going to be tempting, but I'm kind of thinking more so just environment than not. But I will look. I'm going to be looking at those in the morning. Other than that, it should be really chill, man, and I hope did you guys watch yesterday's video? I don't think that many of you did. It was a little different, but I have another one too, but if you have any questions, you let me know, but actually, it's perfect timing. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, man, it don't matter about a play, it don't matter about a S&P. There's something that goes forth before we go for our journey to try to make $1 every single morning. We must pay homage to those who have made this sacrifice and had another journey that was necessary for all of us here, man. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So before we do anything, I want to give a huge shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, bro. For real. Thank you for your service and dedication. Whether you agreed or not, y'all made that commitment throughout the years, and it's the least we could do is honor it, and I encourage all of you, man. Always keep this up and show that love and appreciation, man. For real. It's a little thing, but it goes a long way, and I hope we can make it a big thing. You know what I'm saying, baby? But besides that, man, big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. The doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. If you're making your community run, baby, that's where it starts. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please, Raj, place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Set the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, Friday Junior, Chatatonia. Oh, my goodness. Oh. So, we're locked and loaded, I hope. Good luck, my friends. Good luck. You got about 2 minutes, actually. You got a lot of time. You have a lot of time to hit the likes. You have a lot of time to ask a question. I don't know if you guys want, we could talk the video of yesterday. Some of you came up with good theories. I read a comment this morning. They called it like, what is it, this social fractal model or something? I was like, ooh, I like that, man. So I appreciate y'all. Whoever was involved in that yesterday, God bless y'all, man. But if you have anything, you let me know. If you have any questions right here, right now, again, I got a couple of things we could talk about today, and then we are not really expecting that much news. So we will see. Like the video, baby. You're almost there. It's almost there, man. 1 minute. So the market, I mean, it's decent. It was a little bit lower. The thing that got you up was jobless claims. So jobless claims doesn't really move a lot, but it did jump up, I believe, by 20 or 30,000. Continuing claims did not go up with it, but that gave you a pop. Otherwise, you were chilling. People kind of liked UK. They were talking about getting ready for rate cuts. And then China, literally, that stimulus there ended up having an effect. So not too bad at all. All right, Chatadonia, 1 minute. 1 minute until the bell. German DAX, new all-time high. Anything else, you let me know. Other than that, just get ready. Israel artillery. Yeah, there's headlines, war headlines. We'll see where that goes. Yeah, Roblo earnings wasn't bad. It was that guidance, but just like a lot of names this time, they got totally, absolutely murked, baby. All righty, we're locked and loaded. 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to look at Duolingo, but that one literally, it just missed the growth rate. Kind of a little bit like Airbnb, baby. All right, 20 seconds. APP does look nice. We'll see if that plays. Other than that, though, I'm not expecting much. Got my pony, baby. 24 months. God bless you. No step on snack, baby. All right, here it is. Oh, Disney starting off. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, I'm going to go look at those. A couple options. Roblo's not open yet. Actually, nope. They just opened it up. There you go. No, there's not. Maybe that hits. Fight for your life. Amazon running more at open. I remember yesterday, and then I don't know if those APPs, did they even go up? I'm putting in an order now, but let's see, not on APP. APP, it went up, but no, actually it didn't. 15 to 25. Yeah, so that thing barely moved. Qualcomm, they're making a move again. Roblo not doing much. And then again, I like the Airbnb, but I think just give it like 2 more days. I will check those options, though, again. Let me cancel that. Pinduo, again, China, CHIR. This is literally Chinese property, or is it? Yeah, I thought. Or is it CIR? No, I thought it's CHIR. Are you not allowed to trade that anymore? MPW Green. They had earnings. I didn't even look into that yet, actually. TSMS. I thought it was Chinese property ETF, because that one is going to get a little bit of a boost here. If you have that. Yeah, CHIR, unless they got rid of it. I think they did. Man, that's crazy. I put CHIR on a watch list like 2 months ago. So I think they got rid of it. No, that's crazy. Well, you could use CWeb, I think. No, that's the bull. No, damn. See if you can find another Chinese property ETF. Otherwise, that one was the one you could go after. Oh, yeah, MPW does have conference call. Like intraday here. 2/16 was the last day. Yeah, I guess that was 3 months ago. And then Roblo still dancing around. Yeah, the MCL I closed that for a loss on Monday, I think. $100 loss. I didn't want to get involved in those weird headlines on the slow week. And then where's ARM? NVIDIA's already in the green. That one's actually kind of crazy. ARM is going lower. ARM's not even doing that bad. Remember, ARM, I didn't go down to like $90 on that little sell-off leading into it. So, kind of surprised. I mean, people were saying, people are blaming SoftBank on it. They're pretty much saying that 90% of the stock is owned by SoftBank. So, did the stock go down on expectations, or is it because there's just no supply and everybody wants it? EPRT. RTX is going up here too. And then you got MP Dub. Where's ABNB? Oh, and just chilling. So, like, low-key, I think either Airbnb is going to, like, hold 145, or I think it goes down to, I think you could go down to 133. So, it's either we hold up this range and then it bounce. But I think this is going to take a couple days. So, otherwise, ideally, if I wanted to make a swing after earnings, 133-ish, but I'm kind of using a shot clock instead of a price. So, like I'm saying, give it 2-3 days to flush out a little bit more. That's what it kind of did on the other ones, but Roblo already moved up. But yeah, we'll come back. I don't know, but if it does move today, then it's going to be a completely different story. If it gets above 155, 160, it's just going to do what it did last time and then just cuck for a couple months. JPM offering fractionals. Disney came up. Weren't they just selling off at open? Zim on the high. Oh, yeah, Bumble. They did good. Did they sell off already? I think they were one of the only good ones in the morning. Yeah, but they were up a lot more. No news on Zim is always going to be related to that Israel stuff. Amazon 190, bro. So you're getting a breakout on one of your big techs. Earnings continuation. I mean, you could go check. Who was it? Like Duolingo for the. A lot of them are on the downside. So it's like Duolingo, Roblox, Airbnb to the downside, EQX and Hubs. But one of them, I think EQX, they only did HubSpot. Remember, Google wants to buy these guys. So honestly, this is not a bad price. They did good. It was either Hubs or EQX. One of them had like a SEC thing where they got like a positive court case that so their earnings wasn't good, but they just popped off the court case. That JWN, Nordstrom's going above 20. Amazon City. Oh, don't forget. Remember yesterday, your boy JP Morgan went up like 2% out of nowhere. So if those banks in XLF, I think we should keep an eye on that. Was it EQX? Or yeah, so they're the one with the subpoena. They benefited off of it. Who's the other one? Oh yeah, back to Hubs. And then Amazon holding up very well. Apple, not really. Actually, Apple just woke up right there. They're going green. NASDAQ green 0.1, SPY 0.07, Russell 0.13, and then Dow is the only one barely red right now. Yeah, Microsoft's just chilling. Where's Roblo? Roblo's going. Damn, Roblo. So that's the thing. This honestly might work out. We might be able to make a play on Roblo. Let's just be very patient. But wait, did y'all like the video? I'm talking like we got 1,000 likes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But ideally, what I'm trying to tell you right now, they were down like 30-something%. So however this is opening, I think it's skewing it. But if that does come back down to like the pre-market low, I think that'll be when the premiums really get like knocked off, and then hopefully it bounces. I don't have Roblox in my long term. I just bought a shit ton of it back in the day and held it in a swing account, but I was ready to buy it in the long term. Last time it was around these prices, and then we bought other things. So at this point, I mean, I'm open to it if it goes a little bit more. No, I don't think Roblox did that bad. I think their guidance was there. I mean, I'll just tell you this. It's a lot of today. So I was looking in the morning. I screenshot it. I was like, this is kind of funny. My first headline, Roblox pops smaller than expected loss as revenue surges 22%. 5 minutes later, Roblox heads for record sell-off after big revenue miss. You just said revenue surge 20. So it's the same, like, I really think Roblo is just, it's a victim of something else. I wouldn't even call it, it's a broader earnings issue that we have right now. So it's one thing about, and I'm not like mad about it. I think, you know, a little bit of understanding of it goes a long way. There's two big factors, but one of them in general, I mean, the bar, you already know how high it has been and where it's kind of BS sometimes because of how people valued it. But and then the other part, we'll talk about in a little. ARM is starting to pop, and CPOP and bonds at the high of the day so far intraday, but still down. And then SPY kind of coming down. I don't have VWAP. You went fishing yesterday? That's dope. You woke up at 3:30. I could get down. I like waking up early though. That's not too bad. I went down to 24. Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing. I don't think the earnings was that bad, but I do think the stock is going to move a lot. But like I'm saying, if you want to be safe on a continuation play with how shitty this season has been, I would wait for pre-market low. So like there's a couple of plays there, but they're all like, we don't know if it'll bounce or not. But I think waiting if it hits there, and then otherwise you're going to have to be really, really patient. Uranium moving, EPAM, Celsius on the high. Again, Hubs is an interesting one. APP starting to go. Again, those plays didn't really go up. Oh, I guess it's up. We needed 20%. Oil pop. Let me see oil. Yeah, oil 79.24 is right under 80. Donuts green, app getting a candle. Where's Bobo? Bonds coming down. Very still popping. Boeing's on the high. Yeah, very up 10. I think they had earnings, right? Or I think they were one of the names of news. PW dropped and went green. Oh, I did not even see their report. Fitch Ratings, U.S.-led tariff hikes under renewed trade war would reduce U.S. and world output. I'm gonna see. I have a couple of things. So MPW Q1 FFO 24 cents versus estimate of 26, and then revenue was 271.3 million versus 270.1. Management comments: we continue to execute a capital allocation strategy that we expect will exceed our initial target of $2 billion in liquidity in 24. This strategy has repeatedly validated MPT's approach to underwriting, demonstrating strong market demand for real hospital assets and provided immediate capital to reduce our debt. Aldage continued regarding Steward's recent Chapter 11. We expect this process may facilitate an orderly transition of Steward to new operators. As Steward continues these efforts, MTPT has agreed to provide $75 million in DIP funding to ensure continued operations of patient care. I'm going to slap the shit out of them. They're giving them more money. Honestly, though, I mean, it seems like I think if it was voluntary, they're trying to get somebody to take over Steward, but they're giving him $75 million again. I guess they're saying it's so we could keep the hospitals open. We're good people. We're good people. I know. They say they're good, but then it goes bankrupt. Not really. I know. Let me see. There should be. They're gonna have their conference call in a little bit. I'm trying to find you everything else. It's 693 million in impairments related to Steward. So even then, even on that, so part of the earnings they even already wrote off. It's like 700 million. So remember last earnings we even thought, they kept writing off all of it. Yeah, SPY's even coming down a little bit too. Yeah, Netflix, Coin, low key. That's kind of a pretty steep drop. I wouldn't say freak out yet, but that kind of came out of nowhere. No, yeah, it's 10 points in like 3 minutes. So again, you were right below we haven't hit the 5,200 yet, did we? Or did we do that the other day? Yeah, we hit 5,200 and came right back down. So low key, you are making a decent move down. A couple of the tech names switching right now. Roblo, yeah, man. Bro, wait, it might even come down a little more. And then, bro, Netflix just got that flush cake. I think they had earnings. Hood flipping. Yeah, it's still up 3. I think booking was going up. Airbnb. Procter Gamble. Yeah, they're looking great. Big Commerce. Oh, they popped back up. Remember, they sold off after that rumor thing. Greedy long. Pfizer down 1.6. Remember, ex-dividend. Remember I was telling homie yesterday, he bought the Leap, and we were just like, wait a minute. It's ex-dividend, so usually it does sell off. So that's kind of normal. Starbucks. Starbees. Robo is still staying pinned. That was a decent-ass drop right there, man. The VWAP even went down with it. Starbucks is good, bro. I don't know. Maybe we should have picked it up at that 72. Cart is, too. Cart was really good, but again, that was one, even when you read the headlines, it just sounded good. Celsius now higher than where it was on earnings. Yeah, they're up 4.5 at 80. So there's still a lot of movement here. What time is it? Oh, we've only been here 15 minutes. That would be about Pfizer. Woo! I hope it. Did the leaps come down? Because sometimes, though, here's the deal. Are you ready for the shitty part? Sometimes even the options could price that in. So even after ex-dividend, maybe they just widen the spread, but they don't make it. Like, maybe the price doesn't go down. But let's see. Yeah, I think you got a discount on these. 5%, depending on where you get filled. And then SPY holding, Caterpillar on the high. I mean, high and low ticker kind of balance. AMD and chips coming down. Micron, AMD on the low, and SMH. So only down by like 0.8. It's not that big, but we'll see. Yeah, Starbucks is looking good right now. McRib up 17. Yeah, semis. I don't know. The video was doing decent. But no, NVIDIA actually just moved right there, 2%. And then ARM might come back down. Cake is still going. Again, Cake, 10%. That one's an earnings one. If you want a continuation, low key, that one's starting to move. Where's Tessie? Google going down. Just added some Starbucks. Congratulations, baby. Oh, shit. I forgot. My girlfriend wanted me to get her a Starbucks. I was supposed to DoorDash it to her. That just reminded me. Thank you. I forgot. She was up. She texted me at like 4 a.m. or something. And I was like, oh. And I said, I got you, but I forgot. Hot dog. But now I kind of want Starbucks. I did not try that new spicy drink. No. Is that the one you're talking about? Giggle. Again, is Amazon flipped. So Amazon, just like 2 days ago, did the hit a new 52-week high, then switch gears. Morgan Stanley going up. Coffee prices are ridiculous. I mean, cocoa, surprisingly, I think that was the one. But cocoa prices did calm down. So people have liked that. All right, MO's going up too. A lot of value plays. It's weird. Dow is the one that was negative early on. And now that's the green one. Earnings for UWMC. I think they did good. I haven't looked into that one. I still need to go over the MPW one. I see something, bro, the Department of Energy, they selected MPW as, it's just like an award. That's pretty funny, though. We didn't play Hood, no. I think some people did. What they did was shares. I don't think the options were easy money, unfortunately. The leaps went up a little bit. But yeah, even if you go out to June, you got clapped on both sides, unfortunately. I mean, I even got clapped on my APP. That thing's up 15%, and we hit a call with time, but literally it was pricing in 30. But yeah, these do not look like easy money. Unless you got the shares. Shares, you got 5%, and then that's it. Would you add Airbnb if you don't have it in the long term? No. Like I said earlier, I mean, I could be wrong, but I do think there's a potential for it to go lower. It doesn't have to. I think the earnings was good. Again, this is just Wall Street issues, but above all else, I'm very impressed with it. However, I don't like the price. So if you don't have it and you've already missed out to a degree, I wouldn't force it. But even then, I like 90, but in the short run, I do think there's a potential to go down to 130, 132. That would be where I'm going to go to swing plays, or if you really insisted on it, I think that's a more appropriate price. Otherwise, 90 would be better. Oh, they're talking Airbnb now. All right, let me go to the bathroom and order this.
Does it need AI to really move the dial? What is AI in Airbnb?
Well, so Brian talked about using an AI agent to book your travel. I mean, think of how we interact with the apps and websites. We go and punch in all the data, do our searches. What if there was a fancier way to engage with an AI agent that could do this?
I'd appreciate it. It would help me get through all the various filters a lot more quickly.
And so on the product side, they seem to be doing a lot of things. It's just it doesn't show up in that top line growth yet. And that's what market wants to see.
Yeah, the market is hungry for delivery on time. Mandeep, thank you very much. Mandeep Singh. Now, there's another stock that we're watching. It is Warner Brothers Discovery. The company reporting sales and profit that fell short of the expectations due to low TV ad sales and poor performance at the movies. Geetha Raghunathan is tracking this story. So Warner put it in a resilient front this morning. But Geetha, talk me through the background.
Yeah, so with Warner, Amanda, so this kind of really epitomizes everything that we're seeing in media right now. So you have the TV networks business, which brings in about 50% of the revenue. But remember, that's 85% of profits. And as you just said, TV advertising is in a very, very tough spot. We saw TV advertising decline about 11%. That caused about a 19% decline in EBITDA. The good thing, though, for Warner is that they are showing some good momentum in the streaming business. Remember, this is the storied HBO Max product, so they had some subscriber gains. They're showing some positive profits, and this is the new guideline metric that is kind of very, very important. So it looks like they can get to profitability there. The only problem is that the streaming progress is not going to be enough to offset the decline in the TV network business. And the other big thing that we're kind of watching for with Warner is this pending NBA deal negotiation. So they currently have a deal with the NBA. They're supposed to renew it, but they might lose it out to NBC. And that, again, kind of puts their TV network business in peril.
Yeah, that could be a flesh wound. Geetha, we'll track that story. Geetha Raghunathan there. Some sector price action for you before we go. Abby is with me side by side.
Yes, in fact, let's take a look at the sectors. We have the S&P 500 up slightly right now, up about 0.1%, but it is a broad-based gain, as small as it may be. Now, to the downside, on the other hand, we have some laggards, tech, but down just 0.2%. And the other three sectors that are lower also by very small amounts. To the upside, we have real estate, energy, healthcare, consumer staples. That real estate really doing quite well, up 1.5% on the morning. This as yields are a bit mixed, so it gives a little bit of a reprieve to those dividends. Now, let's take a look at another dividend-rich sector. That is the utility sector. Right now on pace for a seventh up day in a row, the longest winning streak just since April 25th. And that's because this stock or this sector over the last 4 weeks higher. This is the first 4-week winning streak for the utilities index, Manus, going all the way back to 2022. Now, some see this as a defensive move because it is a defensive sector, especially given the fact that you have it rising as yields are rising. That is an interesting message. Typically, these stocks would not do better as yields rise because those dividends look less well. So again, some are saying that this is maybe some sort of a defensive shot across the bow of some
Utils. And there's another piece of news. HD's going up. You said you want to talk about that. If they report, we'll go over that one later today. But I do like Home Depot. But, where my real estate bears at? Anybody? Any real estate bears out there? Did you hear the news? Real estate bears? I think today you had your first headline for the real estate bears. Did you guys hear it? Breaking news, shocking news. What happened to the UPS? Are UPS drivers still making $1 million? Is that still? That's what I heard. Yeah, Jay, bro, it's doing it again, bro. These financials are nuts. I don't know why. Morgan Stanley, too. It could be because the rate's still, and then everyone not freaking out there. Still selling plenty here, baby. It's okay. So I love real estate. I gotta. There's one headline today, and I was surprised because I thought everybody who was bearish on it was gonna be like rah, 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 rah. But they said it's like primarily in the South, in like certain regions, there has been a pretty large uptick in the amount of homeowners that are underwater on their mortgage. So both falling behind as well as the value of their loan is higher than the property. So, but that was the first. It's only in like a couple of places. Like everywhere else nationally, it's still well below any sort of average. But it's not good, yeah. But it's very, 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 very small. But that's the first like real headline that you've got towards that in a while. I mean, again, anytime people have talked about upticks in like defaults, it's so minimal. But no, it's like I think it was like Louisiana and a couple places. Like it was like the South. There's an article on it. Let me see if I can find it. That's why AI read it. That's why I was like, what? It was the first one. China. Dividend capture for Pfizer. Seems like it would have worked. If you went early enough, yeah. Remember, I did that one before too. So like sometimes because like when Pfizer gets like runny at these levels, it kind of overshoots. But like if you bought like 3-4 days ahead of earnings, you would have got way more. You would have gotten a 1.4. Is it like 1.5? You would have got 1.5 guaranteed on the dividend, and then the stock went up another 4. So yeah, it was not bad. USB, Wells Fargo, bro. More banks on the high again. You guys just called out JP Morgan waking up. MOS on the high. Starbucks still running, bro. That's great. I do want it lower though, but I'm excited. I want to see what this thing ends up at. And oh yeah, I didn't get Starbucks. I ordered her Panera. I said, I think that's a good mix. Yeah, MO again. All the value names doing pretty decent right now. I don't think Pelos is in Roblo. No. Cars, houses, credit card, and debt. Don't the banks hold that? They do. I'm glad that you brought that up, especially if you watched the watch list this week when we went over the bank filings. That is like the paradox because think about it. They own assets that return them money, interest, whether it's safe and secure like a treasury, but also, some of the loans that they give. But unfortunately, like I showed, like I think I still have it, but like the provision, right, you would need a big majority of loans to go underwater. Because right now, out of I think for JP Morgan, out of $144 billion in loans, they expect to lose about $2 billion a year. And that's, I'm rounding up. Yeah, so here it is. This was on the watch list. This is JP Morgan's filing. But you see what I'm saying? So it's it's 1.2. Excuse me. I thought it was 2. Chatter of Dell hacks circulating on the Dell forum? Interesting. We got to go on another hunt. So yeah, is this from Dell? Did anybody get this? Privacy. This could just be like yes, it's a legit Dell Securities referencing the blog. Oh no, I think that's what? Okay, I get it. So the email is legit, but Dell is saying that they had an incident involving a Dell portal database. Yeah. Today at 6 a.m. Hey guys, what up, Goose? How you living, man? Good morning. Snap, they had bad news yesterday. It slipped it in there. They did a bond offering. Or they did $600 million in convertible notes. In phase. Louisiana. They have cursive on their license plates. That's hard. NVIDIA, I mean, it's all over the place. It was green in the morning. And then SPY, I mean, you had that little 10, 15-point flush or whatever. You bounce back up right away. AMD still lower. And then, who was that? GLD on the high. So gold is actually getting a decent move right now. Bank of Canada, Macklem. What do you say? To hold 11 a.m. press conference. Credit performance strong. We'll monitor labor market. You're getting Canada news. J&J, PG, again, MO. Any value play is up right now. I mean, Dow is doing good. We're not really moving too much. Nasdaq's only down by 0.14. Everything's 0.04, 0.01, but Dow is doing good. Ede. Is it Ede or Ede? $1K likes, talk the earnings trends. I'm down. Oh, wait, we already have 1,000 likes. I feel like I got tricked. Just like it again. Can you like it again? Can you just like it again? I can watch it. I can see if you like it. Just here, hit the like. Fight 2 people. Just give me like to get it to 110. Like 1,010. You know, like 1,000. No? Okay, there you go. All right, I got my 10, I think. Or it's lagging. NVIDIA, I mean, ARM wasn't that hot. That's the only thing I could explain or give a reason to. But other than that, you know, they still got earnings. And then overall, I mean, we're not, you know, we're at a weird impasse of a lot of excitement leading into this earnings. And then, you know, very, very high bars. And not everybody did good. But SPY's breaking out now, bro. Everything just flipped. Russell and SPY were both red. Those just went green. NASDAQ, only one lagging behind, and value plays are the leader. So watch out. I wouldn't, by the end of the day, or even middle of the day, just keep your eyes out for this move, because if we get a pullback, watch if growth ends up going green, and then by the end of the day, the Dow is red. So we'll find out. But Apple, JPM again. Is that USO? Tesla's down 0.4. The move on TLT. Well, I think the claims, I mean, market liked it, but I think the bonds, they're sticky around this 4.5 until we get the data. I mean, the bonds, they want to calm down and the yields want to go down, but at the same time, the amount of people in that market ready to clap it, and then the fact that, like, i.e. shorting, and the fact that, you know, one set of data can really change a lot of the plan. Is like the bonds are still ready to go to 4.7. So quite frankly, I just think it's this range and it's justifying holding 4.5, but it doesn't have enough to get it lower until Tuesday. The data is Tuesday. That's going to be CPI. GTHX M&A blog circulating possible takeover, and oil at the high. So gold, stocks, oil all just went up right there. Yeah, GTHX 10%. Biotech, Troy saying you got a rumor. Honest, stock looks decent on since that last earnings. Just kidding, let's see. Betaville. That's the sauce. Let's see. Check even if they have anything in their pipeline in terms of drug approvals. HD. Yeah, I heard a lot of HD so far this morning. PayPal going down. SPY's already up. I do think XLF and banks are kind of leading here. Uber pop. All right. Well, let me tell you. I'll tell you the earnings reason. And honestly, it's just like looking at everything. I heard this being talked about, and it's the one thing that I'm not fully decided on it, but that's why I want to find out after some of this data here on Tuesday. But think about it. Earnings, literally, you could have a good earnings. Even if you guide up, we're watching things get murdered. Slight guide down, you're getting absolutely destroyed. I mean, it really has been a very poor earnings, especially compared to last quarter. Just not, it's one thing about plays, but another thing just looking across, people notice it. The numbers are decent. It's not as if the fundamental numbers that were reported are showing an economic collapse. You know what I'm saying? The numbers are showing growth, like small growth. It's adequate. But you're watching 20, 30% moves, or not really in a day, but it's just they're having the bar met and then dying. So what is the reason? Is it because the bar is too high? What could be another alternative? It's not it could be peaking, but and there's no right or wrong answer. So I'm like, I stopped myself. I'm like, well, there's no real right or wrong answer yet. This is all just a theory. It's kind of ominous, more or less. That's why I'm like, I want to see how the data plays out. Sticky bonds. The rates are part of it, but that's not what I'm looking for. Anticipation, looming, inflation. There it is. The Daniel Slammer. Yeah, bro, liquidity. That's why I want to wait a little and see, but you could chop it up any way you want, bro, but it's starting to just look like a liquidity. I know that sounds weird. Everybody wants to buy stocks. It seems like that and everything else going on, but it's like, dude, the rates are still high. It's still paying all of the money, 5% or whatever. You got $6 trillion in those money markets, and we said, that we can't assume that money will always hit the market. And now it's just literally imagine earnings releases and you're like, wow, these moves are kind of wild. It's probably because there's a smaller amount of liquidity dictating it than not. I don't think you have that many active people, throwing as much money on everything. I think it's all in NVIDIA. I think it's all in Microsoft. I think those names have high liquidity, right? But I think everything else that is starting to show up, and that's why I'm like, it's just a theory for now, but looking at all of it, I do have to keep that in mind. Thank you for last night's video. Whatever inspired you to make it, please do more. Well, honestly, I mean, at the end of the day, some of you guys inspired me a little bit more. I like that, it's I could tell who watched the video or not. That some of y'all, I could tell, y'all be commenting on. I'm like, you did not even click. You didn't watch a tenth of it. But the ones who watched it, I mean, again, I think they learned something and they had follow-ups and other things. So, like I said, I'm down to go through that. I could go that book. I'll go through all of it, bro. Like, and this is why, like, I don't think you guys realize. So, like, I've had this. It's a book I studied in college. And in my book in college, it was like dated. It wasn't like it was new. And like this guy, his name is Thomas Oatley. He's big in political economics. And if you go, like, he's been writing studies, published. He's a researcher, right? Since like 1998 or something. I love this dude. He's great. He's a genius. And I love it. And like I'm telling you, in college, when I was in college studying and I was learning this stuff, this was a long time ago, even from the text all the way to when I was studying. And that's why I was like, all right, well, I learned this, but granted, I feel like a lot of the world has changed drastically in the last couple years. Could you guys agree? Right? It's like, it's one thing to go from my college days till now, but like literally since 2020 till right now, I think we have seen big differences. So I was worried. And that's why, like, I went back I had the old book, and I went and I got the new book yesterday. I bought the most updated version. I went and bought another college textbook yesterday just for this, because I wanted to make sure, because I love the guy. This is a solid education. And I was pleasantly surprised to find that a lot of, like, most of the theory is exactly the same. There is not. So although, and it does mention the pandemic, and it does mention all of the new things that we've had and how things have changed. So that's it. The book, I'm just going to make you watch the video because I say it in there. So now I'm just going to make, that's called advertising, but also too, I don't like, I gotta make you guys do a little effort. But yeah, so like, look, this text is from 2002, the one that I went over on the other one, and that's why when I went through it, it's like I got the updated one. I'm like, dude, it's the theory is the same. I was very glad. I was very, very, because then that means, like, there has been changes, but most political economic theory, bro, this shit's solid, it's set in stone more or less, because there has been changes, but it's not, we're changing a lot of things in the world, but we are not abandoning these models when it's all said and done. Yeah, GTHX, that's another 10. So again, Troy posted Betaville potential takeover. That one just popped up, I think another 15. X-Pop. X? Is that 1 or 10? Okay, 1.5. I was like, damn. Roblo bouncing. Still just holding the 30. Read The Richest Man in Babylon. That's a good book for everyone to read. Amen. Yeah, the video. Watch just yesterday's video. It's called Republicans, Democrats, and Money. Woo! Meta, strong off VWAP. I forgot. I haven't even looked at Meta today. GTHX still going, and Spy Man. So are we back above 5,200? I think you might be. 5197. Bro, you just rocketed. Did we do this every single day? I think every single day this week. What was it? We just gapped up and ran. This one, I guess you chilled on Tuesday, but yesterday and today, gap down, rally, gap, or sell off quickly, and then you just hit the wall and go up. So be mindful at 5,200. We're right there. MDT on the high. That was my Xbox thing. It opened up. I didn't say the name in the book. Well, I'll double check if I didn't. I'm pretty sure I did, but if I didn't, my mistake. But I'll get you an update on that. I did mention it, I know for a fact, in the one before that, but I'm pretty sure I did. I don't think I'm allowed to talk about it without mentioning it. Silver, I haven't even think about. So GTHX is running again. Gold just popped. I forgot about silver in the middle of all of that. Silver 28. That's still very expensive, man. Actually kind of mind-blowing. MPW, yeah, their call should be in a little bit. ARM CEO on CNBC. XAIU.
Then expected. We have to kind of.
Oof.
break this down because it may not be as clearly lower than people think. That's why I'm so glad to have Renee Haas, the CEO of ARM, with us. Renee, it is terrific that you're on here. First walk on the street.
Thank you, Jim. Very good to see you.
Okay, so Renee, it's one of those things that people have to understand. You have two revenue streams. Both revenue streams are on fire. One you had to guide down, shade down a bit because of something called industrial, the IoT, which is the Internet of Things, but also automotive. Could you please walk through the mosaic so people understand that one?
So literally, you hit that high, then Raul.
The narrative of the story.
Bro, Loki, 8 points
Jim,
in 3 minutes again.
This morning to talk about our company. We could not be more thrilled about the results.
And then
that we
AMD
talked
on the
about
low
yesterday.
and Google, GTHX still going.
For the quarter, and we finished our year also with record revenue. We guided next quarter to yet another quarter of record revenue, and we're guiding for the year yet record revenue again, about 20% growth last year. We'll do north of that this year. And going forward, we think even in 26 and 27, we'll do even better than that. So, I think when you look at things quarter to quarter, sequentially, you'll see things that at times will track the industry. But broadly, our revenue is up and going up, and we're completely thrilled about the results.
All right, let's talk 26, 27, because that's something that's going to elude many
Yeah, bro,
people
those
today.
candles
to
were
their
big.
own chagrin, I think, later on. You are going to be the partner. We actually heard it yesterday again with Jensen Huang from NVIDIA. You're going to be the partner in all these data centers. You're the CPU to go with this GPU. I also think that you're going to dominate cell phones, and I think it's also possible that you may dominate PCs. So is there an area you won't be dominating by 26, 27?
I got to be careful using the word dominate. I think we're in an incredibly strong position going forward, Jim. If you just look at the fundamentals in terms of what's driving the growth in our industry, it's really all about compute capacity, AI adding that need, and because ARM is the largest installed base in the planet, across the tiniest of edge sensors to the most complex device, like you mentioned, Grace Blackwell, ARM is everywhere. And going forward to do more and more AI, you have to run it on ARM. There's really no other alternative going forward. And then when you layer on top of that, the thing that we're really good at, which is power efficiency, that is so critical when you think about the growth of these AI data centers, which require increasingly amount of power to deliver these magic type of outcomes that we're all hoping and expecting.
Now, also want people to understand, David and I were talking about a gross margin, talking about what kind of model you have. It's important for people to understand licensing and then royalty. Licensing, you make a lot of money. But I just wanted people to understand that this is not like another kind of semiconductor company, maybe Qualcomm. But people must know the difference between the two streams in order to be able to feel most comfortable with the common stock. So if you could explain that, I think it'd go a long way for people.
Thank you. It is a company that a lot of people have a hard time understanding, and it's probably because there's
talk about the
no
ARM
like
owning
us.
it all.
We are a platform company.
SoftBank.
And the way to think about that is every digital device requires some compute, some brain to run that piece of electronics. That is ARM, and ARM is everywhere. Our business model is quite simple.
Hit a new high right there.
Licensing fee for people who want to do new designs.
Starbucks going gold and silver just made a nice move.
The way to think about licensing, it's a proxy for R&D. So if our licensing dollars go up, there's more investment in ARM. And in licensing, we've seen record revenues for the last number of quarters, which is a proxy for people are investing more and more. Then when you think about royalties, that gets paid to us when any unit ships, when Grace Blackwell ships, when Tesla ships, when Ford ships, when Apple ships, when Google ships, they pay to us. So we have a high recurring revenue stream around royalties, which is highly predictable because we have great visibility because of our market share. And because of licensing being a proxy for R&D, and people are investing more and more in new designs across all those areas, that's why we're growing at the rate that we are. And I should say, very confident in that growth and fantastic visibility in terms of the long term.
Let's dig into that visibility, Renee, because that licensing revenue increased 60% in the quarter, which is eye-popping there. And as you describe, it's a proxy for R&D and confidence in investment. How would you characterize that confidence moving forward, especially as, we've seen so much enthusiasm in the last year or so? Do you think that continues and even accelerates from here?
I do, and it's really because if you think about everything going on with AI, the innovation that's taking place is so rapid, so advanced. We're seeing things like ChatGPT-4, things around Llama, innovation that we just have never seen before at this rate. The hardware can't keep up with the software. The software is adapting much faster than the hardware can keep up. So what's happening is chip designers are having to invest more and more to advance the chip to take advantage of these AI algorithms. So that's why we're seeing more and more need for compute, more advanced compute, more sophisticated compute, which drives our licensing growth.
Renee, it's David. From a macro perspective here, especially given your long history in the industry then, and speaking of the data center, when Grace Blackwell starts to proliferate, along with, as you've obviously and Jim has explained as well, the CPU that you offer, allowing then, I guess, higher access to memory, which, as you say in the call, is one of the limiting factors for training and inference applications. What is it going to mean? What will it mean in terms of the power of the compute and what we might see in terms of new applications and or tools once these Grace Blackwells and your CPUs are in that data center?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that we like to talk about.
High ticker booking and a couple of other names still ramping up. And then that GTHX still killing it.
There's a level of compute that's taking place. That needs an accelerator, and of course it needs a CPU. But having a very, very tightly coupled access to memory, that is, feed that engine, because these training models, these inference models, there's lots and lots of data spread across lots and lots of accelerators, and they need to be fed. The fastest way to feed them is to come up with a custom design or implementation that is able to connect the CPU and GPU in a very innovative way. That's what Grace Blackwell has done, and that's the kind of capability that when you look down the road in terms of what Microsoft Cobalt, Google Axion, Graviton, and it's not only at the chip level, David, but when you start getting into the design of the blade, the rack, the entire system, there's a level of innovation that can be created around ARM that candidly can't be done with any other architecture.
And what are the implications of that, I guess, when we look longer term here in terms of what that's going to allow for, given where we are right now? You just mentioned ChatGPT-4 is one way for us to keep track. What does 5, 6, or 7 look like, not to mention Llama 4, 5, or 6?
Yeah, so right now, it seems like the sky is the limit relative to just how sophisticated these models can get and how quickly they can train and how they can infer. So when you start thinking about what's going to limit my ability to advance that quicker, the faster you can train the models, memory bandwidth, custom CPU helps. The more power efficient I can be.
Oh, yeah, bro. Gold is just going insane.
Power is not unlimited.
It could be because the
better. And if you
Bank of England and some of the China stuff, but
that all helps. So we are going
to
gold
is up $30 since the morning.
Only ARM can
30 minutes.
Of all those things that I mentioned.
Yeah.
Now, Renee, I think if I
AMD is not the other chips, even NVIDIA. I mean, this is ARM right now.
That you were saying that
CEO.
C2, because I don't want people to think that this is old-fashioned metal bending that you're involved in. Can you talk about the automotive that you have and the Internet of Things? Because actually, they are not business as usual. There's no reason to think that it's going to be in cyclical decline. They could actually be in secular growth mode coming next quarter.
Yeah, so what we talked about on the call was some decline in industrial IoT and actually networking. The automotive business is actually pretty healthy. We're seeing a lot of growth there across ADAS, FSD, powertrain. Again, every major IVI platform is built upon ARM, and we're also the leading market share in terms of ADAS. So our automotive business is actually very, very strong. I think what we were talking about was a decline quarter-on-quarter sequentially.
I think gold is kind of crazy right now.
Industrial, which I think
like it makes me want to look around the world.
But broadly, we're actually doing better than the industry, and that's largely because even as units go down, we have converted from version 8 to version 9, which really helps because the royalty rates are better in version 9. So when units go down, our royalties have actually been going up, which is why the performance has been so strong.
One last question, Renee. I know that we speak a lot about NVIDIA, your partnership. If you worked at NVIDIA, at one point NVIDIA wanted to buy you. But 2 or 3 years from now, I think
GTHX is running.
Will be an industrial revolution, but I feel sometimes very alone with that because it sounds like
the yen is going up
too.
Do
you believe in the new industrial revolution that you will be a part of?
I think it is I mean, the euro's the only thing that kind of looks like gold right now.
I believe that AI is absolutely
but gold, that's a big move, especially we were just talking last, 5 days it didn't do shit.
And innovations that we've never seen before. One of the areas I'm most excited about, frankly, is around health research, biomedical. When you think about what it takes to simulate a drug or a protein, how difficult that is today, advanced solutions going forward will enable that. ARM will be right at the heart of it. unquestionably. There's no way to run any of those kind of workloads that I mentioned without ARM. So when that industrial revolution happens, which it will run on ARM.
I'm so glad you came on the show. I think it's just a breath of fresh air because I think that it's not just NVIDIA that's involved. There are other companies. Renee Haas is the CEO of ARM Holdings, a terrific company. Good to see you, Renee.
Thank you, Renee. All right, man. That was kind of wild here all day, man. You've been making these like today. We've gotten way more 10-point swings in a minute than any other day. You literally had this little flush. This was like 10 points in like 5 minutes. Then we rocketed back up, hit the high, another 10 points in 2 minutes, little bounce, hit a low, then we bounce right back up. You guys are noticing a couple different names from value all the way down to some of the techs. They're doing their thing. My good. I don't know, man. I'm looking at it. That's why I'm like, bro, gold is unreal right now. I wouldn't like freak out yet. It does those little side. There's nothing to freak out about, but I am saying that definitely is capturing some attention right here. This doesn't look like any of the other days. I guess Sunday over the weekend, but even then, this like 23.44. This is where I made that short. This is that equilibrium pretty much. So if it does break out there again, the Europe. Why I brought up Europe right away. Was because Bank of England, they didn't raise rates today, but they're like, yeah, we're doing it in June. So that could be something related to it. The euro and pound are kind of moving, but even the yen went up on that. It's weird. And then, that's another, it was Brazil. I think Brazil cut rates again. So like, and that's kind of the part of it today, like ignore the earnings, ignore whatever. Like if UK is saying they're going to cut in June, which is a month from now. Brazil is doing another cut. Brazil is one of the only people. There's only like 2 or 3 other people cutting rates right now. They do another surprise cut there. It's like that's changing some things. Even then, if you're asking about the yen, that's one thing too. If all of these central banks besides the U.S. start cutting, that could have an effect on the yen there too. But then again, I am just trying to figure out here why gold, if it's fiscal excess, if it's global currencies, it's hard to say, but all in all, this is quite fascinating. But the last 24 hours overseas and then just currency is very important. Intel got a little bit of a rally today, but they got murdered every other day. So this is just, they're just surviving. So them cutting, that's the paradox. So them cutting can make the dollar stronger, and then how does that play out? Does it benefit the yen more, or does the dollar strength hurt the yen? So, but then ideally, that could be good in the sense that until the U.S. cuts, if all the other places start cutting, it could bring some sort of reason to buy the yen. Yeah, the 10-year fell below 4.5. I think we're sticky. The other day we were at like 4.43, and then it came right back up. So I think we're just waiting on a little bit more like data evidence to justify either no, we hold this 4.5, or no, we're going to go below it. UNG. I mean, even then too, there's been a couple of things overseas, like political wise, whether it's Rafa or even Russia getting mad that we stole their money. The bond auction, surprisingly wasn't that bad. I think the bond auction could have been an issue, but it wasn't. Central banks do buy gold. Yeah. I mean, that's like, so even then, think about what we were just talking about, like, if everybody starts cutting rates ahead of America, and then, like, how would that affect other things? But, like, central banks, if you want to get out of the dollar, but you don't want to go into something else, like, because imagine if the dollar can make all sorts of moves, or the dollar's really strong, and then all the other currencies are weak, literally central banks will buy gold. Gold is a great, especially for a big, like, central bank type beat, or anybody, gold is a good place to kind of be in the middle. It's like a stable coin. in a weird way. It holds stability, but the idea is if you don't want to own the dollar, but you don't want to own the yen, you don't want to own the yuan, the euro, the pound, the gold is a great place to go. So maybe that's the answer right now. We're literally talking about global currencies kind of making these weird moves right now, and then talking about rates in this. Maybe that's why gold just moved up $30. Because if you don't want to be in any of the currencies and you don't want to own Bitcoin, that's temporarily where you could go until you want to move. It is the OG stablecoin, for real. Yeah, my problem though, because all the other currencies, they do have that unpredictability. UNG still on the high, but the problem is that gold is still up a lot, or it moved up a lot just in that short term. That's what's been giving me problems, because you're still paying extra 10% just in the short term. So it's like if you are looking for stability, and then you just shake off that whatever just happened, I mean, you're going to be down 10. Yeah, nat gas numbers, 79 billion. Estimate was 86. Nat gas storage. And then Roblo moving. ARM is breaking it. ARM's at 103 now. Low key. Again, I sold out at like 106 or something like that, 107. Dollar dying. Well, the dollar dying is good. I'm watching the euro and pound, but nah, the dollar is he's still up here. That's what I'm saying. I mean, watching gold and these other currencies, I think they're telling you more than the dollar that's not moving. Dude, this DoorDash driver just sent me like, he's like, yo, your praise is so important. Thank you for understanding. He said, God will enlighten you. Please give me 5 stars. I'm going to hook homie up. Good guy. It's outside. I need to get it. That's deep. I'm gonna give him $50. Let's see what he says, because he translated it in Portuguese. I feel like he got here. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I can't add a message. Yeah. All right, I gave him a $50 tip. Let's see if he tweaks out. But God bless him. All right, let me go get it. Because I don't know how to, like, do stores. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Categories.
And why do you think that is? I mean, is that just the bounce back of travel, sort of, that impulse still coming back? Or does that say something about the U.S.?
I think it's something about the U.S., specific to the U.S., around what we're seeing is a bit of a shift in consumer habits towards spending on occasions and services. I've been reading about that. We're actually seeing that. And I think as consumers are challenged with inflation, things are expensive right in the basket. And you look for ways that you can maybe reduce your spend in some areas to pay for things that have gone up in price. Our area, when you look at our categories, we've not taken a lot of price against our brands. We've taken what I think is a minimal to moderate level of price, but yet the whole basket is still more expensive. And so I think you see consumers looking to maybe use a product a little longer. A shave cartridge, for example, maybe get 1 or 2 more shaves out of it, extend that purchase. And also looking to potentially trade down in price from a more expensive razor to one that's more value oriented. We have the Billy brand, as you know, in women's shave, an amazing brand. It's now up to a 10 share domestically, 17 share at Walmart. That wasn't even in the market 2 years ago, and that's in a value price point. And so I think it's a combination of all of those things. And then also what's impacting us specifically is in the early start of the season here in sun care domestically in the U.S., the bulk of that business sells through the southern half of the United States, and it was very wet and rainy early in Florida, and so the whole sun care category was down in the first quarter of the year.
Yeah, my parents are in Florida, and I heard a lot about that. But to that point, something I was wondering is, when it comes to your business, how seasonal is it? Obviously, we're approaching summer up here in New York, and I'm wearing a lot more sunscreen, but do you see those trends in your business?
We certainly do in our business. Our 2 brands, Banana Boat, Hawaiian Tropic, are occasion-based brands. And so what I mean by that is when people go outside, play a round of golf, go to the park, go on a hike, go to the beach, go to a pool, that's when our brands traditionally get used. You probably don't think of our brand for an everyday SPF.
Did he say occasion-based?
Experience.
Did y'all hear that?
We're looking to build out our business in that everyday SPF range. Whether we do that organically with our own brands or some new brands or acquire some brands, there's definitely room in our portfolio
I thought he said
to have
occasion.
that everyday
I was like,
SPF.
What?
Part
all right,
coming
yeah,
I
thought he said occasion.
What
the fuck are you saying, dog?
It
he's like, and then they go outside.
Temperature and sunshine drive sales. So the bulk of our business in sun care domestically in the U.S. sells in our quarter 2, which is calendar quarter 1, and our quarter 3, which is calendar quarter 2. And so you get the early sell-in to retailers. As that sells through, you then get replenishment as you get into the summer. So very much a seasonal business domestically.
A seasonal business, and it sounds like there's potentially some M&A in your future, so we'll keep an eye on that. But let's talk a little bit more about retailers, because of course you're in stores like CVS, like Walgreens, like Rite Aid, which of course declared bankruptcy in October 2023. What has the impact been on your business from that?
Yeah, we've been impacted by the drug channel struggle, if you will, more broadly. We are overdeveloped in the drug channel. Our brands have some of our highest shares in that channel versus some of the other channels. Part of that is historically, it's been one of our strongest areas of our sales team and our capability and our ability to be responsive to the drug channel and their needs. And so as the channel has suffered and seen foot traffic down double digits in some cases, we're not immune to that. And so we've been impacted by that. And on Rite Aid specifically, that was a customer that on an annual basis is over a point of growth for us at a total company level.
Wow.
That we've had to take to zero from a shipment basis. Now, over time, you would expect consumers to go to other stores to pick that back up. But in the moment when you take the sales out, it goes from a sale to a zero. And so that's what we had happen to us last quarter.
TMR and then Myrna. High ticker's getting active. You are at the high. I think this is 5,200.
But something I was wondering about when it comes to drugstores such as CVS, such as Walgreens, I mean, at least in New York City and other cities, you can't walk into a CVS without seeing everything basically behind plexiglass. And I'm wondering, have you seen any impact from shoplifting on your business?
We have, and it's not a new phenomenon. Razor blades, for whatever reason, I guess it's just price point, and they're small, have been something that people have targeted for theft for a long time. And so well before the pandemic, we had examples of razor blades being locked in cases where you have to ask a store employee to help you get the blades. That happens outside the U.S. as well in some markets, but definitely we're seeing the proportionality of that increase. And you're now seeing that move beyond just drug channel into some of the mass channels, with some of the big mass players having to do that as well, primarily in some of the larger market metro areas.
And it's probably a good point.
Yeah, bro. I feel, the razors, like, shit, they've always had it like that. I feel like even back in the day, before everybody would rob shit, it was It was there. Why are we squeezing? I don't think any reason. The only thing you had in the morning was jobless claims. That could have been good. I mean, yesterday you dodged some bullets, and that's the thing I was saying here, man. Earnings, it's not as if earnings were awful. Did some stocks not trade up higher? Yeah. I think you could blame other things and maybe even liquidity, but when it's all said and done, the earnings weren't bad, but the bars were set high and the prices were already up there. So I think a lot of names are moving around, but we're getting back to this level here, and I don't think it's off of more or less a catalyst. And even the bonds are chilling out, but like we were saying here, I think today's Thursday. You'll get a little bit more data and earnings, but by Tuesday next week, I mean, that's going to be our answer for everything. And that's going to justify either bonds at 4 or 5 or not. And then even this range, I mean, 5,200 is big considering we were down, but, you zoom it out a little bit, you'll see it's kind of a 50-50 point. This is where we were chilling out at the beginning of April, more or less. I mean, it's actually been a solid month, by the time we get into that, it'll be 1 month of the market trading lower than this range, and then we'll see how the data takes it. Celsius is breaking out, and then you're at 5204. You hit another one. I like the Roblo calls, but I wanted it a little bit lower. That's the only thing I was worried about. So I was looking at $30 when it was just pinned there. It was good, but I kind of wanted to go to pre-market lows. So I think it might be able to hit 27 before like a crazy bounce. But if I'm wrong, if it takes off from here, it'll be a good hit. Because again, I don't think Roblox was that bad. They did lower guidance. I think the reaction to lowering guidance was massive. But I mean, again, it's a higher growth rate than last year, just not what the market wanted. The Dow has literally been nonstop, but notice how the Russell came up and the SPY. Remember, when the SPY was down by like 0.17 and the Russell was down by like 0.1%, the Dow was up like 0.1, 0.18. Now we're at 0.5, but then Russell's right behind it, and then SPY is even 0.3. So NASDAQ tech is lagging a little bit. Celsius 6.4. They're above their earnings level, I believe. Aspen, Tesla, bonds too. I mean, low key, that little rally here, you got the bonds moving with it. APP, I think because we're entering it a little bit. That'd be nice. Yeah, you got 80% on the MPP. Not bad. Intel, unfortunately, I mean, it needs to like really hold up. Otherwise, like, because remember, everything was down today. They got murdered yesterday, and they come up. So sometimes when it's already in the downtrend, when the market goes down, it'll hold up, and then vice versa. HD could be a big one. I mean, there's a lot. I even think their last couple of earnings and consumer trends and how they've been, it's going to be important, but I mean, I don't know how it'll do, and then factor that into this environment. That might be another factor you have to think about. Yeah, Celsius hitting another high, printing on the high ticker right there. VTOL. Where'd NVIDIA? NVIDIA is still trading lower. And AMD, they came up a little bit, so did Micron. Where's ARM? ARM recovered a decent amount right there. $52.04. Well, we'll see. If gold chills out, then we can. I don't think that'll be that crazy, but if gold does hold up, I think that'll be one of the more interesting parts. Globe Life, they're dropping. Remember, this was the name that got caught up in that whole little short report thing. Was it Fuzzy Panda? So remember, they had earnings and all of that, but they are getting a couple of big candles here. I don't see any news. Excuse me. That Panera did not. Oh wow. And I got me a caffeine. My goodness. An American source familiar with talks told Al Jazeera it was decided to stop the talks temporarily due to the current situation in Rafah. So check oil. We might have one of those days again. It's not reacting for now. Microsoft Take-Two. Take-Two is on the high. Didn't EA just have bad earnings? They came up here a little bit today, though. And then XOM moving. Crude oil, like actual spot, is not moving. It is up, though, on the day. 0.3. BRCC. We're at Airbnb. Yeah, man, chilling. And then let's get a breakdown. What do we have? XLE might be moving. But like oil futures are not. So right now on the Dow, 25 names in the green, 5 names in the red. And the 5 names in the red, 3 of them are technology based. And then the other one is McDonald's and Nike. FAA oversight of United Air to be audited by U.S. Watchdog Agency. See if UAL moves. And then SPY even coming down a little bit. What's our Nike? So Nike and McDonald's, some of the only ones down. Nike still stayed pinned, though. It did go a little lower to 89, but it is not really shaking that off yet. And then NASDAQ 100, you have 67 names in the green, 34 names in the red. And then S&P 500, 400 names in the green, 101 in the red. So, yeah, there's a little bit more shakiness in tech, but a lot of things are holding up. See, more banks, or no, they're like just off of their highs. Same with the SPY. Starbucks have been going up a lot. Literally, ever since that 72 and we were talking about it, it just launched or it hit 71. That's like what, 5% in 2 days? And then UAL getting volume. Again, they just had that watchdog news. Plug earnings play is good. Hell yeah. I've had a weird history with Plug throughout my life, but I'm glad to hear. I think shares you would have been better off. You did shares, I assume, right? Do you think Duolingo should have gotten hit as bad? No, they had a good report. Literally, the stock is down 18% for growing a little bit lower than what analysts expected after growing 50%. So it's like, wow. But then again, that's why I say I think that's just word to the liquidity with other factors, high bar and liquidity. Yeah, 2 shares, and that's beautiful. Because that's why someone even said it with like Robinhood. Like Robinhood, it did come back down, but even in the morning, if you went shares, you would have hit it. You know, Plug up 8%, 6%, you're going to hit it. But on the options, unfortunately, you know, it's like I got 80% after the stock went 18% because it was pricing in so much. These damn analysts. Well, that's the thing. It's one part analyst, but I'm like, dude, 18% is huge. Shopify, 20%, that's huge. Roblo, 30% almost, that's massive. At some point, I'm like, dude, there has to be, we might have to start talking liquidity. Because that's just, maybe it didn't meet the bar and it should sell off, you know? But, bro, if you're just shaving off everything, I'm be like, that's probably just a few people more or less, or maybe all the money's just in NVIDIA. Tesla. ISRG booking was on the high earlier. Oh, where did Expedia go? Yeah, even Expedia did good. STC April 95 call. Ooh. Store information? I have no idea what they do. Do they have earnings coming up? Oh, sell to close? Oh, sell to close. APP. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I was like, what's STC, bro? I was like, why are you buying April calls? I was like, what do you know? Yeah, close the APP. That's what's up. I think they were up like 70%. Small on the amount, but not bad. Well, I think that's the beauty of the liquidity theory is that, assuming that the liquidity is like really drying up, you could still go up. Low liquidity does not mean that the stocks won't rocket up. That's kind of the whole point. Why do we get these random big drops and random big pops, And that's what I'm saying. It's like if it's one thing to like a reasonable sell-off depending on the news or the data, but if it starts getting aggressive, it's like, the liquidity is starting to be the elephant in the room. There's money. A lot of it's in money markets. And then I'm not saying there's no money in the market, but I do think a lot of it is trapped in corners, a.k.a. NVIDIA and other names like that. Carvana is still going up. And then Celsius as well, too. Starbucks, that's been running since the morning. Microsoftian, they've gone up. They were red, too. Where's Amazon? So Amazon did it. 52-week high, sell off, and then it bounced right back up. Analysts. This has nothing to do with analysts. That's kind of like what I'm saying. At other points, like if these analysts were like raising and lowering the estimates heavily ahead of the earnings, they would get more of the blame. But I'm just saying, like, straight liquidity. That's all. It just could be an observation or an answer to some of the outsized moves on minimal earnings misses. That's pretty much it. Or even beats. I mean, ARM already got a nice move off the bottom here. I think people like the CEO and whatnot. And then that's what people were talking about. Was it the bar set too high? Or was ARM an issue with supply? Because SoftBank still owns like 90% of it. Central banks wouldn't buy the dollar because it'll give them more issues. I think your other comments were more in line. But central banks can buy dollars. If not, they need them. It's the dollar is the reserve currency. It's used a lot. I mean, it's not as if it's a bad deal. There's like people are clamoring over dollars. So I don't think they wouldn't buy it. It's just a matter of depending on what they do. Like we're saying, gold is a great way to, if you already have a lot of dollars and need to diversify away, have another plan, you want to start moving to something else, then gold comes in. But like what I'm saying is don't underestimate the need for dollars by everybody in the world, especially central banks. Because people don't understand ARM's business model. They design, license, and collect royalties. I could agree with you on that to a degree. I think there's a lot of ARM that is not understood, even myself included. But I think the earnings reaction and all of that, it was, once again, they beat by 150 million, solidifying 50% growth or something crazy, right? And then their guidance is 5% lower, 5% higher. And the market said, no, take them down 17% and then bounce it back up. It's like, I think there's more, like, especially an arm situation, I think that could speak more to liquidity and, like, price action. And that's why people bring up the SoftBank stuff more than anything. But I do think the confusion surrounding the business model is very apparent. I don't know if that explains just the weird moves. So Birdseed was actually on to something when he was explaining how the economy works. Well, we print money. That I know we could print money, and then we print the money, and it's honestly just unnecessarily confusing. But I know for certain we print money, and then do we buy the treasury? Does the treasury buy it? Do we sell it? But I know we print the money for sure, and we can print the money. I think we definitely print the money. Bro, that was like, if South Park don't make a skit about that. Seriously. Okay, did we definitely print it? I know that we did the bond and no, but we definitely print the money and the debt. JD has strong support, but I don't know if I call it support. It's strong right now, and that's what could help or hurt it. Right? If you're up 30% from your last earnings, that bar is going to be high. What have we seen here? Even if you hit the bar, you'll get your knees taken out. So JD is a catch-22 in that sense. It's outperforming, but that outperformance might make it harder to keep going up. But then at the same time, if they do very good, then they could keep leading. And China, I mean, there's been a lot of good shifts. You know, the Chinese property development stuff that they scrapped today, that was another part of the stimulus. But then also, I feel like a lot of people kind of downplayed the China data. I think China had really good data yesterday. Import, export data all beat. And even in dollar terms, I think it was like 9% growth. So I was very impressed by that, but I just don't trust China. So we'll see. Yeah, Rev G. That's like a 5% pop in one candle. That's usually news. Proficient Auto Logistics, $15 a share on 200,000 shares. Oh, but priced 14 mil. I was like, it only priced 200,000 shares? Can trust China as much as you trust the American numbers? Yes and no. I see what you're saying. But, like, low-key, China just will flat out lie. America, we take the lawyer route. We'll delay. Don't ever underestimate. That's how we do a lot of things. We don't have to lie. We just have to get a continuation. Give me 2 years to calculate the data. I'm not lying about it, but, like, it's not accurate yet. So if you could give me time, can we get we need discovery. What? That's the normal process. That's it. That's all the data is. All of our data is litigation. But China, they'll just flat out lie. Like, that's it. So that's the difference between a green shoot and a revision. In China, they call it green shoots. They're like, oh, randomly, they just had 9% growth out of nowhere. Because the chart would have nothing, and then you just see a giant green bar chart just rocket up. That's the green shoots of China. In America, we call it just revisions, right? Oh, revise it 500,000 up. All right, revise it 200,000 lower, and then there you go. The F1 race in China last month was the first international sporting event that they hosted since 2019. They got the Beijing Auto Show, first time since 2019. Wow. I didn't know that. There's Tesla on the low. And then Rev G, again, 5% in one candle usually means something. It should be illegal to do the revisions because they're initially posting false data. Bro, It's not illegal for Nancy Pelosi to make $50 million on NVIDIA. Why would that be illegal? You know, they tell you. That's the point. So it's not as if this is a secret. They are telling you bluntly and plainly, if you take the time to go to bls.gov and click on it and read it. So it's not as if, you know, they're outlining their process. It's a scientific method. Yeah, you know, they're saying this is what we're doing. This is how we do it. This is how we calculate it. It may be convoluted and it may not be as effective, but they're telling you exactly what they're doing. So if that wasn't disclosed, it would probably have more manipulative characteristics. But, you know, here in America, again, the lawyer route, disclosure is a big thing. If you disclose what you're doing, whether it's stocks or even, again, collecting data and how they report it, they're telling you exactly how they are going about it. Disclose degeneracy. That's a good one. 52-week bill auction. U.S. to sell 75 reopened 42-day bills. Coin, is it up? They were just selling off, and then bonds are about to go green, and then SPY another high here above 5,200. Crowd and Google part, and then Tesla on the low. The MPW call. I'm going to hear this guy say why they're giving another loan to a bankrupt company. I think they're scheming though, like low key. I think they're trying to do a voluntary bankruptcy. I think they're trying to get somebody to take over Steward. I think they want UNH, but they're trying to do some shit with that. ARM went green. What? Yeah, dude, it's literally the price I sold out of it. So this is where I sold. I remember I took a $700 loss on my pre-run-up play on that one. Again, pre-run-ups were hideous. But ARM is back up, bro. That's about 9 to 15%, I think. It was like 15 or 13.5 at the low. And then it was like around 9 or 8%. And then now you are back to green. And bonds coming up. And then SPY, again, about to hit another high. Juby. Where's energy? XLE's on the high. Dollar's still down. Where's GLD? GLD's still holding up, man. That's another weird one. AMD or NVIDIA's like still there. It was AMD. They came up a little better. Intel's just up because it died yesterday. Yeah, the MO contracts, they're up, but you only have one more day. But it's like right there. GLD. Gold is, like I'm saying, I'm fascinated by that. I don't even have a play on it, but once again, you're getting that move, and it just stands out. It's shiny. Zim up over 6. I don't know. I think Homeboy went on a media tour ever since like that Jim Cramer thing, and like, you know, people not freaking out because everyone they beat and their guidance is still at an elevated rate. It just, you know, factoring that in this environment and everyone kind of, you know, tweaking out. But it's not as if there's any reason. Oh, what is this? No way. Yo. This is funny, bro. Thank you for sending me this, Vincent. I have not heard about it. I'm going to ask my homie. I'm going to see. I have not heard about this. Can anybody confirm this? Apparently, in Japan, this is Japan Times, or in China, gold beans are all the rage with China's Gen Z as deflation bites. With China's deflation the worst in 15 years, a volatile stock market and bank interest rates too low for her liking, 18-year-old Tina Hong is placing her financial security in gold beans. Weighing as little as 1 gram, the beans and other forms of gold jewelry are increasingly being viewed as the safest investment bet for young Chinese in an era of economic uncertainty. It's part of a larger consumer trend for all things gold, from bullions to bean and bracelets, that has gripped the mainland. It's basically impossible to lose money from buying gold. Reason Hong, a college freshman studying computer science in Fujian province, who in January began buying gold beans because of the low cost of $83 per gram. She has more than 2 grams of the beans and will continue buying them as long as costs are lower than international gold prices. Bro, I've not heard of this. That's funny. That's crazy. So it's saying it's all things gold, and then the younger generation in China that doesn't want to work is now going for gold beans? Never heard of it. That's crazy. Groupon, a huge candle. Let's see. To the downside, about like 20 cents, which is most of its daily loss. That's crazy. Gold beans could be fake. Well, I've told you guys, like, fake gold is a big thing. You have to be very careful. Like, especially if it's sealed. So if you cannot acid test or like hold it and it's in a package, it's probably fake. Like, I'm telling you, it's scary. It's the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. Tungsten have the same weight. Yeah, well, I mean, like, they do it. They use fool's gold, but like, you can make it very, like perfect. Like, weight, look, and then again, like with like a Pamp Swiss bar. It's crazy. Scariest thing ever. It's up there. Maybe I'm being a little too dramatic, but yeah, I mean, because at the time, at one point I didn't know it was real. Like, I didn't know that existed. So in my early days of buying gold, yeah, bro, like, imagine you want to protect your money, and you go and you put in your savings, and then you buy something fake. You would never know. That's kind of scary. That's like having a kid and it's not your kid, and then you would never know. Like, dude, it is the scariest thing ever. What do you guys? Honestly, nah. Now that I'm talking this out, yeah, no, screw that. Fake gold is terrifying. It's like counterfeit money. Like, imagine, what if you found out all of your money in your bank one day was just fake? That's kind of, I mean, and that's happened to people with it. Exactly, and then you would only realize it was fake when you needed it, right? Because if you're like, oh, well, I need my money now. Good thing I have my savings. That'd be, are you kidding me? That'd be like an episode of Maury. That's a plot twist right there. Your life, you'd be like, what? And then this whole time, and then you would question everything. The gold bars from Costco, they're legit. I mean, Costco that's as legit as a supplier, man. Now, you used to have to go to gold dealers, but buying gold from Costco, man, that's a come up. Yeah, well, 5,200, every time we've gotten above here, things would get really excited. And then bonds still barely red, but they are trying to climb up. SPY, little by little, baby. Little by little, you're climbing above the 2,400 or 5,200. Gold is coming back up again. 5,208, man. I think this is level 1, and then it's like 5,218 or something. Let's see. Or 5,212. Then 18. Then 25. Then it'll be at the 30. So a little bit, but it can move really fast from here. Either direction, but it's looking good. I mean, you're barely moving, but we were down a lot more. But now you got 0.4 DraftKings on the high, on the SPY, 0.5 on the Dow, 0.6 on the Russell, and 0.2 on the Dow, or the NASDAQ. Dell discloses data breach of customer physical addresses. So you only lost your address. Have you ever tried a long fast, like 7 to 21 days? Nah. I think the longest I've fasted for was 3 days. I've never tried 7. Maybe I will. We did not pump it up. We didn't talk about that yet. How honest are all these companies that are getting hacked with the statements? I think generally because it's a weird situation. Because if you're not honest about your hack and like the information shows up on the dark web, does that make sense? So like you could say, oh, we got hacked, but only this happened. But then if, it's very, people will be like, oh, reports of this info sold from here. Bitcoin pop. Again, Bitcoin's been down for a couple days in a row. So if that starts going up, man, that could get some risk assets awoken. Yeah, that law, I think they approved it. I don't know if it's been enacted yet, but they have to report breaches within, or make a filing within 48 hours. But usually, there's not too many companies that have lied in the past, though, because the info's out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's never been really a company who's like, oh, we only lost your address, and then it ended up being everything. The big one, though, Equifax, TransUnion, that was a huge hack. And that one, they just said people got hacked, but they didn't really let people know how bad it was. They didn't really like explain all of it, and then they got in a little bit more trouble. But then again, they just had to pay that big lawsuit. I think everybody in the world, in America, you had the opportunity to claim some of the money from it. No, yeah, it was everybody. It was like, I think most Americans, at one point, you just had to fill out a form and you would have got like $20. This was during like 2020 or 2019. Oh, yeah, you got $2? Yeah, you got $2.13. And free credit monitoring. Oh, yeah. No, you got $2, not 20. I'm generous. And then bonds literally just hit break even, then got a little wick. And then SPY still holding up. Again, you're at a little bit of a baby level right above the 5,200, but people are already getting excited on the 5,200. I would say, though, just like every other day, man, we're day number 4, low volume. We're about to be at Euro close here in 15 minutes, and you're at 15 million in volume, 13 million. Where's oil? Oil 79.36. Gold is about to break out again. Tiff Macklem, Bank of Canada, says surge in small business insolvencies won't have big implications for broader economy. It is graduation weekend. Bro, it's crazy that it's like already summer. It's kind of weird. XS on the low. They're down 11. Damn, they were only pricing in 7 and they only move like 1%. So I think they're failing that little pin here. And again, SPY just off the high, but you're holding up. Bonds too. It's literally wake up with a little weakness and then just melt up mode. No events, unfortunately. At Udals, I still have an old utility play. I think it went green, but I think it's highlighting just some of the defensive nature. It's really, really weird. I don't know the answer because utilities are both clobbered by rates and they should be, but then they're rallying like they haven't rallied like this in years, and it's insinuating that maybe there's a defensive shift there. Classes ended yesterday. Can't wait to tune in every day. Have no other worries besides making money, baby. Let's go. Well, hopefully, I know you guys are ending class, but, you know, if you guys want, I might start reading some economic books to you guys. So, I don't know. I might have summer school. Goldman President John Waldron says we are very bullish on AI. Wow, your only son graduates on the 21st. Sure could use prayers for the new grown-up life. Thank you all. We got you, baby. That's exciting. Tell him congratulations and good work. Make sure to get him that law term. First rule of the dark web is you don't talk about the dark web. Nah, even like the non-dark web, they don't like it if you talk about it. So even on like YouTube and stuff, there is like, and everywhere, people, it's a really weird world. It really, really is. But like I'm saying, in relation to gold, the point is like there is fake gold out there. Oh, it's a meme. I'm not memed out. Armfield gap dropping back down. Upstart on the high. Remember, they were clobbered. SPY still holding. Bonds haven't made a move yet, or stocks. But again, I do think the bonds decent. Remember, yesterday was just your first day after 5 days in a row. So they're holding, but it's crazy. We still got one more day. This kind of feels like a Friday, but tomorrow will be our last day. See if it's calm. And then again, I do think it's going to we're going to go into high gear next week. Did he say anything at the conference call? Chilling. Yeah, APP was up like 80 on the option. Yelp is going up. Trip is still down. BNB chilling. Expedia and Booking, they did good, but Expedia is still murked. Booking's the one. Did you say MP Diddy? No, I said W, but I maybe MP Diddy. All right, another little chicle on bonds. SPY still holding up. You're long way off VWAP. Tech is the weakest on the day at a quarter gain, but Dow value plays, I'm sure you noticed, they're good. Yeah, Robinhood flipped negative. I mean, a lot of names, very wild earnings move, but a couple did hold up. It's not as if. So again, APP, who else? There's like Hub. No, Hubs even gave it up. Hubs was up like 4%, and they had Google's. There was something else. But there's a couple names that did good on it. Other than that, though, it's not surprising that Green sold off heavy on earnings, or so far this whole season, small misses or barely beating would just throw you in the gulag. SPY and bonds correlation. We can do an overlay. I think it's back to where it was in April. It's kind of the same situation. So, like, yeah, last time the yields were here, the market was like around the same exact price or a little higher. But right now, I mean, even without the obviously there's a fat divergence. But, you could go back to your, you got to go back to the OG. This chart, just go look at a 10-year, and this chart answers it all. Just the 10-year yield right now, and I think until next week. This is why the bonds are kind of weird, and then market may be back up, but we're trying to justify 4 or 5 or not. And I think it makes sense. I mean, I think looking at this chart, look at the timing, and sure enough, in 2 days, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be hugging 4 or 5. If we get a bad CPI, you're going to rocket to 4.75. And then people are going to, change their opinions. And then if we have a good CPI, that's going to allow people to say, you know what, maybe we should be at 4.25 or 4.3 at the very least. So that's all I think it is. So if TLT or the divergence, it may look like something, but it's just like we were in April. That relates the same exact thing holding up there. It's hard to spot it on a day-to-day, but in general, above 4 or 5, confirmed by data, market's not going to like that. Below 4 or 5, confirmed on data, market's going to like that. And then I think that could unlock a couple of moves here between the two. OM on the low, outset med, and then RM was running, and then Meta kind of gassing. SPY still kind of holding up too. Roblo came back down there, had that little pop. So like I said, still waiting for pre-market. Airbnb. Again, booking is kind of going crazy. Peloton on the high. Kind of getting volume. I mean, last time you heard from Peloton, wasn't it somebody wanted to buy them? It was a couple days ago. Uber? No shit. And high ticker's still going. Uber's up. I didn't realize that. 2.6. So again, they sold off yesterday and came back up. Airbnb earnings, I think, were great, but the bar was not, compared to the bar, it was a slight miss. Not in terms of revenue, but nights booked. So depending on when you see the headline, some headlines say that they surged. Some say that they missed, but generally, I mean, I think it was a good earnings. Once again, especially after VRBO did bad, I think Airbnb is eating competition. So I think app downloads on Airbnb have increased on mobile phones 60% from last year. And then they even said that the icons gave them more press than their IPO. But I liked it. So again, I mean, if analysts want to sell it off 10% or algos, I think there's a liquidity issue, but sell it 10% on nights booked, forecasted down, but revenue still forecasted to be a record high, about 10-12% growth at $2.7 billion on almost $500 million EBITDA. I'm down with it. So I think it'll come back up in a few days. We'll give it a little bit of time, but I do think it was good. And my final conclusion from their earnings is I think Airbnb is eating the competition. And why? Because Expedia, they were talking VRBO not doing good. And, besides a slightly lower guide on the Airbnb booked nights, that all those numbers are records, and they're rocketing. And now we have the peach. Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the speaker of the peach is here. Bradley Frizzle, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Horn off. So Speaker of the Peach. Speaker of the Peach. My brother, I appreciate you. Thank you for your commitment and dedication. But now, once again, I have an offer for you and the people. The bipartisan peach. Oh yeah, I gotta taste the offer for you, man. You know, and I hope, I hope I don't waste too much time, just because, this is our third round. But the latest deal that we have to present you, we will offer you pump it up, you in Chattadonia. We will offer you pump it up at the next 100-point level, 5,300. And in perpetuity, we will agree to pump it up at every 100 points. However, the condition is that every day that there is a live stream, there must be 1,000 likes before the bell. And then if that is not met, we will have to reevaluate any sort of plays for the whole entire quarter, not just a day. Not just one day, no, this just a quarter. So any violation of the deal will lead to a quarter at a time delay. So I could offer you a deal of 100 points in perpetuity. It's tied to a like tax. And then if the constituents can't meet the like tax, then, we're going to have to do some structural readjustments. You tell me. That's the offer, Chad. You go to your representative. You tell Bradley, that's my deal right now. This is our third offer in perpetuity. That means we don't have to negotiate ever again. You could have a guaranteed pump it up for the rest of your life. But if you don't pay your taxes, then that's it. You won't have plays 3 months at a time. So it's good. I don't know. It's good. It ensures milestones. It ensures both sides perform on their deal. It's good. I'll trade you the rest of my likes for history as long as you never play that song again. You gotta take that up with your representative, sir. That's crazy because half of the chat's like great deal and the other one's like awful deal. I think we got a wedge issue. It's a tough deal, man. It's a very tough deal. You get everything you want, but it has a cost. If obligations are not met. Amazon's even at the high LXRX. SPY still chilling. Bonds came down a little bit lower. So if I never want to hear that song, I don't like the video? No, because we structured the deal where it's tied to the plays. You'll get your pump it up in perpetuity. You just won't get your plays 3 months at a time. That's it. So there's no way that you could hold it against each other. They're separate. Welcome to politics. See, we knew what you guys were thinking. So yeah. Taxi Boss. Better see you there again. What's that? I played Crazy Taxi. That was a good game. How about our union negotiated breaks? I was going to tie in the bathroom break bill, but I thought it would be too convoluted. That's it. I wanted to get some money to Ukraine, but it just when it works. I insider traded Roblox in 22. You have receipts? Nah, you might be a little delulu, but I feel you, but yeah. God bless you, bro. Your chat history is wild. Like, honestly, man, you might, no. You're banned. The like video is not going to help you, bro. You made some wild claims. Very wild claims, bro. Yeah, and dude, I've never spoken to you. So I hope you're not making assumptions. You know, because I had that, bro. I had somebody, bro, like, for real. Like, I mean it seriously. Like, I love you, all of you. But, like, you know, I've had weird experiences. Like, I've had stalkers, but, like straight up, dude, I've just had people kind of lose it and, like, email me. And they're like, Josh, I'm speaking to you. And I'm talking to you on a video game. And I'm like, no, dude, you're not. I promise you. Like, ask anybody. I don't really talk to that many people, man. Like, I'm very, like, you know, I'm here live, and, like, I spend my time with the Lord, man. I get my meditation, but no, so, yeah, for real, though, just be very careful, man. And if you are, like, talk to somebody, or if you, like, that's not reality, and that's not what I'm doing. You know, I'm not speaking to you. You're not, there's no secret message. Yeah, no, for real, though, like, it's sad, but, like, I can't feed into that. It's, unfortunately, it's just not, you're not sitting in reality right now. That's not the truth. No, it's sad, bro. Like, it really is. Like, I've had this happen several times. Some cases worse than the others, but nah, it's like, yeah. Oh, Bradley Frizzle. I think we need to renegotiate. Although 1,000 likes should be accounted by market open, the risk seems too high for our esteemed plays. We are getting closer to pump it up, but no deal today. Oh, all right, I'll take it, man. Man, you guys, honestly, you guys got a great representative. You know that? Homeboy could have caved. So honestly, man, I wish we had representatives like this in real government, man. That's insane. You know, bro, he holding it down for y'all. You know that? You know that, bro? Oh, because opportunistic politicians like myself, I could have had him on the last 2 or 3 deals, bro. He holding it down for y'all, bro. The speaker of the peace. See, man, that's how the people, baby. Wow. All right, man. All right, well, good deal. Good deal. Well, we'll talk soon, man. We will talk soon. I appreciate your time. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, he could have sold y'all out so many times already. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. I don't know. This way, somebody going to start lobbying him. And be like, hey, what's up, Bradley? I thought I just wanted to send you some stuff from Amazon for being such a good peach, you know? Just a reminder. We want to pump it up right now. Thanks. Uh-huh. Fair discourse. I don't know what you're saying, Predu, but I forgot. I didn't get a chance to time you out when you were being very rude to lending tips, so I'm going to do it now. I will see you tomorrow, brother. So good morning. It is important to keep receipts. That was one of your last messages. So, yeah, I forgot. Mm-hmm. Just have an iced out peach made for Bradley. Not a bad idea. I don't know if... Would you wear it, Bradley? Because I don't know if homeboy is going to, like... Because you're going to have to explain that. I tell you, like, one time, bro, I was playing poker, and I had my chain on, and then this girl is like, is that a unicorn? And I'm like, yeah. So somebody going to go and be like, yo, you got a diamond VVS peach. What is that? And you like, yeah. Like, you know, like you rocking it. It's a, you know, it's a garland to grace your head, a chain to adorn your neck. Here's will be a peach. Mm-hmm. Pump it up on every 2% daily SPY move. It's a little different, but maybe. I mean, we'll see, man. If these deals fall apart, we might have to, restructure the whole deal. She was just trying to get your number. Nah, she was old. Maybe she was, though. I'm not going to lie, man. Sometimes the old ladies love me. So I can't. But nah, she was chill. But she just genuinely thought it was a unicorn. I just went along with it. I was like, it's a unicorn. And they're like, why? I was like, I like unicorns. And then they realized I'm an asshole. And then they gave up. What's the oldest woman I've been with, Ray? You don't know how old your sister is? Nah, I'm not gonna answer that question, sir. Thank you. I don't even know if you have a sister. I was gonna say your mom, but I went for the invisible sister that didn't exist. So just know it was there. It was there. It was there. That's all I say. That's it. I don't know if you have a sister, so I hope you don't, because I was going for an invisible enemy. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to fire a stray that didn't land anywhere, but maybe it did. Maybe it did. It landed. Damn. Sorry. Tesla ain't moved. SPY hasn't even moved. Not talking to anyone's family after Kendrick, right? Scared to say something wild. He pulling up Chad facts. Dope. Mission accomplished. So what's up? A little is good though, because I need that too. That's even what I'm saying, man. Like even for discernment, bro. You gotta just learn and like get in the habit of like just taking a second and thinking through everything. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta learn to be act on your instincts and move and be ready and quick. And at the same time, though, I do hope you do give yourself discretion and discernment so that you could give, you don't have to pop off on everything. You don't have to go after everything. And that right there will keep you alive. So I hope you do learn this skill. I'm teaching you survival skills, whether you realize it or not. Some of you don't like it, but it's a survival skill. Euro close? I don't know. We don't really aim for that, but it is Euro close already. We're actually 8 minutes behind. Let's do some push-ups. Yalla. So, Chadadonia, you've been here for about 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Is it back? It's back. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, baby. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get on our knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, everything. Just get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, man. I love it. No, Philip, I didn't see that. 1K likes before plays delivered. Pump it up. Members only. Make them work for? Are you saying we should offer that? Oh, Philip Hamill, he always showing love too. Oh man, he was like quantitative tightening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Horna. And let's get the body moving, Chatterdonian. Thank you, Philip, honestly. You know, not only holding it down, but, bro, you've been showing mad love. So I appreciate you, man. You don't have to, but you do. Ooh. All right. But, yeah, get the body moving, man. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. I have to get my resistance. And just move around a little bit, man. Legs in front of you. That's it. Not right behind your computer chair. Relax the jog. Breathe in really deep. Oh. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Oh. All right. Hitting the resistance. If viewership is low, it's out of our hands. I vote like requirement 30 to 35. No, but I would argue that it doesn't happen for no reason. So, like, the last 3 days, you have not hit 1,000 likes in the morning. And I don't know if it's ironic or not. People tell me they can't find the channel. So I'm going to blame you guys if you're going to blame it on that. So I think there's a chicken before the egg before the chicken. I don't know. So that's why it goes hand in hand, unfortunately. He said, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, man. Yeah, it should, though. If you do, it may not be on your homepage, but if you are subscribed and click the subscription tab, that's usually where it shows up. Sorry, I'm still hitting these stretches. Like in the one we're on here. You know, that's the one. White House Kirby. Biden has communicated opposition to Rafah repeatedly and straightforward to Israel's Netanyahu. You search Stock Live there, first thumbnail. There you go, baby. Yeah, some people have problems with it, but if you are subscribed, I know that, like, if it don't show up on your homepage and you're subscribed, it's going to be on your subscription tab. For sure. Uber comments on FSD. All right, I need to hit a wall stretch. I'm going to go. You guys move around. I just did the resistances. Already been here for 2 hours. Happy Friday, Junior.
It was 20 years ago, just over, that Sequoia wrote the first check into NVIDIA, and now we think of still that company really owning really the oxygen in the room and
they've
indeed the
become an
valuation.
investor, right? They're writing checks of their own as a strategic investor.
And I'm interested, therefore, exactly to Ed's point, how competitive is it out there to get those first checks in? Who are you seeing come in? Is it the corporates that are wanting to write checks? Is it VCs wanting to write checks?
It's an incredible ecosystem right now with everyone pouring money into the AI ecosystem. I think it's very much reflective of the opportunity that we see in AI, the large market opportunity that is to come. I actually think that we're still in the very early innings of all of this. Well, you know, it's the classic saying of we overestimate in the short run, but we really underestimate in the long run. NVIDIA's done a wonderful job of being such a critical hold in the ecosystem, with hardware driving compute, but also now with so many software tools and the entire developer ecosystem they've built around them. So I think that we're just in the early innings and there's a lot more to come.
We were just speaking with Clem from Hugging Face and indeed May Habib, who highlight the fact that it's really expensive to do this, and NVIDIA chips are a pretty penny. How are you seeing the companies that you back are able to sustain the investment they need to make? How do you make sure the checks you write are going in the right direction and not just sort of going into the pool of training money?
Yeah. Well, I think that the classic conventional wisdom is that incumbents with scale, data, capital, and distribution have a natural advantage. And that's absolutely correct. It also costs a lot to build these models because of compute and for AI talent. But I also think that there are so many nimble ways for a startup to compete. Specifically, I think the next leap is really around, one, high-quality data. Okay. Specifically, high-quality labels of data and targeted domain-specific data. Second, it's really about what you do with that data. Reinforcement learning with human feedback, I think, will really shine in this next era. It's an idea derived from reinforcement learning, but here an agent actually also learns on the fly with human feedback. And that's what's so brilliant about ChatGPT, for example. And finally, I think that you really differentiate not just on model performance, which is where all the capital goes into, but it's also around product distribution and the entire product experience that you offer to the end customer.
You use the word incumbent. I think we should probably talk about who those incumbents are, because the point that May Habibov writer made, and to a certain extent Clem from Hugging Face, is that big tech, and I think we're talking about Alphabet, Microsoft, in the first instance, are sucking the oxygen out of the room. From a capital perspective, a talent perspective, you invest at the pre-seed and seed stage. Do you find that to be true?
Well, I think that incumbents absolutely have an advantage, as we just outlined, but I also think that new startups have a shot. Scale.ai actually
there's some tweets too.
Released a survey last week
I feel
where
like I
they
do like two
interviewed
more stretches, but Axios Political senior reporter is tweeting: a senior Israeli official said round of hostage negotiations in Cairo ended, and Israel delegation is going back to Israel. So I don't think they're making a deal.
Into play with models that are just as competitive in performance. I'm really excited about the open source model ecosystem, enabling many more new players to come into play. Llama 3, for instance, is so powerful. The new 8 billion parameter model is a longer trained, small model that I think will become a really powerful building block for new developers to build new applications on top of and to build new models around it. It's going to drastically reduce the cost of what it takes to build new experiences.
We are increasingly talking about Meta and its competence.
Actually, no, this might be the Bloomberg one. Milken ended yesterday.
You speak highly of them. Where do you see them? I think Zuckerberg said on the call last week, we want to be the world's leading AI company. Where are they in that journey?
I think that they have an incredible advantage, not just because of the capital that they're willing to pour into play, but also because of the entire treasure trove of data that they hold. All this proprietary UGC content that they can really use to train their models. One of the things I'm really excited to see them enter the scene with this year is a new generative video foundation model, similar to what we saw with Sora and OpenAI. To me, the most powerful thing that unlocked was that the methodology we take for building large language models and digital intelligence works for video as well. You take a diffusion transformer model and you just scale it with enough video data and compute. And Meta has a wonderful advantage given the entire treasure trove of content they have to compete in the ecosystem. And then what they're doing with Llama 3, I think, is game-changing entirely. It opens the playing field for everyone.
I came down a little bit.
New startups, lowering the cost for a thriving ecosystem with many winners.
Come back when you've got more checks that you can announce in that thriving ecosystem. Such a joy to be here with you.
Thank you so much for having me, Caroline.
Thanks for stopping by. Sequoia partner, Stephanie, Jan. Great to have some time. Coming up.
Meanwhile, all right. Hopefully you did your push-ups. Udit. You got foreign earnings coming out. Oh, Mark Dez, baby. What's up, man? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, my friend. Friday Junior. Hopefully you guys are feeling good, man. I'm excited, though. It's a very wild week already in this earnings season. It was like a walking Grim Reaper everywhere, but not real. It was a weird, man. Death Valley. But they didn't really die. Either way, next week it gets crazy. So we are wrapping it all up. Sadly, no more data. I think we got one Fed speaker left on today. We might get one more, and then that'll be it. Oh, shit. There's a Tennessee tornado? Yo, Alex, I hope you're good, bro. Homeboy just sent me a tornado from his house. Dude, that's terrifying, man. I hope you're okay. They hit us in Spring Hill? No way. No, I think from last night. But, dude, like, that's crazy. Like a chat here, I'll show you this. That's his house. That's like that's like across the street. That's nuts. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Yeah, be very careful. That's nuts, bro. I saw one video, bro, and it looked terrifying. I don't know if it was the Tennessee one. It was the one from like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, bro. I don't know. Like, they're coming out with a new version of Twister, and then all of a sudden, there's Twisters and storm chasers everywhere. It's the wildest thing ever. Over the XLU. We just talked about it, I think, a little bit in brief, but could I explain why? Yeah. I answered your question. So I think you were the one who asked me earlier to explain. Was it you? I don't know, unless it was someone else, but I remember reading that exact question, and I answered it. I gave a full-ass answer to that. They said it's either both defensive, it could be indicating defensiveness, but at the same time, the utilities should be down because of rates, but they have that defensive nature, and as of late, this has been its first multiple-day rally in about 2 years. You don't have to buy tornado insurance unless your policy excludes coverage for wind-related damage. Rare unless near the coast. Tornadoes are covered. Kind of I don't know. It's weird, bro. All I knew is like they're making a new Twister movie, and I feel like I've seen more of the most gigantic tornadoes in my life. Oh, utilities got to power AI. That makes sense. Biden remains determined to make sure U.S. steel remains in American hands. Yeah, remember they were popping earlier, but X is taking 2 candles on that. So Biden's comments are hitting it. Morgan Stanley's still going, and DraftKings. But again, banks have been pretty good, even after yesterday's little mini run out of nowhere. Gratitude is key, baby. Relationships, manifestation requires it. Grateful for the chat at TTF. Every day I'm blessed to be here, man. You too, man. Thank you, bro. You've been very encouraging in many ways, bro. I appreciate it. Those vibes, the vibes are felt, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful, so I appreciate you. Amen. Do you think they should build concrete homes instead of sticks? Oh, dude, I live in California. So do you know how we build our houses? We go to like a restaurant supply store, and then we buy toothpicks, and we take the toothpicks and we put them on a concrete foundation, but we build them with toothpicks. Yeah, and then we put paper machete over it. Yeah, I don't know if you It's funny because like I didn't know that until my my Canadian friend came to Cali. My friend in Canada, he builds houses, and then the first time he came to Cali, he's like, "Bro, what are you guys doing?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "This is how you guys build your houses?" I was like, "Yeah, bro, it's all I know, man. This is all I know." And he was like, "That's insane." Because apparently they like, you guys build houses way better. But yeah, Cal, we just do. It's literally just wood sticks and stucco and insulation. You would be surprised. Stucco is technically concrete? I didn't know that. Stucco. I have seen people try to stucco their house with plasti dip. Bad idea. Don't do it. Don't do it. I have seen a homeowner, they wanted to sell their house, and like I told them, I was like, paint it. Trust me. I was like, just paint it from the outside. Like, go pay someone to paint it. And I was like, you would be surprised the impact like a nicely, freshly painted house would have. And homeboy was like, word. And then he gets one of those, like, it's like a power washer. You know, like, I don't know if you've seen the it's like a homeboy just spray paints his house with plasti dip. It looked awful. I was like, wow. It looked better than before, but then when you got up close to it, you're like, nah, dude, that's insane. But yeah, I've seen a lot. They're winterizing the carport, costing me so much. What do you have to do? Because I mean, it can run a lot. I mean, some people you're not getting a heated driveway, are you? But even then, like insulation stuff, or don't they have like coating? Heated driveway is expensive. But it's good for it's good if you have a lot of snow. Tesla down again. X had that reaction from Biden comments. Baba came back up. I'm surprised these guys aren't running a lot more. That China news was big. So that's it. They've ended property restrictions in 2 of their provinces, or the last 2 that had them. And then not to mention the data. So we've watched China names rally like 4% on rumors. But we'll take it. Oh, the city's making you for the Airbnb license? Damn. But is Airbnb like, is it active where you are? Because I will tell you that license is going to be, it might be worth it. It might be well worth it. Speaking from experience in the place for my Airbnb, my one of my like cabins, that license security it's worth a lot of money. No, the China news is good. They're finally executing on stimulus. So they're removing property restrictions to start spurring up the market. So this whole time, you know, they've been crashing. They've been making half-ass attempts to you know, like get things up. But like meanwhile, they'd be doing stimulus here, doing this, but then they were still restricting property and other businesses. So by removing it, it's highlighting that they're moving towards a real stimulus. Oh, you think it's panic? Well, maybe, but I think they're already dead, if that makes any sense. So I do think the panic moment was like a couple of months ago or like a year ago. I think right now they're in the middle of not doing enough. That's like the weird part. So it's a good take though. I mean, we're going to find out very, very soon. Israel official says delegation in Cairo presented to mediators its reservations about the Hamas proposal. They should open up their land to be bought by foreigners. I don't even think anybody would buy it. Like, that's the thing. If you could allow me to buy property in China, but if it still operates under the general capital rules of China, like, you're not really going to feel that confident. AKA, like, Xi Jinping can still mess you up. BBG Tech Summit. Yeah, I think that's what we were just listening to. Is there going to be any special, like, presentations? Don't they have a closed capital account? How would you buy property in China? Yeah, they do. I mean, even then, even beyond the capital account, I don't even think they allow foreigners to purchase. I think if you live in like Hong Kong or somewhere, they might, but you're not even just allowed to. China isn't dumb like Western terms, letting foreigners accumulate power in your nation. Well, that's the thing. That's the debatable aspect. If you don't let anybody in, it may not be as valuable. That's the irony, is that Chinese real estate is literally the most valuable asset class in the world, and they've had the biggest haircut on it ever in the world. You know, they're like, right in a weird way, China's property has lost more than '08 for our real. It's mind-boggling. They're doing really bad. So that although, you know, that autonomy and controlling things may have other benefits, I mean, it led them with some of the most ample amounts of real estate at the highest value, and now that is turned into an economic drag. Passing culture is more important than housing prices and real estate deals. I agree with you. I don't know. I just don't know how we just got there. I thought we were talking like capital accounts and restrictions. But yeah, that's my take. We're going to find out what happens in China with it. But that's why people are getting optimistic, because now they're like, okay, maybe we get a real effort by the government to do it. And then they're able to stabilize it a little bit more. You cannot get in those abandoned cities. I mean, if you get somehow get a visa and work there, I mean, probably rent and live in one, but I don't know if you could like buy them. And even then, though, it's like, what do you want to buy a skyscraper where only 10 people live in the city? What are you going to do with it? You going to open up a store? It's crazy, though, if you ever seen them. We watched those videos back in the day. China has, well, like pretty much the last year or so, they've been dropping these stimulus headlines, and then they say one thing, and then we find out they don't really like do anything. That's why it's like they're finally eliminating all the restrictions, but they have said stuff like that in the past, but now it's finally happening and now about to be totally eliminated. I'm going to buy it just to say you bought it. All right. I feel like I own a mall in China. Netflix launches Roblox digital theme park featuring Stranger Things, One Piece, and Cobra Kai. Hostage talk pause. I think I saw Israel Reporter and then Axios. They both said paused. So we'll find out. But so that's why I was like, maybe it's going to be one of those days where we get headline, and then oil will move on one of them. DraftKings still going up. Roblo kind of move. Costco had sale numbers. They actually went up. They were down a little bit earlier. Remember I was telling you they always come out with numbers ahead of their earnings. That's why their earnings doesn't really go too crazy. I like coin. I mean, I'm not like trying to buy it for the long term or anything. We already have those old shares that have came back, but you know, it's just, if anything, it's been benefiting off of the all of the crypto moves as of late. Their earnings wasn't that bad. That was another one. Remember, they did good, and then the stock traded a little lower. It's still the same price, but, you know, they have benefited off of the recent run-up in crypto. Then SPY right at VWAP. NASDAQ might even go red. And then Dow and Russell. Russell's outperforming the Dow now. I bought them at IPO. Your average is over 350. And then is that all I did? So you know that, but you don't know anything else about it? It's crazy, brother. But yeah, if you followed along, I made some other moves. I'm cleaning my glasses now. Please hold. I get really like intensely focused on these. On IW, Russell's doing good. Again, I was saying in the morning how, notice how the Dow, it was lagging and then it became the leader. And I said, depending on the rally we get, just watch if by the end of the day, Dow slips and then just see who takes the crown. It kind of looks like it might be the Russell. What kind of glasses do I have? Like lenses? Like just glasses, bifocals. I don't have the Troy lenses yet. Maybe one day, but for now I'll keep it old school. Yeah, Israel hostage deal talks are paused amid ongoing Rafah fighting. Politico. That's another one. Is the Dow on a 6-day winning streak? I mean, SPY had the 4. It was on a 3-week. No, wait. I don't know if this one counts. 1, 2, 3. It might be 5 or 6, but yeah, it kind of looks like it. Yeah, Dow's done surprisingly very good. Actually, let's see the Russell. This is back to the beginning of the year or end of the year. Is this? Oh, who's this? Isn't this RFK?
Adam Neumann of WeWork. It's really going to be a jam-packed show. We're launching a new vertical today, Bloomberg Space, where we're going to be covering, it's a new website. We're going to be covering all of the business activity happening in outer space. And there's so many different places to like network and interact while you're here. We're going to be doing an Elon Inc. Episode of our podcast. I think Brad's the victim for another victim.
Snap, Meta are scheduled to speak, really?
Today. So please make sure you mingle around and see all the stuff we have going on.
Before we get started, we do have a couple of announcements. First, we would like to acknowledge our presenting sponsor, Invesco QQQ, as well as our supporting sponsor, Okta.
And if you want to connect to Wi-Fi, I'm going to read this so I don't get it wrong. It's all the info is on your badges.
Yeah, this is the Bloomberg. They're live on the YouTube. I put a comment in the chat.
There it is. And
I made a
this is
very,
gonna be your
very
way to
direct
participate in
comment.
all the polls that we have going on today. You can also submit questions for the speakers. We're going to do our best to get to those. We might not get to them.
Isn't
all,
that?
And actually,
Isn't that
I wanna
RFK's vice president lady?
So if you toggle back and forth between Q&A and polling,
Oh, it's
you'll
Emily
find the
Chang,
poll.
executive
Here's
producer.
the poll question.
I swear that was, what's her name? Nicole Shanahan. If that was her name. I swear that was her. Okay, Courtney is going up. TPR, didn't we watch that thing make a move? It was in the morning, 3%. SQQQ. We'll run again next term. I think if he could get on a political party, I think he's too extreme for the Democrats in certain areas, and then just too liberal for the conservatives. But I do think if he could get a real party support, that'd be awesome. Unless we are the generation that embraces the third party. Neo, I don't really like Neo. I think BYD, that's like the only foreign EV company car that I'm like down with. But even then, I don't own any of it. But I think you're better off buying some other names in that space. And then not to mention, I mean, right now EV's just going through EV's kind of going through puberty. I don't know. Like, I remember 3 years ago, bro, it was a crazy amount of hype. I don't know, like, can you guys stomach it? Like, do you understand how much hype there was behind EV? Even today, I saw, bro, like, I've been seeing all these cool cars, and I'm seeing these new cars, bro, and it's sad because they're like, EV, all electric. I'm like, dude, it's just like everybody went so hard on that wave, and then the way it's kind of playing out right now, it's like I'm saying, it's in a weird growing pain. I think some are going to be awesome. Some EVs are going to be great, and some are just, it's going to be a waste of time. So we don't really know yet, but it is, it's a wild concept. So I only like Tesla, and I'm still not buying them. I would buy a Tesla car before I bought the stock until the stock goes to like really low. But I do think Tesla is the only one that has a real safe space for now, and then BYD is a good one. But I've never driven a BYD. I've never bought one. It's Chinese, so it has a couple of differences. Yeah, bro, it was weird. I'm telling you, it was really weird. That EV hype was insane. Like, it was heavy. And then now how it is today. And like I'm saying, you still see the repercussions. Bro, you know what? This blew my mind. This blew my mind. Are you ready? I drove by a car dealership like a week ago. It was a Chevy. Bro, I saw 5 Hummer EVs just sitting there. Just like in the front, like being showcased. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. I remember that car, bro, and they were charging 150. I think even Jim Cramer was getting hyped on the Hummer EV. It probably is still sitting there. Yeah, low key. So, but then again, like I'm saying, you like, even when you go see, like, there's companies a year or two ago, they invested so heavily that, like, fast forward till today, they're launching kind of a product that's just not as popular. Like, some of these car companies that are like, we're doing EV this, I swear, if they made those cars like a gas version, hybrid, 4-cylinder, they would have made a lot of money off of them, and now they're creating these cars that are just not attracting people the same way. Tesla trucks, bro. How many of you live in Cali? I don't know if this is like a Cali thing, bro. I see cyber trucks everywhere. Bro, I've seen at least 15 cyber trucks already. I thought it was supposed to be rare. Like low key, I really thought it was. I've seen them everywhere. Everywhere. San Diego to LA, just driving. I'll see them in San Bernardino. I'll see them in Moreno Valley, bro. Long Beach. They're everywhere. It doesn't matter where. They're literally everywhere. It's kind of a trip because I was like, didn't they stop? Didn't they do a sales stop? You haven't seen one in Virginia? Yeah, Cali is a whole nother story, bro. The 4Runner 5th gen, 6th gen. I like them. I mean, some people don't like the new Toyotas, but I'm like, dude, they're dope. Last 3 times I charged mine, they were there. Dude, it's everywhere. Oh, we'll see. Puberty. EV puberty. Aren't 50% of Tesla sales out of Cal? I mean, I think California, they're everywhere, man. My coworker's friend bought 4 Cybertrucks. You could sell them for more money. So that's a crazy. I don't know like what the laws are behind, or not the laws like Tesla. Even then, you could say screw you, Elon. But right now, I think if you get like the base model one, or the cheapest one you could buy right now is like $100,000. You could get it, like you could sell it for like 160 aftermarket. So my car guy was telling me that. He was just saying if you get your hands on it, you could get one. They could fine you about it. I think it's BS. I think worst case they could do is just stop you from buying another Cybertruck. Like, or you could probably do it in like a weird, like I think my car guy has a way, actually. I don't know if I should tell you guys. There is a way you could do it. It's not necessarily a sale, but paper. It's how you do it on paper. You could dish it off if you wanted to. At the right price. GM tracks the VIN and will warranty block it. $150K? No, like 60. So you make like 60,000 profit. You get like 60. You buy it for 100. You can sell it for 160. You could probably even keep it and drive it for like. You could probably drive it for a couple months. Send an update over the air to brick the truck. That's the craziest thing. I mean, I like this Cybertruck. I don't know. I like how ugly it is. You have no idea. Me and the Cybertruck, we have a connection that you guys won't understand. You know, he's ugly with a lot of personality. You know what I'm saying? It's misunderstood. I mean, I connect with the Cybertruck. There's just something about it. We were meant to be. Well, I told you, it's ugly. It's hideous. It's the worst, ugliest car I've ever seen. But it's so beautiful how ugly it is. Oh, it's hideous. There's no way to say that it's a nice looking. The inside is actually really cool. But it's just like any Tesla. But yeah, it's a hideous car. You've come around. I've said this from day one. I've said it's an ugly, nice car. It's a Gucci model. It's one of those, like, that's why I'm saying I connect with it. Like, I'm so ugly, girls think I'm hot. Or I'm just rich, but it has that effect. It's the same thing. It's an expensive car, super ugly, but you're like, oh, it has personality. You're like, if you really look, it's kind of cool. It look kind of attractive. You know what I'm saying? I've said this from day one about this car. I said every Tesla person is a flat out liar if they're going to look at that car and say it's a good-looking car. You're come on. You are really brainwashed at that point. If you're looking and like, wow, that's a elegantly designed car that was, wow. Like, no. The Cybertruck is literally the car every single one of us drew as a 5-year-old. If you sat down in kindergarten and they said, draw a truck, and you had your crayon, that's exactly what you drew. You drew I could go find it. If I go back to my papers as a child, I drew that car when I was little. Every single one of us designed that. It's not a good-looking car. It is a childlike design. It's like you draw it's a triangle that's not even a triangle. It's a triangle with 4 sides. How does that make sense? But you've done this before. So I don't know. There's nothing to hide. It's a hideous car, but it's cool. And that's the point. That's kind of what adds the appeal. Literally, if any of you have a child, please, and they've never seen the Cybertruck, just say, can you draw me a truck? Or tell them to draw you a car. Half of you are going to wind up with the next design for Cybertruck 2. Watch. You're going to be like, wow, I see it. Wow, he just gave it a facelift. No shit, huh? You're going to be like, man, my kid has talent. You're like, wow, this guy is thinking like a billionaire. I love it. Mm-hmm. IoT, Samsara, yo, kind of a decent pop. A little bit. Remember, we hit that one on earnings. I don't know if they got earnings coming up. It's literally an obtuse triangle. No, for real, though. Yeah, IoT. Remember that one? I think it's still up. Yeah, we had a nice flip on that one on earnings. Low-key barely moved, though, there. Goggle on the high. The Citron Karen? That already sounds awful. We did come up 2% today. Remember, it was just at 8. China large caps, same as the beginning of the year. That's it. There's a huge risk and a huge reward on it. And we don't. It's just really how China executes. The plan's taking a little longer, but even then, the longer it takes, it's like you had to have made some progress. Things are looking good, but I can't say anything with confidence. Not because I'm not allowed to, but because I really believe in the upside value. But I also know you shouldn't put everything on it because there is still the element of it takes much longer and it goes much lower, or we just keep stalling out for a decent amount of time. But the opportunity's there, and if you've been following the story, it's slowly working its way to a recovery. But fact of the matter, they're still struggling. Real estate is collapsed, has room to go, and they're in literal deflation. There's no that, and that is kind of the crazy part. I think MP-Dub earnings is meh. Like, could have been bad. Like, could have been awful. People could have been freaking out about Steward, but it seems like the Steward bankruptcy, they're trying to do something. I really think MPW is, I think what they're trying to do is they sold off some of the Steward assets, and I think Steward is trying to voluntarily do a BK so that they could say, oh, look, our hospitals, we need to keep this running, and I think they want somebody to take it over. They're not trying to BK because it was a voluntary bankruptcy. I don't think they're trying to sell off the company, pay back creditors. I don't even think MPW wants the money. I think what they want is Homeboy they want Steward to pretty much sell to like a UNH and take over the system, and then boom, all that money owed to them gets paid back. But otherwise, it's just the same thing. I mean, the losses are already written off. They are a quarter behind. Don't forget that with how they report. It's like, I agree with you. Could have been bad with the BK news, but it's not like anything besides the $2 billion liquidity. There's not anything good. I think it can be a little higher, but then again, that bankruptcy stuff and how this plays out adds a little to that. Thanks for the insight, of course. And I don't know if you were here earlier, but the bigger thing, I do think coming into next Tuesday, just keep an eye out on liquidity for everything. I think some of these wild moves we're seeing in earnings, there's a liquidity implication behind it. I didn't go over UWMC, no. Bank of England, Hugh Pill, some signs UK economic activity is recovering. Yeah, they're holding up good. Let me see their report. They beat on net income, but then their adjusted EBITDA missed. Originations were on the high side. Then they had good guidance. Yeah, it seems like mortgage, and that's good, honestly. Because if you guys have seen it, I mean, like, mortgages are doing good, but, like, it's hard to perform. Anybody else holding or originating notes or selling them, I mean, it's very winner take all. So that's good that they're actually holding up and guiding up. Everybody in the WMC. Bank of England pill. I don't have confidence. Inflation subdued. So again, that they're meeting today, they're pretty much saying that they're going to raise rates, or that they're going to cut rates next meeting. And then Brazil came out with the surprise. I mean, Walgreens, I like it. I hold it, but I wouldn't buy more of it until something turns around in that sense, especially even after the divvy cut. So, I mean, that ideally the divvy cut is supposed to free up some stuff, and they're supposed to make some moves, but, you know, that is the downside. But cool holding with it, but I'm not trying to add more. If I do add more, it's off of the dividend reinvestment. Yo, Juniper, they're barely down. Again, they're related to, like, tech and stuff. Who was it yesterday? Who was it that got that breach? I don't know. Juniper, I feel like we had the Dell thing today. I don't think that was that big, but what's the other one? Zscaler, thank you. Yeah, that one ended up bouncing, stayed the same. So maybe, I don't know, is it that time of the year where we start getting all these cyber attacks? Has anybody talked about the implications of cybersecurity and AI? Because, like, aren't the AIs, like, hella powerful, and then what if we make it, but then what if someone hacks it? And then what if someone hacks a large language model and, like, corrupts it with the, like the info? Have we discussed that? I bet you that'll be an IPO soon. There's going to be an AI cybersecurity company. Your company's talking about it all the time. Landscape has grown immensely in the last 2 years. No way. What company? LLMs are too far behind to cracking them. No. I'm saying, what if hackers hack the LLMs and the AIs and these models and, you know, all these presentations, and they're like, we're making these computer networks to communicate in this. What if hackers, can they disrupt that, essentially? Look up ChatGPT or AI hallucinations. They're manipulating the hallucinations to make ChatGPT point to malicious information. What? You hate to bring this up, but Family Matters is an elite diss. I don't disagree with you. But dude, honestly though, sometimes though, like low key, like Drake fans are some little hoes though. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I posted something. I got reported on TikTok for posting something about Drake. And it said, this video contains, this guy just going off one guy in my comments. And then the video says, this video contains harmless actions. I'm like, no, it doesn't. I'm like, man, so that being said, nah, but I feel you. Family Matters, like low key, I think Kendrick was low key smart to drop a diss right after because it took away attention from it. But Family Matters went hard. Like the melody, how it was, and like some of the stuff he was saying, like it was a good song. It was a really, like, it vibed. Like I honestly, if it had a little bit more time to marinate, I think it would have hit harder. But then Kendrick just dropped 5 in a row right after. But I feel you. I don't disagree, man. Like I said, I think I like all of it, man. This has been a great thing for hip hop, and I've been enjoying every second of it, every second of it. Essentially, AI is trained on old info that may not exist. People find that, then fill that info gap with a malicious website that ChatGPT told you to go to. What's I've never heard of an AI hallucination. Oh, dude. It sounds crazy. That sounds very interesting. AI hallucinations are incorrect or misleading results that AIs generate. These errors can be caused by a variety of factors, including insufficient training data, incorrect assumptions made by the model, or biases in the data model used to train the model. And the data used to train the model. Interesting. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, can't that be, like, down the road? I wonder. But I didn't know people were already doing it. Very interesting. Dividend reinvestment makes average cost much higher. No, it doesn't. So, if you own 100% of a stock and your dividend is 3% a year, you know, that one purchase, which is like 1%, it should not raise your average that much. So, theoretically, it does affect your average depending on if you buy it higher or lower. It could also lower, but it's usually very minimal. The benefit of drip is just doing it automatically, not thinking about it, and allowing your dividends to grow by reinvesting in the company. And if the company takes off, you're able to also make sure you are increasing your position along the way. Oscar Health. They're good, actually. No, I think they've been around a little longer. I don't know if it was like an IPO or a spinoff, but I think they have a decent history. But I have heard of them, and they are good. But they are, yeah, I think it was a spinoff, dude. You could think of these AI issues as the AI version of human error. It'll make an erroneous claim based on its own limited understanding. The grail is getting the equilibrium with human. Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm saying, like, again, maliciousness, though, because, like, I guess it's the same thing as fake news, right? I'm like, no one could hack a human, but wait, they can. They get you to believe. Yeah, believe. I know, fake news media. Look at that, TikTok. It's brainwashing them. It's like a AI hallucinogen. It's a shame. UVXY on the high. And DJT is on the high. Trump voice getting better. I know, man. Thank you. I only know because like people have been. That's it. Every time the voice improves, somebody gets offended. That's it. We were friends when I wasn't able to make fun of Trump like that. Now that I can, some people got that. They took that offensively. Same thing with the Biden, bro. Like some new people, it was the first time hearing Biden, and they were like, "What the? It's my president." Like, oh. Amgen. I think woke up again. I don't know. I think the play's still down now. I did. The Shane Gillis helped me out a lot. That's how I got like El Baghdadi. He died like a dog. Once I get into that, I could keep going. It was inspiring. Can you believe it? These guys. He's a good guy. Yeah, so it did. It did help. It helped out a lot. You accidentally talked to your girlfriend in the Biden voice? Oh, yeah. Bro, my girlfriend loves this shit. You have no idea. Like, she doesn't know the politics as much because she's not from here. But it's like she loves all the voices. You have no idea. And I'm able, like, she gets the voices that I can't. There's voices I have that you guys have never heard. That's it, because we live in a society that will crucify you. So, yeah, I got a repertoire. There's actually, you'll see it in person one day. One day, if I ever have a comedy show, I got you, baby. I got you. Mm-hmm. Chill, Gene. Chill. You guys like to get a little out of hand. I know, Gene, you already have. I did not give you your warning. Your account's 4 days old. You really don't know how to, like, just be calm. Anytime the opportunity to be aggressive, you take it. Every time. Every time. There's not one moment you were like, maybe I'll chill. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Take 24 hours. Be at peace. You'll be good. Amen. POTUS tweet, I'm concerned by reports that Boeing locked out AFF 66 members. Encourage folks to return the table to secure a deal. There is I forgot to do it. There is like a translator thing where I could talk and it translates me into Arabic. I wanted to send it to my mom and see if she believed that I learned. But I don't think she would believe me. The morning plays go? I didn't make any plays. I was going to go with a Roblo, but I'm glad I had my plan. I think everything would have just burned. So I want Roblo to hit pre-market low, and then I'll play it. But all the plays are still down. And then Airbnb, we're going to give it a couple days. Like I'm saying, if I am concerned with the liquidity, all it's kind of making me think is that you just got to kind of move a little slower. That's all. So I do think instead of like quick pullbacks and run-ups, it just may take 3 days instead of 1 day. And that's kind of what I'm looking at here for the next, leading into tomorrow as well. But no plays. I have a couple things I'm looking at. Got other plays we've still been in, but that's about it. And then watching oil and gold, those are still on the list. But Oil has been a trip with all the headlines, and then gold really had it. Gold's still up, 23.39 right now. Any AI LT recommendations? A lot of them are up. Intel is the only one, and that's a catch-22 because then they're starting to fail. But like, Intel is the only like AI semiconductor exposure that's not going for hundreds of percent higher. Otherwise, we have Meta. Meta kind of gives it to us, but like, you're not going to buy Meta at $500. Like, why would you? So Intel, if you're into that, and then Intel could even go lower. IBM has a fat premium. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, any of these plays that have any exposure to it, they're up a lot. Airbnb. I said Airbnb. I think it could drop to 130. If I'm wrong, it's going to bounce before that, but low key, like I'm saying, even give it time. I'm going to make a flip on Airbnb, but I'm going to wait a couple of days to let this earnings flush out. But it was a good earnings. But the range you're looking at is like 147 to like 132. And then anything below there, then it'll get really cheap. But I don't think it'll go below 130. We added Intel yesterday. It's not bad. I mean, like I said, I'm considering it. It's crazy, you know, we had this deposit, and there's just been so many plays lately. Starbucks, now Intel. What else is there? There's a few. Nike. Well, yeah, like, look, IBM, that's a fat premium, even from the beginning of last year. So, like, since the AI hype started, if it got involved, that play is going to be up. Intel is literally the only one that is, like, just bare. Even then, Intel does kind of have a premium from the beginning of last year, but it was around here that it started to, like, take off. You don't like Intel after the government contract cancellation. Didn't they, like, cancel one and then get another? But I mean, Intel, they dropped the ball. So they keep dropping it, man. It's, like, been a fumble for, like, 5 years. Like, low-key. I mean, they did get really active during the first other chip rally with the supply chain stuff, but it is wild how they have, like, fell off like that. But, I mean, if they turn it around, it's an OG company. It's huge. Then, you know, things will change. Oh, shit. Let's do push-ups. We're 12 minutes late. I need a stretch, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this main channel. First link, Scream Alerts boot camp in real estate costs. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, but I love you. You've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. That's it, man. There it is. All right. Legs in front, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom. Just like that, baby. Hang on. Breathe in really deep. Relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. There it is, man. Relax the jaw. That's all, man. Move around. My chest is kind of tight. I did back biceps. I don't know why my chest feels tight. It's kind of weird. Stabilizers. ONST. Biden concerned by reports of Boeing locking out union members. Bro, I can't believe it. The time, man. The time. It's already 9:44 today. Low-key flew by. And it's Friday, Junior. Save, pump in. Is that technology conference still going on? Oh, Adam Neumann? Oh, fuck yeah. If you haven't seen the Apple show, you should watch it. It's really good. That's crazy. Bro, they give this guy more play than I do. Bloomberg loves him, and then they ban me. They love Adam Neumann. They love him.
An SPV below Flow. Flow is going to deliver the technology. That same flexible architecture doesn't work just for living. It works for office. It actually works for anything in real estate. And
all right, I'll be right back.
And we had a group of extremely talented investors that were coming behind it. This was not Flow spending its equity on that. This was actually raised externally. And the hybrid of those two would be able to give a future WeWork a plan that's actually sustainable. The current plan, unfeasible.
Okay. Is there one even fraction of a kind of personal element for you, of a return, of a redemption?
We didn't speak about this question in advance.
It's
you can't say that something that you've spent so much time on, and I didn't just spend 10 years on WeWork. There was a team of over 10,000 people who gave their heart, body, and soul to build this. Of course, there's a lot of emotion. But part of what I learned, and I've learned a lot of things, but part of my biggest lesson, we as human beings tend, many of us, to take the past, we're the glasses of the past. We have a narrative, and we tell ourselves that narrative. And when we look at the present, we're looking at it with the narrative of the past. The problem with that is you're not actually in the present. The thing about the present that's so exciting, it never happened before. And if you don't come into it with a fresh set of eyes and are completely, you and I, we're right here, right now, nothing else matters. Unless we're doing it this way, you don't actually get to experience life. So is there emotion? Of course. Would I make this decision at all because of some comeback story? The reason I really didn't want to look at WeWork was because of that. And the only reason we started getting interested, the more we heard their story, the more we heard their numbers, we're like, they've never done this. They are wrong. And it is a big, still, after everything, a big global brand. But so there is emotion, but I don't make decisions that way. And if I can share something with the audience, try to live the present like you're seeing it for the first time, because you are. And then you'll really be living life to its fullest.
I do enjoy how you bring these kind of quasi-spiritual mission statements into things. I don't know, I guess maybe...
I wouldn't call it a mission statement. I would just call it an observation. And again, I think all of us as human beings, we tend to do what's easiest. It's much easier to bring with you the past into the present. It's much scarier. It takes a lot more courage to just be here now.
One of the reasons why no one has ever built a national residential real estate brand is it's difficult, requires a ton of money, regulatory differences in every market, the details of maintaining, owning properties is not trivial. Why can you succeed in a spot where probably a lot of others have looked at it and decided, no, thank you? It's also a very incredibly volatile market.
So the other thing about this market, it's a market where, in the right locations, it's a market where supply is much smaller than demand. So because demand has always been greater than supply, the most successful landlords didn't need to build a brand. The buildings were full anyway. But going back to what I said before, the fact that 70% of this young population is spending a third of their income on it, they deserve a better solution. When they get a better solution, they're going to get a feeling. When they have that feeling, that's the beginning of a brand. Before we did this, without looking too much at the prism of the past, we did build an office brand in the second largest asset class, and it wasn't national, it was global. It faced a lot of the same challenges. I'll tell you an observation that we have. It is easier to bring community, bring people together in a residential building than it ever was in an office. Because in a residential building, it's nighttime, you went upstairs, you could stream your content, you could be on social.
Do you guys know what he's trying to sell you?
And see how the people are in the past 3 months.
You guys like him, but his idea is to buy up all of the apartments with investor money so that you can never own a house. And he's going to
really
sell you
creating an
WeWork
environment
as
where
a
they
house
can
living idea.
choose what they do and what they
No,
don't
not
do.
at the
And
office.
people
No,
seem to
residential,
choose
all
again and again
residential.
to want this
Yeah,
face-to-face
he just wants. Yeah, so he
connection,
got all these
not just
investors to invest in him again, and then it's like we live, forever. Yeah, he wants you forever rent. That's what he thinks. He's like, the young people, they spend all this money. We want to buy the houses, but we know you like community and you like to change shit too. So you could just rent wherever you want, and we'll just keep renting to you. And that's what you got to do, because you don't want to own the house because it's too hard. Selling startup incubator rent. It's pretty. I mean, it's just like WeWork rent idea, pretty much. Yeah, it's fully. He's pretty much saying society. He's doubling down on the whole "you'll own nothing" concept, and he's like, yeah, that's it.
On accounting, you're just not going to be able to do things based on building community. In our architecture, you could. I'll give you another thought that maybe is not common. We have 160 employees. 51 of them are in tech, mainly engineers, and a small group of product leaders and designers. So you cannot solve a big problem in today's world without it. But I don't need to label it this or that.
Society might
label
buy it.
A real estate
People
company.
already. I mean,
It's
it's
the
just kind of
largest asset
happening
class
in
the
a sad
world.
way.
There is no brand. But our tech is what's going to help us deliver this problem.
Are you a different kind of CEO now than you were at WeWork? I mean, you did mention the different relationship with your board. How else have you evolved?
So I hope in many ways, growth is a complicated thing. What I've learned is you can really think about how much you're growing when you find yourself in the same situation. I think we all would like to be better, but then we get to that very stressful situation, we bounce right back to that old challenging self of ours. I believe I did, and there's many examples of things that change, but you already gave one. I have investors around the table that are not just comfortable pushing back, I think they like it. So it's we have a great relationship, and we're really building this together, which is one. But I think another one that a mutual friend of ours, or I'm not sure, he's actually not my friend, someone I know and someone that you know, gave me. He saw me speak in a conference, and he told me, Adam, can I give you a little bit of advice? And I said, of course. And he said, but I don't know you so well. Is it okay if I just jump to conclusions? And I said, please do. And he said, because he's I think, best CEO on the planet.
This is
Mr. Bezos?
Okay, Jeff Bezos.
Okay. Jeff Bezos, okay. Jeff Bezos. And I didn't know him, and I was so happy that he wanted to give me any type of advice. So I said, please. And he said, he gave an example of another entrepreneur that he really respects, another great entrepreneur. He said, you know, there's two different versions to people. There's the version you are when you talk to the world, which is where you do what you do and what we're doing right now, and when, yes, there is a lot of clarity about where we're going. But he said, when someone with your personality is sitting in a meeting with your tech team, with your design team, with your ops team, and you're talking about a problem, if you're going to be the first one to say what you think, there is nothing you can do except affect everybody else and what their answer is going to be. Says, Adam, my advice to you, said, Adam, even if you don't take my advice, this is the biggest asset class in the world. It doesn't have tech. It doesn't have a brand. I think you're going to do really well.
So he told you to talk last in meetings.
He said, if you can help yourself and be the last person.
Can you help yourself?
So that would be a question for my team. I'm getting a thumbs up from the CTO. Okay. So I remind myself all the time, and when I don't, I take a moment, I take a deep breath, and I do it again. If I want to succeed in the way that I want to for all of us, but also to deliver on this mission, but also for all of our partners and all of our employees, I have to learn how to do that. I'm sure I'm doing it better. I'm sure there's a long way to go.
Okay, 2 more questions, and we'll try to go quick. One of the things that brought journalists like moths to the flame to the WeWork story podcast and the TV show, the books, was a kind of a narrative of excess, an excess of charisma, of camaraderie among employees, capital raise certainly. Do you think about that at all, or do you think differently about excess in the kind of company you're building?
So. Those are like 3 questions in 1 question in a short time. Let's do the exercise. Just say 1 word about it. Our capital was raised from the smartest investors on the planet. We didn't have any grade B investors. We had the best of the best. We had Goldman, we had JP Morgan, we had Fidelity, I can give the list. The list goes on and on and on and on. So they're very smart people, and they choose to invest. Then SoftBank came in and yes, gave a very large investment, and we saw it in other places. But all of that is one. But the other thing I'll say with everything that has occurred since, the amount of ex-WeWork employees that have applied to Flow, the amount of, and we are working, it's only 160 employees, so there's a small group that are in Flow. Most of the Flow employees are new, but the best of the best, most of them are with us. What I hear every single time, and Corona, remember that happened in 2019, then Corona happened, then everybody was alone at home. The amount of people who say that this is the best time they've ever had in their life, career-wise, you said friendship, partnership. We built, and I think it's important to remember, we changed the category. We built a global brand. We became, you used Jared Leto, television show. I can name all the different things that happened. We became part of pop culture. It's not obvious to build something of that magnitude and of that size. We said before, did we make mistakes? Of course. Could we have done things better? Always. But I am taking a lot of lessons from the past, but I don't for a second underestimate the level of achievement that was achieved, the team that did it, and you'll see it's very hard to replicate.
Okay, last question. Change topics. You are from Israel. You attended or lived in a kibbutz only miles from where the October 7th attacks happened. I just feel it would be remiss if I didn't ask you, I think specifically what you're taking now from the protests that we're seeing around the world, particularly in the U.S. at college campuses.
Sorry, taking a second because this, yes, very different topic, very important topic.
This is a trap, Adam.
It started.
That's why he said, let me do the breathing exercise.
You went to Colombia.
Hold on.
When it started, I was
Isn't it crazy how that question? No, think about it, though. I mean, that's the reality of it, bro. One CEO says it, stock goes down 10. One CEO, you say the other side, you're going to get protested. So, I don't know, man.
From all religions, from all countries, from all states, we have a relationship with people all over the world, and not just people that are
trying to build a
here,
global real estate brand. He's going to have to take neutral.
And I kept asking again
Remember,
and again.
Even the hymns guy backtracked.
The more I talked to them, the more they said, you know, Adam, what we really think? We think these protests, instead of helping achieve the voice that they're trying to have, they're actually hurting. The other thing they told me is, take an example with Colombia, it ended up being a few hundred people that out of them, maybe half weren't from there. And as we just spoke about, I've always been about bringing people together. I've always been about community. Of course, I agree and believe that we should have not just 2 opinions to every topic, but 5 opinions. But we should do it in a way that brings people together and brings people around the table for a discussion. We should not bring hate. We should not bring violence. And to touch on that a little more, when I think of those young students, young, I think is the right word, and all of us, some of you are young right now, and all of us were young at some point. And I still like to feel young, but time is moving. And when you're young, you're just developing your opinion. We live in a world where we can find any support for any opinion we have, center, right, or left, no matter what. There's support for it, and you can find the biggest story and another million people thinking the same way you are. For these young students, I hope over time they'll develop their own voice. They'll find their own time to collect information. They'll get informed. They'll understand that when you look at something from the outside, you never know what's actually happening in the inside. And I really hope and wish that that will happen, and they have time. The professors, on the other hand, I think of that, I'm extremely concerned.
He said you protesting, but the professors.
Adam Neumann, thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
That wasn't a bad answer. Hey, yo, Bloomberg banned me for a year. Then they
Please
put a
welcome to
scammer
the
on.
stage.
I thought I was going to be the opening act.
Director of Human-Centered AI Institute at Stanford University, for a conversation with Bloomberg's
So
Emily.
they bring on Adam Neumann, and then they bring on Stanford, where the other one came from. In 10 years, you are going to have, I feel like 10 years, you're going to see Sam Bankman at that. I don't know. Hot take, but I don't know, man. That was action Bronson type. That was a good beat, though. I liked it. That was honestly a good answer, though, that he had at the end. I was surprised. I was actually, like, really, really surprised. I thought he was going to kind of mess it up, but nah, he did good. That's it. Because, you know, he said, the people who are going to rent from me, No shade on both sides, but he said the professors. He said the teachers. Shame on you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's weird because, like, Adam Neumann has a history. Obviously, he had, like, some sketchy shit, too. But then I do like a redemption story. But then again, I don't trust the guy. And then he's just trying to make sure none of y'all own a home. But, you know, we'll see, though. And then again, Wall Street and media still back the dude. So I think SoftBank still has to back him because they want that money back or something, man. Because, again, what's his name? Mayoshi's son don't make mistakes like that with people usually. But some would argue that, like Neumann was Mayoshi's son's, like, biggest mistake. Yeah, bond 30-year, 4.642. Now, remember, these are usually bad. And bonds are at, like, what, right at break even? So 4.642. He's very charismatic. It's hard not to like him, even if you don't like him. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I could tell you, like, I liked his answer at the end. I don't know about it. Like, it was a good, especially where I've seen people get fucking taking their knees out on that question in the corporate world. That was a great answer, surprisingly, and especially considering his answer. So is the devil. Yes. Great point. So 4.642. Higher is bad, lower is good. Even if it's a little higher, I wouldn't freak out too much because 30-year bond auctions are typically bad. So that's coming in right now. Give it another minute or so. It should pop up here. 4.642. You'll see the number, and then that's it. Kratata. 4.642. Amazon's still ripping a lot. And then I think, is it out yet? Bond's already dropping. It usually comes out. Hold on. Wait for it. And 4.635? No way. Yeah, it's strong bond auction. Mother effers bought it. They didn't buy the 15 or the 20 years yesterday. That was more bond. That could be covering. Remember, there was a big cover on yesterday. Bid to cover 241. I think that's in line, low key. That's crazy. So, yeah, I mean, watch for short-lived effect on equities, but then just see what the bonds do. So 4.63. That's crazy. 4.635 instead of 4.642. That's good. So like I was telling you, 30-year bond auctions are usually bad. And then this last week, it's been an increased amount of supply. Yesterday's bond auction was a little bit bad. The 3-year was solid. And then now this one came in pretty solid. I mean, honestly, it's good. I don't know. It's probably going to take you just right below 4 or 5. I wouldn't expect anything else too crazy. And then this might give you a little bit of cushion on the bonds until next week. That's good. That could have been bad. I don't know what the equities will do. They might take a cue from it, but remember, they already kind of got a bid. So they've already been doing good here from the morning, but they are responding a little bit. But that is your only other news for the day, and that could have been a problem, and it wasn't. I don't even think it would have been like a major problem at that, but you get the idea. GM ending production of the Chevy Malibu? What? That's like the best rental car ever. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. What effects do stock buybacks have on the stock price? Ooh, that'd be a good one to answer for the live watch list. But essentially, it lowers the amount of shares traded, which is good. It pretty much increases, imagine if the company buys back shares and then retires them. That means now your one share owns a bigger piece of the company. That's why investors like buybacks. But then another factor in like how it weighs on the actual company, this is what a lot of people don't realize. A lot of the buybacks are literally paying for the employees to sell out of their stock. So have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen like so-and-so CEO sells out like $100 million worth of stock? 90% of the time, they're not, that money didn't hit the stock market like you think. 90% of the time, that was purchased with buyback money. So the company said, oh, we're going to buy back $1 billion. They'll buy back all of this, the employees who were going to sell. So then whatever's remaining after that, then they could buy back stocks that are availably traded on the market. So it just depends on how much, that's why depending on their compensation plans, that in buybacks, buybacks, depending on how much stock-based compensation, that could determine your effect more or less. Mostly executives, yes, but there's, that's why on the filings, stock-based comp, you could go and see it, imagine all the employees too and everything else if there is a period. But then that way, it's like kind of the company controls that independently, and then anything left over, once they cover that, they could buy back available shares. Yeah, it's huge. That's a big part. That's why sometimes buybacks are cool and they benefit you, but then if the company has a very, egregious stock-based compensation plan, it doesn't have the same effect. They're just, they're not just funneling extra profits and making sure the executives get a cash payout. But then that's why, too, though, if it is to the point where these executives aren't milking it and then they're buying back and then giving dividends, then you're like, wow, then that is just a great return of capital to investors. NVIDIA has a 2-year look-back program. Interns hired today with stock options get the price at June 22, sub 150. No way. That's crazy. Yeah, JRVR, didn't they say the merger? They said I think they want to back out. But that's kind of the problem. So there's been reports, and low-key, some people are saying that NVIDIA's success is hurting them because all of these people at the company, all these employees just made a bag. And they're saying it's making the employees lazy. Believe it or not. I read a report on that. That was a couple weeks ago. But they're saying that all of these NVIDIA people are making so much money, high level to low level, that it's they're not innovating the same way, and they're just they're chilling, bro. They're chilling. Because think about it, bro. If you got paid $250,000 in stock-based compensation, you're a millionaire right now. You know what I'm saying? It went up 4 times, 5 times. If you had a $250,000 stock-based comp, you literally have $1 million, and your salary and benefits and everything. Yeah, the complacency does have the ability to set in. Margaritaville time after the buybacks. I'm sorry. Ryan Cohen takes 0 compensation. Yeah, he just buys the stock, publicly informs everyone he's going to dump it on them, and then they don't believe him, and then they fucking report Josh. But yeah, that's good, though. I can respect it. Full disclosure, baby. Welcome to America. Mm-hmm. Can we ban Robert? Dude just spams. I mean, Robert does get kind of annoying here and there, but low-key, he's kind of been on topic. He did make a new account, but low-key, the rules say if you ask to have somebody banned, you will get banned in effect. So, unfortunately, that backfired, sir. I'm not going to ban you, though, but a 24-hour timeout. I appreciate you, though, and hopefully, Robert, you could, you know what I'm saying? Just chill out a little bit, maybe you see, but as long as it's on topic. Are you banned? Nah, perma bear. Well, it does. Go read the rules if you go in the description. It does, you know. It is crazy now, bro. Every stock, man. I think real money liquidity is very low right now. I think it's tied up in a couple of names, but these moves the data was too small to cause some of these massive moves on a lot of stocks, up and down. So we'll see. By CPI, I might be doubling down on my liquidity theory, but we'll find. And then even by CPI, we're going to find out B of J theory as well, too. I made some rumble losses with DJT. You have to keep the house. So what do you mean? Like, you bet your house? I would say if you got your money back and keep your house, that'd be good. But DJT, I have no idea. Somebody asked. I think Donald J. Trump stock has went up the other day just because of the court cases. So I think as people were finding out that one case was getting delayed, and then there was like another appeal on one of the other ones, that's the only thing. So like low key, DJT is a SPAC, and you got to be careful. I don't like any SPACs. I don't care if it's a damn president, former president, even if Jesus had a SPAC, I'd be like, Lord, I followed your word and everything, but why you got a SPAC? My father, you know what I'm saying? I don't like SPACs. So I'd be careful. But then I do think all SPAC risk aside, I think that the DJT is going to move as like a proxy to Donald Trump odds of winning a presidency. Does that make sense? So as good news about the candidacy comes out, I think it'll go up. Bad news, I think it'll go down. Sadly, I think that play is more linked to the election and just like ideas rather than any fundamental value, performance, or anything, which could be both good and bad depending on how you want to look at it, because that means it could be both undervalued and overvalued, but it doesn't even matter because I think it is a proxy to the election. He has not sold his stock, no, and he has increased his stake. That's an arbitrage vehicle, more or less, with like a spare tire because it's a SPAC. So that's the only thing. It is a vehicle that you might like. You could just bet on the damn election if you really wanted to, but it is the SPACness is the only bad thing I don't like. If he wins the election, I think it'll go up and then eventually it'll die after the hype of it kind of settles down. But I think a Donald Trump election win would be huge for that thing. Are you kidding me? Imagine everybody who bought it in the last couple years when he wasn't the president. And you're telling me he becomes president and he has a $6 billion stake in this company? Oh, dude. I don't know. I think he might have to divest it or move it somewhere. But I do think people would go insane for it, man. It'd be crazy. So I do think an election would be probably the best thing that could happen to that stock. My God, what have we become? Don't blame Donald. You know what I'm saying, man? I've been in the stock market way too long, bro. You can't blame Don. You know, bro, they were fucking buying hydrogen trucks with their stimulus and like, fuck yeah. Again, I got banned for reading you. I got reported for telling you about a filing of Ryan Cohen, man. You know, don't just as I see where you're coming from, but I can't blame just Trump for that one. Oh, that's more of a Roman Empire societal thing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Hydrogen trucks. Yeah, bro. Yeah. It literally is called Nikolai. It ended with lie. And yeah. Mm-hmm. And 3D printers. We've been literally trading weed. We've been trading weed legalization news for a decade. I have, at least, since 2014. So there's been a lot of things in between, and then all of the random IPOs. You'd be surprised, man. Always comes back around to lead pipes. I don't know, man. I tell you though, I only drink my water bottles, but then I saw like a water report on Costco water, and it made me sad. Costco water is bottled from a municipal source. So Costco just take dirty ass city water and just clean it so many times to meet the legal limit, and then they just put in the minerals. Yeah, it's just retapped water. Just Most bottles. Some are better though. That's what I'm saying. Like if you go check your water source reports, I don't know if you have time for that shit, but some people do. But yeah. It's great, Costco. Okay, it's still a good deal. Glass bottled Italian spring water. Great water report. That's good. It's good water. You can't hate. Your biggest hit trading was Nikolai. That's good, man. There's just some like 15-year-old who's never gonna trade stocks again. Because when he top ticked it when you sold, and then he was like, "What do you mean?" And now he don't even know who to trust for the rest of he's 18 years old now, and he's hella confused. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. It was part of everything going on. Nikolai, I would honestly say. I have had black water, like charcoal water. I had a phase where like I was hella into charcoal everything. I got over it, but yeah, I have had that. I'm going to make you feel some type of way. It's okay. It's a joke, man. Don't feel too bad. Don't feel too bad. You know, indirectly, I've done it many times, I guess, too. We're all to blame. Oh, the toothpaste? I do too, but like, I don't know if it's just me. I'm a messy. I'm messy when I brush my teeth. I don't know why. I got an electric toothbrush, and I don't know. It just toothpaste gets everywhere. It like sprays against my mirror. Like I'm nasty, but it's just like yeah. So like when I have the charcoal one, it gets hella messy, bro, and it just gets everywhere. Brush in the shower. I used to do that when I was young. That was my like hack. I was like, you could just brush in the shower. I don't know why I stopped though. Yeah. And then bonds are still holding. Usually by these bond auctions, maybe I'm speaking a little too soon, but this might flip. But usually by now, this shit would come down. So I'll give it a little bit. But if that could actually hold up, I mean, that could be a good little tailwind leading into tomorrow. Did I do PHILO yet? No, I did not. Are you feeling lucky? Message Burry on the terminal. I'm banned from the Bloomberg terminal. So Adam Neumann, Sam Bankman, they are legit with Bloomberg. I am personally, they have refused me service, no matter how much money I would offer them. So yeah, unfortunately, I cannot get you that info. But Michael Burry already blocked me. It's cool. Might I add, he was the only one. Everybody else was chill. Bro. Okay, Predu, you'll get unbanned. It was only 24 hours. Bro, homeboy just literally... Yo, T-Mobile, Verizon in talks to carve up U.S. Cellular. Neil's deal for piece of U.S. Cellular worth more than $2 million. Check VZ and T-Mobile. VZ and T-Mobile. That's an exclusive drop right now. In separate talks to buy parts of U.S. Cellular. So UZE, is that it? Yeah, UZE. Oh, wait, these are the bonds. What the hell? Is there another one of these? This is a 5% bond. That's big, though. So UZE, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Yeah, we got that very early. So I don't know how the reaction will be, but that's why you're here, baby. And then UZE is a bond, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know how that's going to play out. NVIDIA? Apple to use own chips in cloud to power AI features in 2024. So we got another news drop here at the same time. They're getting Apple, NVIDIA news, and then UZE, Verizon. UZE starting to go. Is it USM? Yes, there you go. USM's the ticker. Good call. Yeah, UZE's the bond. USM's the one you want. That would be the one that would be that essentially they're getting bought out. But then the bond is still trading. Yeah, but that one's not. I don't know. Low key, you could go after the bond play and did they halt that one? Did they halt UZE? Otherwise, that was your opportunity to get it. Let me see if UZE's not halted. That might be the only one. Yeah, halted. Or it says hard to borrow. But see what happens to Verizon and T-Mobile. But UCM or USM, that's the one. Honestly, the other ones didn't move. I'm surprised. Israel military has the munitions it needs for Rafah and other planned operations, says chief spokesperson. Wait, I think UZE just traded. So that's not halted if you want to try to speculate. It's risky. So pretty much this is the one worth equity, but if they are going to be getting bought out, that means their bond will probably get paid for. I don't know what the upside would be, but this one's just not halted. It's kind of how people go after warrants and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know there's no deals on it. It's our $2 billion. They're going to buy a chunk of it. So what is it? USM? Oh, honestly, it's kind of already up there. So yeah, they're not selling off the whole company, but they're going to buy $2 billion. It's already at 3.4 market cap at $40. So you got to watch out. I don't know. So that's going to be a little tricky. I think everyone's getting on the hype. $2 billion, as in B, as in boy, as in baby back. You know what I'm saying? So it's a buyout. I don't think it'd be 2 million, but yeah, 2 billion. And right now, market cap's 3-4 billion at that price. Yeah, UZ, again, that's the arbitrage if you want. I have no play on this for now, but we got that news extremely early. And surprisingly, Verizon and T-Mobile didn't. Verizon's kind of going up. Is TDS connected? Let me see. Telephone data. Oh, they might be low key. Anybody TDS? It moves. It's moved and halted the same way. Yeah, Oscar's still going. I don't know. TDS, I have no. Let me double check, but I would say without knowing, it does look like they are connected after that move. Because that Verizon and T-Mobile barely moved. Entity structure. Yeah, United States Cellular Corp. They're connected to U.S. I don't know if there's like a ownership, but I see them on a supply chain analysis. They're directly connected to USM. Oh, it's a diversified telecom company. It operates through the following segments: U.S. Cellular, TDS Telecom Corporate. The U.S. Cellular segment provides wireless telecom. TDS offers communications. Okay, it's on. So wait a minute. This is probably going to be the one that sells for $2 billion, and then TDS is probably going to be the one that benefits. I'd have to double check, but I think they're two of the same company. I think. But does that make sense? I think USM is the part getting sold, and then TDS, or whatever that one is, I think TDS is the other part of the company. Yeah, and they're worth $1.7 billion. But I think there's a U.S. Cellular segment, and then there's TDS. Yeah, so they own 80. So this would be the one that benefits. This one is probably what's going to get sold. So there'll be a cap on the price, but then TDS will probably be the recipient of the cash. I don't know. It's going to be hard to play unless you already got in earlier. I don't think I'm going to play that, but definitely interesting. See if they just break out from one another. Like one of them outperforms. Not bad. Biogen and IBB and SPY and Bond's still going, man. So that's really great from the bond auction. That is still holding. All right, let me go pee. And I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. See you in a little bit.
For Joe Biden, Republicans in name, who were promised there would be no conditions on Israel. So I don't think it's explainable. I'm betting that it might have been just something he's thinking is appropriate rather than making it an actual determination by the administration. But then again, I could be wrong.
Well, we have heard from other officials in the administration, and including Matt Miller over at the State Department, a spokesperson who suggested that there are other weapon systems that they're looking at. The Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was testifying about this on Capitol Hill. So at least there is some degree of cohesion, it seems. But Jeannie, thinking about it politically, is this a no-win situation for President Biden? Because on the right, he obviously is getting a lot of criticism for this decision, questioning around whether his so-called ironclad support of Israel is in fact ironclad. On the left, he's waited a long time to do something like this, and for many, it probably is coming too late, as there's more than 30,000 Palestinians already dead in Gaza. So where's the win here?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kaylee. There is no win domestically, politically on this for Joe Biden. I mean, the best case scenario politically for Biden at home would be a ceasefire, obviously permanent rather than, temporary. But either way would be a improvement from where he is politically. But that said, the idea that this came out of whole cloth or that he misspoke, or certainly what the speaker said last night, is the reflection of somebody who hasn't been listening. The U.S. administration and Joe Biden have been shouting from the rooftops that there is a red line as far as Rafah is concerned. From the left, of course, they're not happy about that because they're saying, rightly so, what's so special about Rafah? Why didn't you draw the red line earlier? Be that as it may, they have said that. And what Lloyd Austin testified, to your point, in front of the Senate Appropriations Committee was the same thing. And Joe Biden repeated that last night. And in your conversation with Ian, you raised a great question. Is this unprecedented? And the answer is no. Ronald Reagan did it. George H.W. Bush did it. The United States presidents do it, Republicans and Democrats, when they are telling somebody in Israel or any country over and over again that this may not be in our interests or aligned with our values, and they are not getting a response. So from that perspective, it's neither unprecedented nor is it a reflection of Joe Biden speaking out of turn, but the reality of a shout to Benjamin Netanyahu to say he was serious when he said, don't go in full-fledged on Rafah at this point.
We're spending time with our panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature panel here on Balance of Power, together for the first time this week with a number of things to talk about. As we mentioned already, Mike Johnson having an interesting 24 hours here, Rick Davis, and I wonder if you see the last day being a win for him as well. He survived an attempted ouster, as everyone projected would happen by Marjorie Taylor Greene. The motion to vacate, it actually happened yesterday. Ask Kaylee Lyons. She did the whole thing live. The question that I have now, though, is that after 11 Republicans came for his head, more than expected, should Mike Johnson feel safer now or more at risk than he did yesterday?
Yeah, I think it's a really great question, because you would think the victory in and of itself, he saved his job, would be a victory.
He ain't safe. It ain't safe. Well, well, well. Shit, Adonia. Oh, yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for PHILO, man. And I'm excited, bro. I don't know if I've been getting hyped or not. I don't know what it is, man, but I love it because I've seen some of y'all take on my energy. And, you know, and it's funny because it's like a circle. Because I see you get all energetic and then it feed back into me. You know what I'm saying? And I love it though. No, for real, man. I've been praying for y'all, even the way some of y'all have reached out. And I'm glad that some stuff is connecting, man. And I just, dude, I wish you peace. And you know, like I'm saying, bro, if you go for it and you seek peace and you know, you have it's funny because like some people get like hella like weird about it when you say, and this is what I mean, man. This is like crazy. I don't know if y'all realize the thank you that I give you and the shout out that I've been giving you ahead of these. Like what I am talking about is straight up righteousness. And it is a thirst for righteousness. And I guess what? I am not righteous, my brother. Neither are you. And that's why I'm saying people get weird about that word sometimes. Because like a way to interpret it is something better. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what, I don't know if you ever been tripped up on that word, because go look at it. I could give you a whole etymology analysis of it, but it's like, dude, straight up, that desire for something better, those who are seeking it. Yeah, I'm not saying you're a saint. No. But those who have a hunger and thirst to do something better. Sinclair explores selling 30% of broadcasters, SBGI, excuse me. Yeah, Popper. So that's another. We're getting all these little headlines again, kind of like yesterday. So I could still encourage you while telling you the news, baby. That's coming out right now. I have that in the bottom right. It's kind of small though. But that being said, man, I'm very, very proud of you. And keep it up, Chad. And like I said, man, the way y'all have been reaching out to, it's been awesome to see like a really real effect. You know what I'm talking about? So it's absolutely amazing. I appreciate all of you, and God bless you. And that being said, now today, bro, I'm excited, man. I'm excited, and you know, I appreciate y'all who take this moment seriously. And I hope that you can learn something from this, because I got to learn some real things and new things, man. And kind of, you know, I hope I could give you an honest assessment. I had to give myself an honest assessment, and I hope you can do the same for you, man. But do you want to know what I want to talk about today? And I don't know, you may. I've been bringing up a lot of things, baby. I don't know. You guys might connect the dots. I've told you this even last week, but bro, mercy, my friend. We need to talk about it. And to be honest with you, not gonna lie, I think I've misinterpreted this at various times, and I mean, part of what I'm even trying to tell you, and I think some of y'all will realize, this is so easy to misinterpret. And don't forget, like human life, everything, bro. Like, you're not going to be perfect. There will be times your flesh, your animal desires, you know what I'm saying? Like, you are going to give in to anger. You're going to give in to sadness. You're going to be rude. It's don't let the moments define you. But again, how do you progress with those? The desire for better, that does a lot. But we need to talk about being merciful. And let me just say it to you right now. This is what I had to realize, man. Are you ready? Mercy, it's one of those fruits I was just telling you about. Mercy comes as a result. It is not a requirement. Oh, man. So, I don't know if you get it, but I hope you realize how you behave. And if you have mercy on others, the world, like that, you don't need it in the sense of, oh, if you're not merciful, because again, a lot of times, even in the Bible, it says, you know, blessed are the merciful. They will receive the mercy. So we like to think that, oh, well, if we do that, then we'll get something. And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy because I did realize a little bit about myself. And I realized generally, I do have a merciful spirit. Generally. However, I did realize there is a big part of me that when I'm not going about certain things cheerfully, I am not merciful. Let me just say it another way. I have treated it like a requirement. And that's in the way it has came out at times, it wasn't real. I wasn't cheerful about it because I did it because I thought I had to. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I know somebody gonna feel me, but you better crack out the mirror, dog. You get what I'm trying to tell you, man? It doesn't matter if you are merciful or not. You know, and this is the beauty of it, because God is no matter what. It doesn't matter. I know it's in there, but guess what? God has mercy no matter what. You don't get it? Look around. Why do you think some of us are giant assholes? Stop it. I ain't talking about the people who don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Jesus toting, loving, I believe this, I believe that. Y'all don't want to offer any help to anybody. You will be, somebody in a bad position. Good. Come on. And I'm not saying that like I'm innocent, like I'm telling you. How did we get into this world of all these people who believe something and they act like assholes? It's interesting. It's not. That's why I'm saying God still love you. God still shows his mercy. Even if you did not display it. Yes, it says the merciful will receive the mercy of God. But the problem, like low key, you heard of fear mongering, right? A lot of us are merit mongerers. And that's what I did. I treated mercy as if, if I do this, I'll get that. It wasn't a real fruit. I thought that's the only way to eat. And some of us, we don't even give a crap about it. You see what I'm saying? There's two types of people when it comes to it. USM's popping again. Up another 5. And TDS. Man. So, Chad, the point I'm saying is that mercy and like how you feel and how you treat people, that's a real fruit that gets produced. It's not something you do to get something. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to come out. You won't even understand it to a degree. It's to the point. It's like being in debt. You get what I'm saying? If you really know you're in debt and someone hooks you up, you act, it's like, wow. But I'll just tell you this, man. Tell you this. We talk about a lot of things. And even then, we talk about a lot of invisible things in the spirit and in this and that. Well, do you want to know if you have the spirit? How can you know? And that's what I'm saying. The mercy will flow genuinely. That's the evidence of it. There is things that come before, and that's like, even then someone was, they're saying, how do I meditate? And I told you, I was like, man, you just got to give your time to it. And I was telling you, man, to a real degree, it's like you got to realize some like certain things and things bigger than you. Like you got, the fruits. But before there is a fruit, there's a process. There's things that come before the fruits. It's knowing your real position. There's a level of conviction you have in it. Not doing it for the right reasons, but it's like, dude, when you have when you want to know if your spirit is working, the mercy will extend through you. If not, that's the point, and that's what I'm saying. I know some of you don't like to hear this, but I didn't like it. I had to realize it. I could tell when my spirit is kicking or not. That the real mercy flows or it doesn't. Like I told you, I could look back and genuinely say, you know what? Like I don't want revenge. I don't want certain things. I don't act like that. But then at times, I was doing stuff and I wasn't cheerful about it. It wasn't real. And I really hope you get that. And I don't say it so I don't care about me, and that's it. I want you to realize it for you, man. Because it's so deep. And it's just like I'm saying, that real spirit. You want that spirit to come alive? You should have a real genuine motivation. So I don't know, man. There's something good in this. And that's why I was like, as much as it was very exciting to me. This was very, very exciting to me. You know why? Because I got to come to terms a little bit with the reality. I'm an asshole. I am. I have a righteousness where I want to do better. But it's okay. And I hope all of you know it's okay. And I'm telling you that in the sense where it's just like, it's realizing even if you're not merciful, God is. And that doesn't mean to me that, okay, well, great. I'm an asshole. I don't have to do anything about it. All I'm saying is that's a real gauge of where my spirit is at. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I hope you do. And that's something for me where I'm like, real evidence of it. Oh, you want to be on top of everything. And the world is this. It's like, dude, that should be evidence. And that's the way I look. That's why I was like, it's encouraging to know I'm not convicted by it in that sense. But if certain things aren't flowing through me genuinely and cheerfully, and I'm doing it to try to get something, even if it's a heavenly thing, that's not that. Then the spirit is still it's operating at a lower level, or it's not there. So, Chad, I encourage you to see yourself and ask yourself if there is evidence of this. And if not, it's okay. Like, that's the point. It will be a process, and you will, there is a point in your growth level. And that's good, because sometimes, man, we be working and we be trying to grow, and how do you know you're making progress, right? Especially with something like PHILO. Well, there you go. Like, I'm talking real action is produced from it. But it's something that produces something genuinely. And like I said, the thing that this is when I went to bed thinking about it and praying it, and I like this because this is what I deal with. It's debt. It is truly debt. And that's what I'm saying, man. I just like, when you realize the real recognition that you have a debt, and that it's not being used against you, and you know someone did that to you, genuinely, you would genuinely extend that to somebody else, regardless of anything. And you're not going to do it all the time. And like I'm saying, it's hard. And then you'll get caught up in trying to do it to get something rather than because you're not thinking about the debt rather than thinking about another reward. So, Chad, I'm excited, man. I hope you could see this as it is. I hope you're encouraged. And above all else, man, I hope you start to see these fruits. And don't worry, it's not going to happen immediately, but, you know, these are things you can work on. And it's like I'm saying, the checkpoints in progress of it, oh, my goodness, let it guide you. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch SMA channel. First link for the Scream Alerts, Bit Camp, and Real Estate. Yalla. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for listening, man. You know what I'm saying? TDS. Dude, they went nuts. TDS did better, though. It is outperforming. So that did get to be the winner, but awesome. I hope if you guys got it, man, GG's. You got it early, baby. You got it early. Put on a face and facade. Dude, sometimes it's not even just a mask. It's just we fool ourselves. So I'm saying, man, it's the genuine reaction. Oh man, I love PHILO, man. God bless y'all. Where's he at? Let's go. Let's get some. Let's get some Paul. Yeah, man. I mean, it's simple. It's like, it's not saying change your behavior and do, treat people better and, try to do all this stuff because it's not you sometimes, but it's like actually make a real progress and change in you and your soul and spirit where it naturally has to reflect different on others. You get what it's a crazy concept because, again, it's when we view it as a requirement, it's so easy to get tricked by it. And that's the point because look around. We still got the mercy whether or not we were merciful or not. And it's that it's a real fruit and real evidence. And that's the... Okay. I keep talking. I feel it's supposed to be over. It's supposed to be over. I know.
A letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing then it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you warmed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Love it. Oh, I was about to play another one, man. Like, good, man. Is it crazy? It's already, dude, it's already almost 11. It's 11. You go to Uncle Answers on Spotify or YouTube or I don't, do people use Tidal still? I think it's still on Tidal or iHeartRadio. Where is it? So, what do we got for previews, my man? See what we got. Is Apple going on that chip news? That TSM or TDS? In a brand new loaner car and Uncle bumped. I gotta upgrade my sound system. Dude, it be like that though. Like low key, bro. Even like if I just go into any like new car and bump it, anything, it always sounds like crisp. It's just, I don't know, speakers get worn out no matter what. Sad, man. All right. The lyric, I don't know how to get it up there. I had one, I think like with one song we were able to get the lyrics, but it's like weird to send it to the stores. But I have them. I have the Uncle lyrics. So what do we have? We have Mara, Soundhound. Honestly, I think Mara might move. Clear. These three might be the only ones that move. These four. But then again, it's all a drop. MP Dubs on the high. Oh. Really on my wrist. That's called Airbnb. It's a good one. Am I playing? I don't have sound. No. Oh. You meant the company. Bro, I just got quiet and I looked at my speakers. I was like, nah, because like I remember I was playing the Bloomberg. There was like a feedback. Oh, you said sound. That's why sound is the net. You know, I was like, what? Nah. I may be, but I don't know. They moved a lot, but that play is just like, you know, part of the AI NVIDIA invested in hype. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if the price is right. So let's see. You want State Department? We could watch Bloomberg Summit. Who's this? Chris Cox, Chief Product Officer at Meta. Honestly, I'm kind of down to listen. I like these a little better than the politics.
Image model. You get really amazing quality images, and a lot of that is because Instagram is the data set that was used to train it, which is just one of the great repositories.
Oh, look, there's my comment.
Incredible imagery.
I shouted out the guy who banned me
fashion,
on Bloomberg.
Culture,
first name, last name, call out.
Of people and us.
We've seen the FTC start to look into.
All right,
this.
let me go get you these
the
previews.
extent of their questioning, but do you see regulators cracking down on these models using user-generated content? Do you think they're onto something there?
Well, I think the most important thing is there's transparency around which data are being used, and then there's control.
And increasingly, there's not a lot of transparency.
I think that's an area we all need to work on.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be trust in these models to the extent there's not transparency around data. I also think, OpenAI has been great about this, sort of publishing where they stand. I think we've also been tried to be really outspoken. We honor robots.txt and no AI tags, so if publishers are indicating they don't want their data used in training, we don't. And I think those sorts of very clear, simple guardrails for institutions that don't want to be a part of the training are important. So that's one area that I think will be critical and will need to continue to be refined going forward.
We've seen reports in Chinese state media that Llama is really widely used by the Chinese startup ecosystem. What's your sense of how widely used it is there? And do you have concerns, and do you need to put certain guardrails around making sure that use by Chinese startups does not result in something that's either a threat to national security, use in surveillance system, or other harmful content creation?
Yeah, potentially. And we're engaged in conversations with the White House, with national security advisors, with councils of sort of elders on AI and national security. We're a part of those conversations, and I agree with the point that like national security, and especially the sort of race between China and the West on this type of technology is incredibly meaningful. We do have terms in our license, which are legal terms, which prevent misuse of Llama. So it doesn't just say go use it however you want. We've put guardrails in place in consultation, by the way, with national security advisors.
Dude, I don't have none of these previews. I don't know, Troy. If you could get me Mara and SoundHound, all I have is Unity.
Legal,
but there's not that many companies for tomorrow. We could price them all, but I'm very lacking on previews.
Especially as the investment level increases, there just needs to be more scrutiny on open source.
Are you being told to just absolutely ban use of Llama in China? Is there urging in that direction coming from the US or elsewhere?
There are arguments there, but the thing we need to remember is that open source benefits an enormous amount of people. I mean, when I joined Facebook, it was 2005, and we built the company on open source. And it was Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. Google was built on these technologies. A lot of Silicon Valley was built on top of
gold is still
open
climbing.
Source technology, because we didn't have the resources to go pay, for enterprise software. China has had access to this software too. I think one analysis that needs to be done is like a really disciplined historical analysis of like how has open source benefited the various communities of engineers, because there really is a ledger here. I mean, if you just to take the fine tuning of Llama example, there was a Senegalese engineer who fine tuned Llama into Senegalese languages like Wolof, and then worked with an open source medical database to
I think
create
this
a
dude was
tool
part
that
of the
allows
founding
doctors
team
in
at
those
Facebook.
regions to offer like much more efficient decision
Bro,
making
and bonds
support
have been
for local
ripping. Notice equity
That's
effects
incredible.
since auction. It's been a
And you
while
don't get
since
that
you've
if you're
seen
charging for a model.
bonds outpace everything.
And so I'm not a complete zealot about open source, and I know Mark isn't either. I think we're like trying to really be responsible about how we engage in it. But I think we need to examine really the balance of equities across, not just the US and China, but also all the other regions that benefit.
I mean, in the vein of tension with China, obviously we need to talk about TikTok and the tension with the government around whether they get to continue to exist in the US. How is Meta taking advantage of that uncertainty? And are you also concerned that if TikTok is banned here, that will set a precedent in other countries for Meta's products to feel the heat as well?
Well, we're already banned in China.
You're already banned in China.
We've been banned in China for a long time. And so that's a thing. I'm not sure that could get much worse. It is what it is. We're also banned in North Korea and Iran. That's a reality. And that, there's only so much.
SoundHound,
Do you think TikTok should be banned?
Clean
I have
Spark,
mixed feelings about
and
it.
Mara.
I
And
haven't
that's
done
it.
the work. So first, let me answer your first question. What are we doing about it? We're just trying to build the best product. We're trying to build the best for recommending the needle in the haystack video or piece of text or image to you on Facebook and Instagram. And if we do that well, people will choose our products. If we don't do that well, people will abandon them and find something else. That, frankly, is the place I can have the most impact. And then to make sure that the products have good, legitimate engagement with civil society, with government, fact-checking, all the things we do to keep the products safe, so that we can certify, we're operating in the context of the West, we're operating in the context of the rule of law of the United States. And like we are trying, every year to get better at operating, during elections, during war and civil strife, for young people, all the categories of areas where like social media needs to be as good as possibly can for the world. If you ask about whether they should be banned, I haven't gone and scrutinized, I think, the questions that need to be scrutinized, which is, I think, the government's responsibility. Is it being misused? Is it being used to sway, voters? Is it being used to surveil? I haven't seen evidence of that. I think the answer to those questions should guide, the government's lawmaking about it personally. And I think in America we should.
Bro,
be,
it's low-key crazy.
We should be careful about sort of.
Pfizer went up after that little fiasco. Yeah, and TDS is up 25. You could have got 10% on that.
And I think those are the equities. And that's all the information I have, to try and answer it.
I want to talk briefly about Threads. When you think about your goals, Meta's goals for what Threads becomes and what role it plays in discourse vis-a-vis, say, X, what's your North Star?
We want to have the best product for public discourse and text. And
Zuckerberg and Benny Blanco are your heroes?
We just passed 150 million monthlies.
Those are two different people.
We're seeing different behavior in different regions, which is interesting. It's especially popular in Japan and Korea. We have content guidelines and standards on how we
operate. The TLT plays expired that one day.
Is good and right.
Remember, I fucked up and got a daily.
I think that's somewhat different.
But they should be good if you grabbed them from even last week. They might have a little bit of value. They were up more on Tuesday.
The other thing that's really going to matter is we talked a lot about recommendations, is being able to recommend to people the right content. And I actually think a really good recommendation system and the AI software and teams behind it can, over the long run, get you a better product, separate from all of the sort of performance, ease of use, language support, support for making it work in every region on every phone, good content guidelines and standards, good partnerships teams, business models, all the other things.
How long do you think before it overtakes X in terms of usage, and how actively are you all out there recruiting entertainers like Taylor Swift, who's name-checked on the earnings call?
Well, I mean, it's obviously nice to have Taylor Swift. There's also communities that want an alternative. NBA Threads is also really popular. There's a really big photography community there. Because it's connected to the Instagram accounts and Instagram graph, we don't need to go, it's not hard for Taylor Swift to immediately light up her fan base and audience and connect it to everything that she's built up on Instagram. And so it's a convenience in a lot of ways for creators for whom Instagram is, in many verticals, the top platform and has been for a while of choice for creators. In that way, we don't think about it as let's go get them from somewhere else. We just think about it as let's help them bring their Instagram audience to text.
I found it so interesting that Zuckerberg decided this year to even do Threads, because he could have done it at any point in Meta's history. And I'm just curious how you've seen him evolve.
Was he CFO?
For almost 2 decades now.
I think
he is
of
now
Meta.
taking on this immense AI challenge.
Homeboy's pretty big.
What's different about his leadership? How is he taking that? How is he approaching?
Oh,
AI
they reported Clean Spark. All right,
from?
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so Threads we decided to do last Thanksgiving. It was around November, and we just felt that, especially just because there was a lot
He's just
going
a graphic
on Twitter
designer.
Or X.
Yes.
He's just roommates with
Let's try
Mark.
and build a small team to just go build something.
Chief
And
product
we were
officer?
surprised, frankly,
There you
at
go.
the outpouring of love and support at its launch. Part of what we did there, and this is related to your question, is rather than sending 250 people to go work on it, to really try and find small A teams of really good people that we trust.
Yeah,
and
Mary
giving them a lot of
Daly,
space,
she should be coming on now.
and giving them safety.
I doubt she's going to say
and,
anything, so.
Giving them a ambitious charter. The Llama team is similar. The
No,
Llama
he
team's
talks
pretty small
way better
if you
than
compare them to
Zuckerberg.
their peers at
Granted,
other
Zuckerberg has made a lot of progress as a human
and I think
being
that's something
recently.
you learn when you've
And as a
been
human
managing
being, I don't
for a
mean
long time,
morally
is,
or internally. I
giving
just mean
people the right amount of
replicating a
space,
human.
choosing the
who's
right problems to
in
work
society.
on, having a
No,
good
this
eye
guy's
for talent.
way more
These
yeah,
are some
I
of
don't-
the things I think Mark has developed as a leader.
I don't think this
and,
guy made his wife
it's
sign a
part of, I think,
paper
some of the
that
ingredients of
he's
success
entitled
for
to
these last
18 hours of alone time a week. You know what I'm saying?
He's like a deep technologist. He always has been. He's fascinated by technology. I think he wants to work on the big problems. That's part of his character. It's part of who he is. And
it's a long story if you don't know. If you're not familiar with Mark Zuckerberg's prenup, you won't understand. Oh yeah, you should go look into it. It sucks because I'm not married yet, and then now that I know what's possible, like I've already let my girl know I got like crazy requirements. I'll be like, if I need 15 push-ups a day, if not, then that's it. Yeah, his prenup is crazy. But Chattadonia, it's game time. Honestly, there's not much. It's been a chill week already. We are definitely going to get more activity next week. And honestly, earnings has been a subtle massacre. It's been a lot different than 3 months ago when we were hitting 1,000% on every single one. Even then, there's only been a couple of plays. Even today, I think those Robloxes would have hit. The reactions are wild. We've talked about market liquidity, so you got to be careful. I think how these earnings have definitely given you a real-life warning, as opposed to last time it was just one after the next hitting. But that being said, we only have a couple. I'm going to go over the earnings previews, whichever ones I have. If you guys want me to go over anything, just let me know and I will do it if I have it available. We're going to price in the options, see how they have reported, what is expected, and then if there's any cheap plays, I doubt it, but I'm going to look. We will go after them. If not, then that's it, man. That's it. That's it. We'll see. The trend is companies guiding down. It's weird. It's not. I think the earnings are good. The problem is, like, maybe last quarter we focused too much on the movement of the stock and ignored some of the reports. But even then, the growth rate was good. The earnings this quarter are not bad. The thing that is sticking out like a sore thumb is that the movements are not equivalent to what is happening, i.e., you're getting very small beats or misses, and it's causing wild reactions. Or again, you're barely missing, and then it's there. I wouldn't say the outlook is dim, believe it or not. And that this could get skewed by a couple of big names, but we've had over 400 companies report thus far, a little bit more. It's like the average rate is a beat, and it's still implying like 4.5% growth on the EPS for the SPY. That's a lot, and that's actually quite good with everything going on. But it's just how these stocks are reacting. I think we're just in a weird middle ground from last quarter. And then the numbers aren't bad, but they're not good. And then even worse, I just think the expectations mixed in with liquidity is giving you this weird reaction. But honestly, I think that's just what happens when you're following the same path, but nothing has progressed or degressed really that much in this time frame. So it's a weird one. But that being said, let's get to these earnings. Be wise. Don't gamble. I think you have a lot of real-life examples why you shouldn't as of this earnings season, but money that you need is cursed, baby, so be wise. So I only have a couple. Troy sent me a couple, so I have Mara, I have SoundHound, and then I have Unity, and then that's pretty much it. Everything else after that, I mean, if you want to go over any of these, there's no previews available, and if you want me to price some, I will. Just you let me know, man. You let me know. So let's start with the first one. It is going to be Mara. Oh, I need a multi-day. All right, Pindo, duos on the low. So Mara, they're expecting total revenue estimate of $179.6 million, EPS of 21 cents a share, adjusted EBITDA of $83 million. They have 3 buys, 5 holds, and 1 sell. Average price target, 24.06, 21% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings, 7.6. Shares are up 113 in the past year, while S&P is up 25.3. No way. So they're still up a lot. And then I think I'm clapped still. I have those shares. I got my Brian shares is what I call them. So not too bad. Mara. Yeah, down 1,200 on those. I didn't average down at all. I thought it would bounce. That was just literally from last earnings. So I think I'm going to just hold those, honestly. But then again, I don't like that 100%. Let's see what it's pricing in. It said 7. That honestly doesn't seem like that much considering the size. Archer. I can do Archer. I think it's a BS company, but yeah. Flying cars. But low-key, people have invested in it. It's kind of weird. So don't mind my shit talking. Plus 71. 176. That's about right. Divided by 1980. 0.8% or 8%. Not bad. Is RXRX today too? We could go over that. So honestly, I don't think Mara, I wish I knew how it moved on its last earnings, but I don't know. 8% doesn't seem that big for a crazy stock. I don't know. Keep that one in mind. Maybe we'll go back. I feel like it's still lower priced and caught up in the middle. All right. The next one is SoundHound, the AI. FMC. This one looks. Oh, wow. All right. There's a lot of info on this stock. It's weird. So SoundHound rose 16%. Trading volume was double the average. Rises the most in 8 weeks. Trading volume is 34 million shares. In the past year, the stock has had a similar greater gain 9 times at close. It advanced the next trading session 12% on average and declines 5 times, 7.5 on average. The company is priced 111 times book value. Short interest equal to 1.9 trading days of volume. In the previous 2 years, the short interest ranged from 0 days to 7.4. Shares sold short amount to 20% of the float. Analysts have 4 buys, 2 holds, and no sell recommendations on the stock. The consensus rating is 4.3 on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 meaning strong sell and 5 meaning strong buy. Analyst target is 7.15, represents a 37% increase from last price. Company scheduled to report on May 9th. That's all I have. There's no real preview. Honestly, let me see if I could do. Give me 2 minutes. I could try to see if I could find you a revenue estimate or something, because that's crazy. That's saying analysts are quite bullish on that. That's for SoundHound, and then the price target is at $7. Yeah, I think estimate is 10.1 mil. I don't know how many estimates there are. That's what makes it weird. So I think SoundHound revenue estimate is 10.1 million. EBITDA loss of 9.7. Operating income expected to be negative 17.6 million. Pre-tax income negative 22.6, and net income of negative 23 million. EPS is expected to come in at negative 9 cents a share. I think. I could be wrong. We'll see. All right. $0.80. Yeah. I mean, we'll go 75. So market maker thinks SoundHound will move 75 cents in either direction. You have revenue estimate at 10.1. Yeah, okay, then I got the same ones. So maybe I guess I could make my own, like, on these small ones. I could get you guys a ghetto preview. I just don't know how accurate it is. But my numbers are exactly the same for that. So I think those numbers might be correct. So 15%. Market maker thinks they will move 15% either direction for SoundHound. All right, and then I think the last one is going to be Unity. Wow, Unity got clobbered. I didn't realize they're like way the back down. So Unity is expecting 432.7 million versus guidance of 415 to 420. So analysts think they're going to do better. Adjusted gross margin of 80.1, adjusted EBITDA 48.9 versus guidance of 45 to 50, adjusted EBITDA margin of 11.3, EPS of 7 cents a share, cash from operations 91.5 million, deferred revenue 259.5 million. Next quarter expecting revenue of 443.2 million. Adjusted gross margin 81.2, adjusted EBITDA 98.1, adjusted EBITDA margin 22.1, EPS 14 cents a share, cash from operations 59.2 million, and deferred revenue of 262.4 million. Full year guidance revenue 1.76 billion to 1.8, adjusted EBITDA 400 to 425 million. Price history since last quarter, Unity is down 23.4, SPY is down 2.3, is up by 2.3, and XLK is down by 0.6. Near-term options imply 12.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 7, loss of 1, gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 14 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 13. Forward quarter guidance has beaten 0 of the last 12. Short interest is 10%. So, this one's weird. I don't know. What do you guys notice about the? You might have to zoom out. There's something interesting about this one. There's something. It reminds you of Intel. Well, what I'm telling you now, or about to tell you, it's different than Intel. There's something with CLSK. Honestly, it kind of relates to everything we've talked about with all these earnings. It's very interesting. It has moved a lot more than it reported. So that's not going to be your answer. But there's something else about it. Do 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 do. 313, 293. We'll go 293. Divided by 24. 12%. Small expected move. It's actually expecting a lot. So it's moved half of what it's pricing in. So they're pricing in 12.3. Last 2 quarters moved loss of 6, gain of 7. There's something else. One, like, look at how the stock is clobbered. I'll just tell you. But their guidance is high. Look. Analysts are expecting 432 million in revenue, and the high end of the range is 420. Analysts think that their adjusted EBITDA is going to be towards the higher end. Like, everything of their guidance is towards the higher end, but they are down 25%. So this one's kind of weird because think about it. It's like I don't know if they have low expectations, but analysts think they're going to do good. But even though analysts are more bullish, look at it. It's trading lower. So it's traded lower coming into this, and the bar is kind of set high. And then not to mention pricing in more than it's actually moved. So that one's kind of weird. But that being said, about 12%, I think that is the last one. So, is there any other ones for today or tomorrow? Someone said ENB. I don't have a preview. I looked, but I could get you in the pricing if you would like. So they don't have weeklies. $120. That says 90. We'll go like 110. So they're pricing in like 2.9. So ENBs, honestly, I don't think the energy ones usually move, but 2.9 is easy to double up. So the lower it prices in, the more likely you'll hit 2 standard deviations. So that's not bad. That's just if you want to play the energy and you know about it. TDS, or no, what did you say? GVROY? I mean, this one, you can't even price it low key. That's the spread is, I wish I could help. So that says 13, this says 20. You have no even trades on there. The option, it's very, very hard to tell. CLSK, they already reported, apparently. So I was going to go over that, but Troy said they already reported in the morning. Does DJT have earnings? Groupon, does Groupon have earnings? If they do, we're looking at what? 185, 175? $17%? Damn. So pricing in $17, $1.75 both ways for Groupon. Car Gurus. All of these don't have weeklies too, so it's kind of skewed. We got 265, 285, 280. We'll go 275. 75 divided by 37. About 12%. All of these are pricing in a shit ton. Calpine Corp owners explore cashing out valuation of $30 billion. A book from yesterday's video. I think it's in the video. If you go in the beginning, I dropped it. If not, I'm gonna go back and double check. If not, I'll get an update. It was in the one before that too. What was the other one? All right, any other ones? Frog? I still need to go and check. I'm going to go run the option chains on the other 3. Was that 515? Yeah. Frog is pricing in 515. All of these are above 10%, man. So these random companies reporting, I mean, they're all pricing in like 12. Oh, RXRX. You said it's $12. Yeah, that sounds about right. Again, I think CLSK already reported, you guys. Let me double check, but I think you might be out of luck. Dolly, Fed policy is restrictive, but it may take time to bring inflation down. Yeah, they did. So ClearSpark already reported. Yeah, Troy has it. I can see him too. It's 58 cents EPS versus loss of 23. I think they did good. And then they barely moved. Do you eat at all during the stream? Sometime. Today I had Panera bread because I had to, my girlfriend, I needed her to do some stuff today, and she had a crazy day yesterday. So I bribed her with Panera Bread. So I got me some. And then that's it. Oh, because I don't know. So we are going to do a live watch list at 6 p.m. I have a question, though. How would you guys feel if I can't make it home in time? What if I streamed live from my car? Can we do that, do you think? I don't know, because I may be on the road or I'll just be somewhere else. I'll be live. I plan on going live. So worst case scenario, I either delay it a little or I could just run it live in the car, like low key. Enjoy my life. Bro, you were just harassing me the last 2 days. I'm glad that you came out with positivity today. I appreciate it. I don't know if you're my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like that's you know, but either way, man, I'm good. Glad to see you though, man. 3 days in a row, baby. 3 days in a row. Hit that like button. What if you get stream sniped in San Diego? That's cool. You better just give me hugs. That's all. I'm telling you, anybody I've encountered has been a vibe. I don't even care, man. Like, I'm kind of excited. I think one day, every day. I told you, every single moment was dope. Like I have like core memories. I have core memories of that. I'll tell you, I'll never forget, bro. I was at a craps table in Vegas, and I roll the dice, and I say, "Let's go, baby." And this guy next to me just stares at me and goes, "Are you Josh?" Like, yeah. So it was great, man. It was great. It was great. All right, well, we'll see then. But either way, 6 p.m., the trade-in fraternity. You left that day. It's okay. That was another one. But yeah, so it's been chill. So feel free. But don't be weird, though. Like, if you do stream snipe me and come up to me and you do it aggressively, you might get shot. So that's just, again, I'm paranoid. That's all I'm saying. So, like, don't be like, "Josh, I love you," with your fist running at me. That's not a good way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, what? I'm serious. It's not, like, you got to be careful. No, it's dangerous out here. Bro, legitimately, man, LT, when he sends people to my house, we've had close calls, bro. We've had close calls. That's why he has to let me know. But that's it. As long as they're chill, bro, we good. Talking to you on here is enough. It's good either way, bro. I'm telling you, it's a vibe, man. We have a great community, man. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know, bro. It's very surreal. You know, like the fact that, like, because again, it's just like words on the screen sometimes, and you read it, you know. But like, dude, you got real people behind there, man, and some of y'all, the love, and it's just good energy, man. And I don't know, like, I hope I give that back, and I hope you feel it too. But it's like I said, man, it's been a vibe, bro. I'm telling you, when we had the cult meetup, you could go see the picture on my Instagram, and we were like with all the real estate guys, bro. That was a trip, dude. I'm telling you, like I've never met like that many people before. Like just like I just got thrown into the middle of it, but like I have never been that comfortable in my life. Like it was so weird to describe. Like you had a good vibe, man. It was a very, very good vibe. Cult Compound still downloading. Yeah, man. I told you. Listen, man. You want to... Oh, where is it? Yeah, I'll show you. You want a Cult Compound, man? I'm no exaggeration. Oh, I got to load up, but... Yo, man. Where is it? There. I got the down payment right here. I got the down payment right here, ready to go. Down payment, or we buy it all cash if we go to like Kentucky or like West Virginia or something. So I got it. It's ready to go, man. This all for you guys. I mean, it's sitting there. It's been sitting there for years. So I don't know, man. But I'm glad though. Like I'm saying, I mean, I've got to experience a lot of good things and bad things on YouTube, and like, you know, even with the PHILOs, bro. I hope y'all see how I grow every day, and I truly believe the Lord has allowed everything to happen for the right reason, man. And I really think that, you know, we were gonna get the compound, but, you know, looking back at it, I'm kind of glad that we didn't do it too early, you know, because again, there's just the world is crazy, and a lot of people, you got to get people for the right reasons and be there. So I'm excited with how it's progressing, man. I am, but we're ready to go. So God willing, if the opportunity lines up. Amen. Can I unban you from the Twitch? No, I hope you understand. You know, I try to treat everybody exactly the same. And like, dude, you know, I've been having a lot of realizations. I don't know if you heard the PHILO, man. I told you, like, I'm an asshole, and like I do, and I'd rather give you that honestly than a fake one that hurts both of us, because it's just, I'd rather be genuine and real. But with that being said, I bring that up because like, you're probably better off being brand new. You know, I remember a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? And that's it. And if you act like a hoe, like, I don't want you to have that title in my head. I could ignore it sometimes, and you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, low key, bro, just, you know, that's it. Just, I think you're better off with the new name, because that's it. It's just, that's all. You know, all the disciples, you know, that's it. You made one joke. Well, honestly, man, I hope you see, like, good thing is not that serious. You know, it's just a Chad, but like, this is a big lesson. It is very important. And I'm not the one to teach you it, so you don't have to learn from this, and you could do whatever you want. But this is a phrase that always stuck with me. Warren Buffett says it takes 15 years to build a reputation, 5 minutes to ruin it. So that will take you a long, long way. A long, long way. And honest, dude, did you guys see it? I don't know if I could talk about it. Oh, dude, did you see it? Did you see Vitali and Bradley Martin? Bro. Did you guys see it? It's wild. No, dude. The PDF files. You know, like Adobe PDF? And then there's a PDF file? Yeah. Space Jam director. Bro, homie's worth $130 million. And then, bro, his shit's already getting deleted. There's already, like, puff pieces, bro. Oh, dude, it's crazy. I was like, damn, dude. It's sad that we're not surprised, but it's awful. Again, and then, like, it's just like, dude, what the hell? That's why, and then all the media complicit with all the other scams and this. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. He says, no big deal. My goodness, bro. That's what I'm saying, too, man. Man, you could have all the money in the world. You could have success, fame, bro. And, like, dude, this world, it deceives people and puts them down paths, bro. And they just create evil. And, like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, I don't know, because that's nuts. I mean, it does. Hollywood is crazy, but at the same time, it's like, you gotta reject the world, bro. Like, that's it, man. ALCC. So we can all agree on one thing. Nah, man. Because the Drake beef had me doubting society. I'm telling you, bro, I had Drake fans reporting my videos. I'm like, come on. And then they're like, how do you support How dare you support Kendrick? He beats women. And I'm like, okay, assuming that claim is true, what is the other claim against Drake? And if we assume that was true, what are you saying? I'm like, dude, this is, I don't know. So I don't know, man. I'm like, okay, assuming all claims are true, why are you getting more bothered at that one? That's like, what? It's great. I'm like, all right, man, I guess. GS Goldman 52-week high. Wow. Kind of crazy. Dude, low key, yeah. Goldman kind of ripped here. They were one of the only good earnings. I think they're hitting all-time highs now, though, right? Yeah, they're getting their JP Morgan run. Remember, Goldman was cheap not too long ago. It has you questioning society. The beef is entertaining, but people are way too involved. Well, I'm sure there's people more involved than I am, and I think there's definitely levels to it, but like I really think the way you get into it is dependent on how much you like hip hop. But like straight up, it is like, this is something that I think it's great. It's just like, we haven't seen anything like this in a while. Like, again, you could go back to Ether and Ice Cube and like, you haven't had anything like this. So as a hip hop fan, I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it a lot. Yeah, well, you haven't had like a real beef in a while, but like back in the day, like the beefs, it just is different. Like, I mean, the thing is too, it's like it's modern day. So like back last time there was like a diss beef in the hip hop industry, like there wasn't as much like internet to the point where like things wouldn't get published as fast, and it was just a whole different, you would wait weeks, you would wait months, and then like they were really mad at each other. Like, so it's kind of a modern twist on it, but it is just music, so it just depends on your level of how interested you are into it. Yeah, no, the Eminem machine, like this is like the big one. Oh man, I love it. I mean, yeah, the funny part is they both are like all of the plays and streams like the one label benefits off of it. And then, bro, bonds. Today's a big day. You actually, not only did the SPY kind of chill out, and again, like I told you, I think bonds were going to catch up. Now bonds are leading, but behind the NASDAQ. But you actually had your upside on the bonds from the auction, and then it held. And then, damn, Starbucks 75. Bambata? He is? I don't know. I feel like there's sadly everybody's realized how many PDF files exist in the world. Dolly 2% is the inflation target. Did that just come out? No, a minute ago. Is not going to change the goalpost while it's trying to reach it. Greetings from Austria. Nice. We had the bond auction and it was good. Again, 30-year bond auctions are usually bad. We went up. There was positive news for China's stimulus and Chinese data. I think Brazil surprise rate cut again. And then UK said they're going to cut rates next quarter or next month. And that's it. And it was just a slow day, a couple of crazy earnings moves. We had a nice discussion on liquidity. And that's about it. And then tomorrow will be the last one. And I think the bonds and everything giving us a nice setup into the data for Tuesday, CPI. Like, no trades are working. Well, that's why I'm saying it's like, and I hope we could learn from it, because it feels different. I don't know. Like, I've had that happen to me before, but this time it feels different. I can't explain it, and that's why I'm like, it's liquidity. That's why I really want to wait till Tuesday, and I want to see how the data really comes in, because I also have opinions tied to that. But I think what we're witnessing is I really think it's a concealed liquidity issue. Not with ignore the repos and everything, and it's like I think there's a shit ton of money, but I think it's all in pockets, and it's trapped in these high growth pockets, and it's still up there, but it's just leaving a lot of gaps where I don't think there's that much real money chasing a lot of this stuff. That's essentially what I'm assuming. So I could be wrong, and that's why I'm like, we'll find out as we move through summer especially, but I do think that CPI reaction and other things, I think that could do a lot. It's circulating in the finance, real velocity is dead. But even then, that is a fair assumption, and you could see velocity down in other areas, and this is what I'm trying to say. Maybe it's not as good as we think it is in the finance sector. Like, I don't think it is. If it continues like this, or if we start noticing more irregularities and more just outsized moves. Remember, like, the definition of liquidity is being able to go from one asset to another without a large change in price. And not much is changing, but we're getting wicked swings. And if we really can rule out a lot of other reasons, the only answer is staring us right in the face. But even then, even if it's short covering, I mean, there's also, like, it's just not, I don't think there's real velocity and money chasing a lot of stuff right now, which is weird because everything's at highs and there's so much money on the sidelines. You would assume it, and then you see the NVIDIAs in all these other areas, but I don't think it's as liquid as we think. But we'll find out. Dolly, a softening labor market would be getting back to normal growth. Fed Dolly sees labor market cooling, but that is what should be happening. I wonder, see if she says the same statement that Kashkari and Cook said, that, you know, if she starts talking about we don't know where restrictive is, that could kill the bond rally. Otherwise, you know, I didn't add to the long term, and I'm kind of glad. In the time that I've got my deposit and not used it, 3 different plays became valuable to me, i.e. the stocks dropped immensely, and now we have cash, and I'm like, oh, wow, they're at certain levels. So I'm kind of glad that I have the cash. So, and even then, it's not like the other big names are holding up, and the account is still looking great. So I'm like, wow, do you have some individual big moves? And if we kind of move into summer like that, I mean, I kind of want a little cash. I'm not really in too much of a rush. I mean, especially if I'm starting to talk liquidity. Thoughts on soft projections for Airbnb? What do you mean? I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's almost undeniable. Airbnb is doing very well. I know there's a lot of valuation doubt earlier, but, you know, we've been talking about this for years now on multiple 10, 20, 15, 30% quarters. Like, it's growing into it. But like I said, with Expedia and Vrbo and VRBO, all that, they are outperforming the metrics, even the damn, the damn app downloads are pointing to crazy things. So, yeah, my projection, I just think the price is going to do its thing, but my long-term view on Airbnb, I mean, it's almost solidified. Starbucks, Roblox, and Intel. those are just three. And again, I already like Nike. You know, we talked about Hershey's, MO, or Pfizer. You know what I'm saying? But in the last week of holding my deposits, Starbucks, biggest drop since '01. Roblox, biggest 30% drop on earnings ever. Intel now gave up all the AI gains back to the start of 2023. Those are three opportunities right there. So I'm glad I didn't grab anything. So I'm kind of like, we could either grab one of those or we could just kind of wait a little bit. And if any of those develop further with another deposit too, we're going to have more cash and be able to grab more at a better price. Bank of Japan can intervene New York session. They might do it tomorrow. They like to do it into the weekends and shit so that people can't fight against it. But yeah, Airbnb, I mean, just look at it too. You know what I'm saying? I know it's easy to assume I have a bias, but I really encourage you. Just go look at Airbnb's numbers over the last 3 years and go compare them. Expedia, Booking, everybody else. I mean, it's a nice looking chart. You know, the stock price chart is more choppier, but oh man, those numbers are, it's one direction. KSS, big volume there. Dolly, if labor market were to falter fundamental way, policy action would be needed. Are you saying it's a bad deal? No, I mean, are you flipping it? I mean, I want it for the long term. I think it's the start of a good deal right now, and it could go a little bit lower, but I mean, we were saying that at 72 and it already went up. Then Amgen and healthcare have been going all day. SPY and bonds near the high. We still got 15 minutes till power hour. Yeah, I'm still long the yen play, but that has been bad. I mean, I've pretty much been wrong on it for like a year and a half. I mean, I didn't really expect the B of J to be like, fuck it. It's kind of the attitude, but yeah. But even then, with some of these, like I was just talking about in the morning, we're going to find out here. I think June will be interesting too, because these central banks, if they start cutting rates, I mean, they're literally... that could start emphasizing other currencies and give the reason for the yen to maybe hold up. But then again, ultimately, policy failure, policy change is what is needed out there in Japan. So for now, the deposit is in Bill, ready to be deployed. Yes. I don't have Bill because I'm on a cash option with Fidelity. But yes, technically I'm waiting, just collecting my yield. Like I said, there's 3 new names that I think are great, that if you really wanted to dabble, and they offer everything from growth to dividend. But, you know, it's up to you. On Lumina, are you talking like LiDAR, or are you talking Illumina Biotech? Not going to get... Well, I already missed it. Yesterday was Pfizer. I chose not to get Pfizer because my last purchase a month ago was up 6%. So I figured I don't want to buy it at a higher price, because I even went negative on that one for a little bit. But no, we already missed ex-dividend on Pfizer. I chose to not get it, but we already have a decent amount. But if it goes down, I mean, we have now, like, Pfizer's like probably our 5th largest. So if it goes down and it really can't recover this year, I mean, I'm still a buyer. But we got enough too where if it does go up from here, I'm probably not going to chase it above the 30s. But I am looking for it to go above 30. Yeah, MPW, I mean, they kind of assuage the concerns with that whole debt thing. Again, all of the losses have been baked into all of it, and then they may try to pull a rabbit out of a hat with the BK, i.e., because you got to think about it. Like, do you realize with the Steward bankruptcy how it is set up? another hospital operator can come in and take it over. So and then as part of the BK, they made an emphasis to not mention rents as part of the reason why they went under. So literally, if they find somebody to take over any of those assets, they already sold off a portion to UNH. Technically, that leaves you the opportunity to collect rent again on all of that portfolio. But like I said, that's a rabbit out of a hat. Did Tesla really? Remember, we had 1,000% on Tesla, surprisingly. No shit. Yeah, it's right back. Wait, which one was earnings, though? Because it wasn't one of these like China. I think this was earnings and then this was China, no? Any other dividend plays? I mean, Abivai, that's the other one. MO, we already have. Coca-Cola, JP Morgan. So those are other names that provide us stable dividends. Wasn't earnings, that was news. Yeah, I think it was, right? This one was the China Baidu stuff. This one was earnings. But Starbucks offers a divvy. We were talking about that. Intel offers a divvy and Nike. And those are three different names. And what was the other one? Roblo is just growth. But I think Roblo low 20s is where I'd add it to the long term. You bought China funds when the market was negative on China. Got 30% return in 3 months. Amen, baby. Welcome to high yield credit. That's pretty much what it is, right? You know, if it's kind of distressed a little bit and you're willing to take the risk at some of the lows, the returns are really nice, even in the short term. You know, that's kind of the way it's looking at. You know, China, you could consider it high yield, risky credit, but it has the fundamental nature to become a little bit more solid, but not for now. Yeah, Starbucks has growth and the dividend. It's around 3. I wanted it lower because, like, if it really flushes on Starbucks, there is a chance you could get close to 4. And I love 4. I didn't forget about 4. Back before the world went crazy, bro. 4%'s a nice yield, man. I snagged up JP Morgan at 4. Our JP Morgan, and we're up 50% on the equity, but that thing's yielding 4.5. 4.5's a nice number. I'm not again. Look at the yield right now on the 10-year, bro. Come on, 4 is a great yield. 4.5 on a stock that could grow, and then assuming 10, 20 years from now, bro, if we ever go to zero rate, you're gonna love that 4 on a good quality name. But yeah, 4 is a good number on a I think Coca-Cola we're yielding 4 too. So if it's a high quality name and it hits that 4, I mean, I like it. 3 is like, it's tempting, but just 4, you're getting both the growth and the yield. It becomes very good. And again, that was a number we would talk about before rates went to 5. And then, does anybody in the Chad, does anybody own a Rolls Royce, or does anybody want to buy one? Because they are releasing a new Cullinan, and they're giving it a facelift. So all of the old Cullinans are about to plummet. So sell it if you have one. And then if you could get your hands on one of these, you might be able to flip it for a little. Your dad did? He just died? I'm sorry. Rest in peace to OG. That's crazy. He had a Rolls? The Lambo index is high. It's 500. There's 5, I think more. I think Car Guru stopped showing it low key because it kind of stays pinned, but I do believe there's more than 500 international. Like, because literally there's over 300 and yeah, it says 540. Yeah, whoa. Bro, this just shot up 50 Lambos in the last 2 weeks. What? I have old shares of Mara I'm going to be holding. Dude, what? Yeah, because I think this number is wrong, but even last time, I checked this like a week or two ago. Yeah, Lambo's just supply increased 10% on all of that. Bro, these guys just put up like 3 of them. Oh, this guy's high as hell. You ain't selling that, dog. That's crazy. It's private seller, 19. That's in San Diego. Should we lowball him? Let me see this guy. That's a private. You know what I'm saying? The private sales. Should I ask him? Should I be like, yo, would you trade an NFT for it? No, I mean, I don't know. I'm like over cars, but there's some with value, but generally over it. That's crazy, though. That supply popped. I was just telling you, I was like, I think the number's fake. It doesn't really show it. Oh, dude. Yeah, bro. This is hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. No. That's funny, though. I just found a rapper's Lambo for sale. I'm not going to show you it. I'll make a TikTok about it first so I could get the views. I just found, because I know that he put it on his house, and I just know the area. Damn, even, dude, yeah, you got Lambos. Bro, you got rappers selling Lambos now. What the hell? Maybe we got to do a deep dive on the, damn, even the Performantes. I haven't looked at this in a minute. How you know it's him? Because he's part. I could just tell by the picture. It has the background, and I know the area. And I'm like, that's. And then it's a very unique one. Yeah, man, that's wild. So yeah, Lambo market got a little bit clapped right there. The Lambo index does it again. That'd be crazy. I wonder, you'll see. I mean, the real question you should be asking is, what do the prices go to once there's like 1,000 Lambos for sale across the nation? Then it starts to get interesting. Tomorrow, we're going to get a little bit of data. I think tomorrow, with how the bonds are, we got a little bit of room. So, but I'm not expecting too much. And then I think tomorrow is going to be somewhat of a pregame to the big data on Tuesday. They couldn't afford to maintain it. Well, here's the fun fact. Are you ready? Most new Lambos from 2020, I know for a fact the Urus, they offered 3 years of free maintenance, believe it or not. So you had a free 30,000-mile free maintenance plan on every Lambo. So you didn't have to maintain them, low key. But then once it expires out of that, then you're fucked. Yeah, better than a Hyundai. So the Lambo, I was like, that was a great deal. Tesla Free car washes for life with Subaru, yeah. I think even Mercedes, if you buy like a Mercedes from a dealership, if you take it to the dealership, they'll wash your car for free if you want to wait. I think like 25 to 22 would be an ideal price on Roblo. And then Bond's still going up. It is Power Hour. Welcome to Friday Junior, baby. Once again, why are we going up? The bonds are chilling out. We're still playing the game. We're a little bit over from, kind of moving up above 5,200. You didn't have bad. You actually had good data today with the jobs, the bond auction. You got a couple of other things overseas, but for the most part, man, we are chilling now leading into tomorrow. And then you got this final hour. We'll see. I think the bonds are going to be in La La Land. They're going to do whatever they want. And then equities are, depending on which index, kind of trailing behind. In tech, not too hot. And then a couple of earnings after the bell. Fed Dolly inflation expectations are well anchored and customers are becoming price sensitive. Lexus 2, free car wash. Yeah, man, the free car wash hack. It just sucks. You got to, wait, though, I feel like. You have to, pull up to the service, and then they're like, okay, hold on. And then they just take a power washer, and they go, and then they're like, it's done. 3-hour wait in San Fran. That's crazy. Actually, you know what car I want to see? I actually like it. I told my girlfriend to get it, but she's a hater, dude. The Escalade V. I don't know why, man. I think that's just my redneck desires. I feel like, is that a redneck car? Because I feel like if I got an Escalade with 800 horsepower, I should have a farm or something. But I like it a lot. Yeah, so Grandpa, that's a weird joke. I'm going to give you a 24-hour timeout. I might have to report you. But other than that, it's cool. I appreciated your bond comment prior. It's just, that one kind of got me off guard, man. You drive the CTS V? Really? That's a great car, too. The new ones are fucking insane. What's your dream SUV? It's a cool car, bro. I've been seeing them, but I don't know. I think they charged above asking for those. You're waiting for the new Model Y. Simple girl. Are they going to update the taillights? Have you seen the Tesla with the new taillights, the Model 3? I saw one the other day, and it tripped me out. I was like, yo, they low-key actually changed it. So there's Teslas that look different. So the new Teslas look different. I was actually shocked. Yo, Charter, Flushing, and Liberty, that has to be related to some deal or the government. Yeah, Liberty and Charter, kind of a flush here. Charter down 2. CHTR. That could be related to somewhere. Again, we were watching Verizon and all them. CT6 hybrid. Is that the car? If it's that the mini SUV, I've driven it. It's actually kind of cool. I got one as a, what's it called? I stayed at a hotel, and they gave you a Cadillac. I was like, yo, dope. I was like, for real? I was like, y'all gonna give me a Cadillac? And they're like, yeah. I was like, you see how I look, and you're gonna give it to me? I look like a crazy. My hair, balding. I look like a nutty person. And they're like, yeah, just give me your ID. And I was like, bullshit. And he was like, yeah. And I gave it to him. He's like, all right, just sign here. He's like, all right, just return it. I'm like, what? And it wasn't the Escalade, but it was the lower than an Escalade, but SUV, the Cadillac one, and I was pleasantly surprised. I've never driven one of those in my life. Was it the XTS? It was cool. I was like, damn, Cadillac. 'Cause I don't know. I guess I don't really drive Cadillacs too often. That's wild liability-wise, right? I think it was like how they did it. I think it was technically considered a test drive. But I told them, I was like, are you guys sure about this? And they just and I was just driving in a foreign place. I took it up to the mountains, too. I was like, man, hell yeah. But they definitely trusted me a lot. $3 billion SEC. Oh, senior debt offering? Oh, then never mind. Why would I guess Liberty drop with that? You prefer flying small planes? Zach, do you know how to fly? That's crazy if you do. We're going to need you if there's an apocalypse, because I don't know how to fly. It's the only talent I'm missing. Charter, $3 billion. Yeah, okay. So that's even old. That's weird that it moved. Reddit green shoot. The Roosh F-150. Is that different than the Shelby? Have you seen the Shelby ones? Oh, I think those things are like 150 or 200. But those look cool. Could be my apocalypse chef. Oh, that's cool. I'm probably going to be eating MREs. You know what I'm saying? I got mad MREs. But I feel we still need to fly to get you. You know what I'm saying? We still need a pilot. I think we have many Chad pilots, but we need one. I don't know. That could be limiting depending on where we are at the time. Bank of America, banks going up. Remember, Goldman was going crazy. Once again, bro, this is day number 2. You're just rocketing on the banks into close. We have about 50 minutes left. Average on Beyond? No, probably never. You know, that's the beauty. Because it has growth, and like at one point when it went up with everything, you saw how it returned back to your account, you know? But I don't think that's, you know, the beauty is that it's so small that, you know, maybe you liked it. I could still hold it for 10 years, but, you know, it's not going to do anything that'll hurt us. If anything, it could help us in the long run if it's small. But at that point, I don't think he's going to be there, you know, especially at this moment in time with rates and potential rate cut, looking at the market. And this is something I need everybody needs to understand this for your long term. Quality above all else. You know, if names are getting cheaper, like, bro, we're talking Starbucks at the biggest loss in 20 years. You know, these are coming down to these prices. You know, you see the crazy pickups in the long term. It was based off of this mentality. So, like, right now, and this, like, you know, so the names that are, like, riskier and they're lower, it's like, yeah, we could buy them and average down a shit ton. And, like, if you did that in October, some of them could have benefited you, but you don't know how it, and, like, but then again, if they come back down, it's like you don't know how it's going to play out. So, above all else, quality. So, like, Beyond, instead of Beyond, like, I would rather get a Starbucks. I would even rather get an Intel. Intel's failing right now and not doing good, but that name has more quality and backing than kind of, you know, like a Fubo or a Beyond, even an MPW. What else? You know, like even the DraftKings, Coinbase, anything that's kind of there, like, because there's cheaper names that are up there. I'd stay away from Disney as long as it's up. You know, if Disney comes back to those $80 prices, though, I mean, it's hard to stay away from that. But quality, you know, if you prioritize that, no matter what, like you may Don't let the devil frustrate you on the pace, but I'm telling you, if you get quality, you're gonna love it. When you never know when, you're gonna look back and be like, damn, I'm glad I was there, even with opportunity cost. Quality at good value. Amen. And it's there. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you something that doesn't exist. Like, go get NVIDIA at a discount. You can't, right? But there's Starbucks, Nike, UPS. These are the biggest names in the world. They're not necessarily the most popular right now or doing their best, but these are the quality names, and like those should supersede your other small cap names you would want to buy or average down, because I'm like, that is where you get an opportunity, and that is just those are what will be here for 10 years, and there'll be good times, there'll be bad times, but if it has that foundation, you're not gonna regret it ever. So quality. I like Walgreens, but you could get better. That's what I'm saying. Walgreens at this point, it is low, and we've done it. But if other names start coming down, there's different draft classes are getting there. Like Starbucks, Nike, UPS. That's a different tier than like a Walgreens right now. You know what I'm saying? Or like these smaller cap companies when it's all said and done. But it's like there's behemoths out there. These are the highest quality names that could dictate our lives, and we've all known about. Like, they're trading cheaper than last year, and some of them cheaper than they've been in 5, 10, 15 years. So that is, I really think you should have a strong emphasis on those. Yeah, most of those names even pay a dividend. And man, if Costco just get a little haircut, I'm down. But they're up. I think Roblox, if it gets low enough, you could buy it, but by the time it hits that level, if the quality names come down even more, that's it, man. Listen. Mute your speakers if you don't want to hear anything aggressive, okay? What I'm talking about is the difference between a cute girl who puts out easy versus a wife, okay? That's what we're talking. And that's it. That's all that's happening. And that's it. You choosing the hoe because you're like, you thinking with another head, bro. That's why you like, give me more shares. Oh, give me double down. You know what I'm saying? When I'm like, go values, quality. What does she believe in, dog? Like, you know what I'm like, quality. Like, you trying to go OV, ho, OV, like that's it. So that's exactly all I'm talking about. So if you make this mistake in real life, you might do it on the long term. And if you do it on the long term, you won't make this mistake in real life. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm funny, but it's true. That's all. It's true. So make your choice, my brother. Make your choice. Check utilities. Not bad, actually. And DJT still going up, man. And Target. The TDS made 600. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, we got that shit early, bro. Good work. Well, I'm glad you guys liked it, and I hope you enjoy it, but please make a good decision for your long term. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Mm-hmm. So which one is Tesla? An influencer. You know, you got normal girls, and then you have the influencer. Well, it's a different, you know what I'm saying? Still has the same quality versus not, but then there's a little extra going on that you're dealing with. So it's an influencer, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Got the money Kaza. Yalla habibi. Israel Herzog, no strategy would defeat Hamas without Rafah. TLT was the bond auction. It was clobbered 0.4. Bond auction made it go up, and usually we would dump the bond auction after the first pop. But this time around, it did it, so it's good. I don't know how much more it'll rally, because then before you know it, we'll be at 4.3. But it's helping you get a little cushion under 4.5. And if nothing is quality at good value, buy Bill. Seek the Lord, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry. Can you sit and get paid? That's the question. On Tesla, speaking of the influencers. And, bro, DJT's up 10. What was the high? Wasn't it like 70? I guess it was just up here the other day, too. That's pretty wild, man. Not only did it do that as, like, the SPAC sell-off 60, 70%, and then came back up. Did I ban you? I didn't. You know, it's funny, though, but, like, you see a react. I think you wanted to get banned. You know, it's like I would assume you were trying to get a reaction. Weird. Nah, you good, though. You're good, but you... Word. Yeah, there's only... I mean, as of now, there's only going to be... looks like only one Trump trial before the election. So it was looking... And I think it's good in the sense of that was just a bad look, man. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, I'm just speaking in terms of Banana Republic. Like, I really thought, I was surprised it even happened, but I was like, damn, homie really about to have like 7 court cases ahead of the damn election. But now it's looking like there is only one case that will either be in trial or decided. Every other one, whether it's evidence issues or the judges rescheduling, there's a lot of things that have changed. So it's kind of weird because, again, the last 6 months, I mean, it was kind of part of the campaigns on both sides. You got to think about it. Biden was using it against Trump. Every time I say anything, some of you guys are like, how are you going to vote for someone who had the 93 indictments, you fucker? You know, people would get mad, but it's like, and then even Trump used it too. Don't get it twisted. Trump's like, I know, I'm like John Gotti. They try to put me in jail. It's free marketing. Look at what's happening. Come on. Is anybody getting mad? I'd be angry. I know. So, like, they both used it, but it's funny that now, as we enter the home stretch almost, not so much. By Boeing calls lost value. I mean, it probably depends on your expiration. And then there was a lot of hype the last 2 days. So I think there was a lot priced into those options after the FAA news and all of that stuff, if you remember. So I think it was easy to fall into an overpriced contract on both sides just because the volatility. APTV for the long term. Automobile supply. Aptiv. It sounds very familiar. But I don't think I know much about it. It looks like it's at value. Why does that sound so familiar? I don't know. I don't think I know about it. Event date on Vanny is May 12th or 17th. I think the 17th. Let me double check. But Vanny, we got to decide if we want to make the average. I don't know if it's a trap or not. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, May 17th. Deposits, I'm going to ride them out for a little bit and hold. I have a Vanny random play too. But like I said, they already have the shelf offering in place, but I think they're doing that because they're going to pump it. But then again, even if it does pump, they already have the piggy bank ready to go. Or they're just keeping it kind of like a poison pill. DOJ task force on healthcare monopolies. Check UNH and Humana. Unless those move, then nah. And now you could tell they're overvalued. It's in the description. There's two of them. There's a tutorial on how to find 1,000%ers. And then there's another one that we recently did on pricing in for earnings. And it does explain some of that stuff. But I definitely think if you watch those videos and you're even been paying attention while we go over the earnings stuff, I mean, you could walk away with a little bit of info that could, protect your back. No average on Airbnb. I mean, I want to. Not for the long term. I want to make a flip. I like the earnings, but I do want to give it a little bit of time because we are kind of moving in slow motion, so I want to adjust a little to that. Got you, Skrilla. They're flying Boeing to Costa Rica next month. Should I be scared? I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish you could, bring your own inspector. They should allow that. Imagine we should make that a service, dude. We should get independent airline mechanics. And I'll be like, hey, for extra $15 for your flight, I could inspect the plane for you. Just before you go, we'll let you know. We'll check all bolts, doors, issue. That's it. Add that $15 per passenger. And then if you don't pay, I don't give you the report. I guess you're going to have to fly with all that worry. Welcome to capitalism. Yeah, any bolts, we'll tighten the bolts for free if we find them loose. Is the Japanese yen intervention bullish for us? I mean, it depends. Do you value a strong dollar or a weak dollar? And then depending on dollar strength, do you think that'll help the economy, hurt it? Do you think it'll help the rate policy? All of that. But that's kind of the fundamental issue it boils down to when determining whether or not it's good or bad. But, whether the yen is strong or not at this point, you got to really factor in the impact on the dollar, not to mention the economy of Japan and like other financial transactions and influences, but it all starts with the dollar. It's bullish for the yen, yeah. But then again, like depending if we could benefit off of a weaker dollar, that could help us too. It could be a double win, but then if that leads to repatriation, that could lead to a problem for us and good for Japan. So there's many ways, and like I'm saying, it just depends on that dollar and how the dollar and the yields and then our subsequent policy, all of these are going to tie back into it. Subsequent? You never heard it pronounced that way? Have you heard subsequent? I've heard subsequent. Yeah. You know, we call that charisma, I guess. I just got my swag, baby. And yeah, gotta say thank you, bro. Been staying consistent, applying info you share, and I've genuinely have taken away a lot. So shout out to Ghetto SD, shout out to Law Target, shout out to PHILO, baby. Hey, man, And bro, honestly, yo, I learned something, bro. Thank you. No, for real. Like, big shout out, Andy. You know why? Because that super chat is a big deal. I just realized it. When it says it's your first super, I thought it was just on this channel. Apparently, it's your whole career of YouTube on every video you have watched. Yeah. Bro, I didn't know that. So, like, bro, I was like, damn, no way. No way. Like, yo, like, low-key, bro, I played some of y'all because I didn't realize that. I thought it was, like, your first one on this channel. I didn't realize, bro, that's your first one on YouTube. On all of YouTube. That means you have never, ever watched a video and been like, yo, give homie something. You ain't never done that. So I've realized a lot of y'all, man, because, like, your first time was here, and I appreciate it because I know I could relate. I just know because, like, I don't be on videos all the time, and I get, like, you know, not everybody is like, oh, yeah, let me get involved. Let me do this. So, no, I appreciate y'all, man. I get it now. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Because, like, I know it's a big deal, bro. It's a big deal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, treat it like your first. Treat it like your last. And now you don't even call. Oh, shut up. Man, I'm screaming at you at 6 a.m. every day. You know what I'm saying? Every day, babe. I'm available for 7 hours. You pull up to the chat. As long as you're not speaking to me in weird memeanese, acting out of pocket. Oh, I'm here, baby. So you know that's 7 hours. 7 hours, ready to go. As long as you ain't a triple B, you approach with mutual respect for everybody. Oh, I'm here, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, baby. Shout out y'all. Shout out Mumu. All right, Robert. You made it all the way through today, bro. But you know enough. You know all the history. You know what's acceptable and not, sir. You like to sow discord. I already had to ban the other dude for you or time him out. But you fell into your own trap, my brother. We'll see you in 24 hours or a new account. Remember, if you know better, you are expected to do more. The more you highlight to me that you have been on this stream, that you know me, you know my personality, you have been here, you know these answers. Y'all play dumb, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to let y'all go out in the world like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to let y'all go out in the world like that. Because that's it. You're going to get hoed. They're going to treat you like that because that's it. Don't fall for it. So, amen. High standards, baby. High standards. The old Josh class. Nah, it's just, hey, man, just love, bro. It's love. That's it. Oh, shit. That's it. We going to elevate everybody. That's it. Everybody, you always fight during elevate. You know what I'm saying? That's it. The lights turn on. It's So it's okay, baby. But that's it. There's only one option. We only get better. That's it. Are you with me or not, baby? That's all I'm sorry, but the standard will remain. Mm-hmm. Chatting daily since 2019, baby. Salute to you, man. But only your conduct will prove how long you've been here. Oh. Stop it. That's why, like, I meet some people brand new and we vibe. Their conduct, it's like they've been here for forever. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all been here 5 years. You ain't really been here for 5 years if you acting like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, come on. So, amen, baby. Amen. Don't talk to me about words. It's like that parable of the two guys. One of them says, I'm not going to go work, and the other one says, oh, I'm going to work. And at the end of it, the one who said he's not going to work ends up doing the work, and the one who said he will didn't. That's a parable. That's like the king. Organic. What's up, baby? Oh, no. Oh, God bless you. We just vibing now, huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I will never get banned. Okay, Peter. But you never know, man. You never know. So always think. And that's why you guys may think I'm an asshole, and I am sometimes. I get it. Above all else. But, you know, like, I really hope it does, like, think. You know what I'm saying? No matter what. Nothing is guaranteed. And even then, how you engage with people, just a thought could go a long way. You know what I'm saying? A little discernment. Give yourself, don't give in to the emotions, the impulse. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Amen. Oh, Terrell. Is it Terrell or Terrell? Either way, man, that's the first one. God bless you, bro. See, that's crazy, man. You ain't never done that ever. So, like, yo, thank you. And Rhino, baby. God bless yo. It's the horn. What a power. And we're going live today, baby. We're going to be I gotta calm down, bro. I got to keep it. Yeah. That are only noted on foreign? No, I mean, I guess I only trade U.S. stocks. I don't really trade foreign equities. So, I don't know. I trade some ADRs. Hey, go. Let's go, Mitch. Thank you, baby. Shout out all the chads and happy Friday, Junior, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Amen. Amen. A lot. Redfin 14. Dude, I don't know why. It was bad earnings. Yeah, live watch list tonight. I may have to do it from the car, though. That's the only problem. But we will. I have it scheduled at 6 already. So we will see. Oh, Najee Wolf. Oh, man. I just have to want to keep the hype going, baby. It's already hype, man. Honestly. That's why. Oh, no. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, for real. It don't matter. Good, bad. Don't know, not money, not, bro. Like, all of us. I hope we always bring the vibe. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Just tap in the spirit, man. That's all. Above all else, man. And, we are blessed. We are all blessed. And at the same time, man, I hope we all have a good impact on each other. And above all else, man, just elevate. Elevate in all areas, baby. Good vibe, baby. Good vibes. Amen. Oh, damn, bro. I'm even missing some of these. This would be a hype train, baby. Yeah, you got the horror. And it's, man, y'all can save it till Friday, man. Because I'm already feeling like it's Friday. And I'm like, oh, wait. I'm going to go live tonight. I got to save some energy, man. Woo! USM almost at 50? Shut up. Oh. Dude, that went up 30%? That's crazy. And GameStop going. And it sucks because I could go all day. My voice is going to be fine, even at night. It's just going to be when I wake up. This bullshit, man. The curse of the morning, bro. You know what I'm saying? Argentina, boomba, boomba, Habibi, number one. If you know number one on iTunes, better than Drake, Kendrick, Argentina, boomba, boomba, boomba. Horna. His first one to... God bless you, bro. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Charadonia. Love the love, baby. Hate the hate. You know what I'm saying? I think you might have started your first hype train. You know what I'm saying, baby? Amen. And honestly, bro, it's funny because, like, I just went on a rant after, like, timing homie out, and y'all just, like, pulled up. But, like, you know, I do think the message is there. So I love you too, bro. Fred or whoever it was. God bless you, bro. And it's just, like, for all of you, man, like, I really hope we all hold ourselves. Because sometimes y'all hold me to a high standard with stuff. Sometimes people do it with other motives. But when it's all said and done, man, like, I really hope we all elevate. And, you know, we all know what we need to do. And you know what I'm saying? And we got to put in that work. And I hope all of us, you know, we have something and create something way better every day. And then whatever else the world be offering too. So take advantage of it, man. Take advantage of it and be blessed. So thank you for the message, man. You know, that's because, again, he was asking me about where's Moo. I love Moo. I still love that dude to this day. But I've known him in real life. I've known him since he was young. I helped him out with a lot of things. And at the same time, that's someone I know and I love. You don't meet the standards, I will not deal with you. Like, do you get what I've done that in my real life? So, and I do that all day, every day. And because that's how it is. My favorite book in the Bible is Proverbs. And you know what the first thing is in Proverbs? After it tells you what it's about? An exhortation to embrace wisdom. A warning against the invitation of sinful men. And it says if people try to get you and stuff, if people go down a certain, you don't support that. And I don't. So honestly, me and him don't vibe. It's out. That's it. And it's like, if that's how I would be with somebody, I hope all of you, like, that should be our standard as one, because that's what it comes down to. So, you know what I'm saying, baby? The message is real. So I hope you always live up to it. Graduating this Sunday. Still learn more here, baby. This is your 5th one on YouTube, baby. No way, Jamar. Congratulations, Horn. Bro, I'm very proud of you, bro. You doing a lot, bro. For real. You working, school, taking care of the family, bro. Good shit, man. Good shit, Jamar. Now you graduating. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. Yeah, can you relate it to the PHILO today? Yeah, it's like it's me telling you what I'm honest with. I'm an asshole. I don't think I display the full fruit of mercy in my life all the time. And at times that I've done it, when I do it genuinely, I really know when I do. And when I don't, I've appeased certain things and I did it for a fake reason to get a reward. So, and like I'm saying, it's not, you are not required to go to certain things. And like I'm saying, I'd be more worried about the invitation against falling into the other traps of life and dealing with other people in the wrong rather than not. But the mercy is evidence of a spirit, but it's not necessarily, you know, I don't think I've lived up to it all the time. And at times I have, but it's how it flows. But I forgive everybody. Like I said, that same person and I don't have any problem, but I don't, unfortunately, I can't be putting myself in situations and I don't want to be exposed to certain things that I don't think are good. And if I don't support it, I mean, I could still love you and forgive you and I could still, you know, I'll pray for you, but I don't have to be involved in your life, nor will you be involved in my life. You know, that I think is there. Oh no, I'm not hard on myself. I think it's reality. I rejoice in what I tell you. My spirit is jumping from what I speak to you, because now I'd rather have it real and know what it is. You know, the spirit, a depravity of spirit, a real conviction and understanding it. And that's why I'm saying maybe I missed that at other times and was focused on other things. So I don't know. I love it, man. And that's why I'm like, it's very inspiring and encouraging to myself, because I'm like, you know, I know that the mercy of the Lord is provided regardless, and it should be done for a real reason, not because it's being incentivized by fakeness above all else. Bro, we still hyping this up, and congrats, Jamar, for real, baby. Jeff Chopper, best place to be, honestly. Some of the coolest people in the world. Nah, for real though. Chad, baby. And Chad is everywhere. Amen. Amen. God will show you the way. Amen, bro. And that's why I like it. Like, I don't think I'm being hard on myself. I think I'm finding the real path. And that's why I'd be excited about it. And don't be afraid of it, man. You know what I'm saying? Because if you do get convicted, that means there's something there to help you. It will help you. Come up. It ain't even PHILO, Chad. Well, happy Friday, Junior. John Kirby stated today they believe any large-scale Israeli ground operation in Rafah would actually strengthen instead of weaken Hamas. You'd have 10% more listeners if you didn't do the horn in real life. I feel, bro. You know, if I renounced God, I'd have 20%, 50% more. If I supported every single political candidate, I get another 20%. I start making the OnlyFans, bro. I'd probably get interviews. You know what I'm saying? I could get on all of the interviews probably then, you know, and then I'd have some hoes too. You know, there's a lot of things. So unfortunately, you just got to do what you do, baby. And that's it. And that's at least the only thing I could hang on to, you know? And I respect those who with it. But I do apologize if you don't like it, but it's kind of second nature now. You could have one less. You could have a lot, man. This will be done. God helped you with all your real estate success? I don't know. I think, if anything, God has allowed it. That's all I could say, realistically. Because I don't think, like I'm telling you, I grow and learn every day. And, you know, my motives were different at different times. But that's why it's so humbling. Because it's like, you know, even if you make the wrong action, that's why I think they call it salvation. And how it all works out, you know? I'm glad you're talking about God, though. But remember, you were trying to trap me with the other message. So why are you here today? You know, what brings you to the channel and inspires you, my brother or sister, whichever you decide with. But, no, yeah, definitely. My dad did real estate. Yeah, he lost everything. Literally. Everything. But yeah, man, just grow. That's it. You want me to tell you? Like, it's not PHILO. You want me to give you another story? I heard this one the other day. This was like a church pastor story. SEC probing Boeing safety claims after panel blew off. Be careful. That headline might hit harder than what it is, if that makes any sense. It's already moving, and then GME is going crazy. How did he lose everything? My dad got into real estate before the real estate bubble, and then they made money, and then they didn't know what they were doing, and then they got trapped in a bunch of houses like everybody else. And then they ended up foreclosing on all of them. And then my dad had to go get a minimum wage job. And he started working a minimum wage job because he lost everything. And our house that I lived in was in foreclosure while I was in high school. Or middle school. One or the other. Yeah, man. And he was older too. That's the crazy part. You know, but it was hard for a lot of people. My dad is retired now, so he's just a missionary. So it's good. He gets to do his thing. You're driving and heard Josh's voice coming from the car next to me. Shout out to Chad in Tacoma. Bullshit. Is there a Chad in Tacoma right now driving? Is there 2 Chads? I located one. There's no way. That'd be the coolest thing ever. Remember, thumbs up and salute. That's all you got to do. Just stick the thumbs up out the window. That's all. No way. I'm waiting. Confirm this safely, yeah, if you're still driving. Not too aggressive. You might get shot. That's why nothing's aggressive by a thumbs up out the window and a salute. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. I am? Was that you? Oh, no way. I think if that's you, bro, someone just heard you bumping me out the window. You just drove by Krista. That's crazy. What could he have done to prevent? What did you learn to take from that experience? I mean, a lot of my parents experienced. I mean, there's a reason why I'm really in depth with certain things that I am now. Like, bro, my parents are fobs. My parents are very foreign, even to this day. Like, it's cute. They're funny. But, like, dude, it's crazy how involved they got in financial stuff without knowing shit at all. So it's like I know a lot of stuff now, but like I was inspired to understand things. I saw how they made mistakes with leverage and not understanding it. You know what I'm saying? So it definitely showed me like there's possibilities too. Because again, like I saw real estate and what it could do from an early age, but I also saw the dark side of it, like the worst in history. But it did. You know, you got to learn, like, there is something there, but you do have to respect it. And then there was just so much my parents did not do. You know what I'm saying? They just didn't know. Like, when I see how I manage my stuff now, it's like there's just a lot of stuff they never knew about. And they didn't know. Like, my mom didn't. Like, dude, my parents were buying houses, and they didn't even know what a Federal Reserve was. Let me just, like, say that one more time. Bro, my parents in 04 to like 08 were buying houses. And that's what they lost. They didn't even know what the Federal Reserve was. Again, a couple years ago, my mom asked me why on stream I keep talking about Jerome's furniture. Because we would keep talking Jerome Powell. That was just a couple years ago. But like that's the level. So now I've never missed a Fed meeting in 10 years. So maybe that could explain some of it, but yeah. Damn! Yo, stop it. He said, it's okay. Bernstein probably didn't know either. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's the crazy part. Yes, honestly. Low key, bro. Low key, I want a 1v1 my mom versus Bernstein. Because, like I'm telling you, my parents' background, they did, like, lately, my mom has, like, maybe my mom's been watching the stream. She's been learning a little bit. But, like, my mom is, like, she knows a little bit more now than she did back then. But I would love to see a 1v1, my mom versus Bernstein. Who knows more about the economy? I don't know. I think my mom could take him. I really think so. And then 10-minute rigged in 30 seconds. Get our earpiece. Even without it, bro. That's hilarious. It's okay. Bernstein probably didn't know either. It's a good one. It is a good one. You are early, man. Enjoy it. There's a couple of earnings after the bell. I wouldn't go too crazy for them. But yeah, I'll stay here after hours for a little bit. Hello, come on. This is the last time I'm asking you. Why are you here? What did you come here for today? That's it. You looked for a response, a reaction. You didn't get it. You didn't get banned. You have a deceptive spirit. So, why are you here? What do you seek, my brother? I want you to get what you seek. So what is it? If you can't answer it when presented to you, you got to think that's another implication of what it says. Nobody wants to fight you. Nobody wants to challenge you. I'm asking if I could give you anything. And what are you looking for? But that's your 10-minute rig, man. You're getting your popper, smile all the time. Wow. I'm the one with the deceptive spirit. Okay. Well, you can't answer the simple question of what do you want, but I love you, brother, okay? Or sister, I don't know. I wish you the best and good luck. And remember, if you have a thirst or hunger, it will be filled, good or bad. So seek. No, I didn't ban, just 24 hours. That's it. I just get rid of it. That's it. You could come back, try again. We could do this. I'm not trying to fight with anybody. That's it. It's just all love, man. I'm really not. Like, again, most of them, I've had a little fun or we just ignore it. But, it's cool. You see the vibes. I don't know why Redfin went up, dude. That one's actually nuts. Is it up 17? And then Airbnb coming down into the close. All right, man. I'm queuing everything up. Day's almost over. I can't believe it. Today really did fly by. I mean, it was a little bit more, it was still boring in the low volume sense, but you did get a little bit more speeding up. Like, you had those 10-point wild swings. Unity's a weird one. I looked at some of those to price, but I don't really like any of these options. Pfizer, I'm surprised on that one. Pfizer, literally, it was down 1.5. This is a 3% move, top to bottom. I can't believe it's higher than yesterday. It's actually kind of crazy. Opinion on insane volume on GME. I think GME, bro, last week, didn't it start going up crazy on Friday? So I have no idea what's going on with it. Maybe this is, I don't know. Actually, what am I telling you? I'm telling you about liquidity, so I don't know, man. Maybe we could chalk up liquidity as part of that answer. So we will see. The CPI should be lower. We'll see. We will see. And final 5, high-low ticker kind of tweaked out there. High ticker is honestly on full gas. Symbiotic, that's another one. Your GME and Pfizer. Dow is up, but Russell is taking the cake, and tech is not moving up that crazy. Let me see. What time? We got 5 minutes. Oh, the MOs. Okay. Why did I think those expired tomorrow? We have a 17th. Okay, I was going to sell those. The MOs are up, but if they expired today, I'd sell them. The other ones already died. Okay, so those are up, but yeah, we have a little bit of time on that. Okay, I thought, because I was like, damn, I thought it was going to expire on Friday or tomorrow. But yeah, those are up, but you do have one more week. Still, it's up like 30% though, depending on how big you went in. It's decent. Cigna just had a pop, and Chattadonia. Yeah, I think it's time to give you guys the warning. I can't believe this day has flown by already. So God bless all of you. I hope you have an enjoyable one, but to make sure that your day ends enjoyably, I have to give you a warning that it is going to get extremely loud in here. So if you have sensitive ears, if you're sensitive to loud, unexpected noises, and it causes problems in your life, your social circle, it alters your DNA or anything of that nature, gives you diarrhea. I don't know what it is. I mean, I have weird symptoms sometimes too, but the point is I want you safe, and none of you deserve that. And it's okay. You could always try again, baby. You know what I'm saying? But above all else, I want you guys to end your day on a good note so that you could come back tomorrow and we could have a lot of fun on Friday, because we love Fridays, and this was a Friday Junior. So when I say earmuffs, just mute your speakers, protect yourself. You should be good to go. Nice, clean, fun for the whole family. So that's it. Just protect yourself, though, okay? That's it. Wear a mask, too, if you like, if that helps. Feel free. Okay? All right. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approaches. We make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 6 p.m. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. We make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees and sunny, I believe. Sometimes I just make it up because you're not going to double check it. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But as we make this final approach, we do ask that you drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flight under flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow. I always butcher it when I try to make a joke in there. You know what I'm saying? Every time it gets bad, but I tried to, but yeah, because someone asked that. They're like, is it really 66 degrees? And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Most of the time it is. I check, but sometimes I don't have the ability to check. But most of the time it is, man. I don't know, but it is. It's not. I don't know if you were looking for an accurate weather forecast. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. But you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Last day of the week is tomorrow. You got a little bit of data. The bonds are doing decent. The market's above 5,200. Couple more earnings and then a lot less earnings next week. But you got to wrap it up. Finalize the plays. Then you got CPI and everything else. But that's it. Low volume, low liquidity. What are you going to do? You have less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here, baby. It's time. We did it, man. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go. Are you kidding me? GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info. There was a lot of news today, bro. Even if it's quiet, baby. Good game. GG, so in love, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter, baby. Way to hold it down. God bless you, baby, and thank you. And GG, listen, if you didn't get banned, you didn't get timed out, baby. That means you had full respect. You were really in the game, baby. And even if you got banned, the door's open. What are you gonna do with it? Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. That's what I'm talking about. Hope you know we stronger as one. Man, all the donos, y'all were hyping it up. You didn't have to, bro. I appreciate you. Good game, baby. Win, loss, dono, no, it don't matter. Here, good game. We in it for the love of the game, huh? Good game, baby. GG. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, bro. GG, bro. Good game, good game, good game. Good game, dog. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Okay. Oh, Roblox? It's a bad time to play this song. You're down 30%.
Yeah,
Roblox.
we like this one.
Alright.
Got blast like Nancy,
tips like Ramsey. Wish a motherfucking would. You can call me
Candy. Ashley, all these buzz I feel like
You know what I'm
just damn me. Then you'll buy it later with a 10 fee. I ain't worried about a dip, I'm never selling. I ain't worried about a bitch unless it's yelling. Why you ticking and you talking like you did it? You was bitching, I was shopping while it's dipping. Hope you know not everybody meets Goliath.
Not everybody meets Goliath.
Shit, but that don't make
That's crazy.
Think it's shit, but they don't know what price I'm playing. Think it's slept, but they don't ever mention timing. Bitch, I slept on. I ain't overrated. Got a lot of charisma.
I don't know. There's a couple earnings coming out.
A lot of wishes making shit look like inaugurations. Motherfucking selfish how I list my occupation. Yeah, I thought this stupid shit was working. A lot of shit was moving, I ain't nervous. Bruh, it was like me before I learned it. Duh, taught about investing with a Birkin. Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Made that shit a double if they asked for a favor. I don't want no trouble, so I gave it to the savior. Money out these bubbles like I was a toy maker. Word was always firm, but I never paid later. Young enough to learn, but that long-term aging. Face it, y'all could probably do a little maintenance. Those are the requirements before the bank takes it. Hope this shit inspiring, the only way to explain it. Little bad environment and more about what you thinking. Thought I told you that we keep it peaceful. Chill. I don't really like you cause you evil. Ill. Made it off the ether, not the sheep. Real. Got a lot of stuff that I could teach you still. Yeah.
That was called Roblox. That's why I said it's a bad time for that one today, but it's still vibes. Still vibes, baby. Still vibes. But Chatadonia, that's the day until the earnings hit. I thought ACAM already reported. Am I tripping? Oh, what? I have Unity up. I don't know if it came out yet, but I thought ACAM, damn, that one's 9%. Yeah, ACAM of EPS 150. I think I already have easy numbers. 164 EPS. Estimate was 161. Revenue was 987 versus 989. Adjusted EBITDA 417 versus 417. And then they guided down by 10 cents on EPS and 50 million on revenue. So they guided lower and they barely They missed by 2 million, and they're down 9%. Uh-oh. Oh, Airbnb price target raise, JP Morgan. That's cool. Stay blessed, fam. Hey, man, God bless you, Sean. Mara, is it out? I have Unity. I don't know if they're, but ACAM, they did bad. Mara, let me check Unity. Oh, man. Did you hear that? I just cracked my back. I don't see Unity out yet. But yeah, Chad, that's the day, man. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. We'll dip after these earnings. I got to get ready, man. I got to get ready for today. I got to do a couple of things. And we got to go live, man. CarG outbeat. I didn't have the preview, but I think they were pricing in 12, man. So a lot of these earnings were pricing in a lot. I want to wait. I'll wait for Mara, and then what's the other one? Sound? And then Blink charging. Yeah, isn't Sound's the other one? I don't think that one came out yet. You might see it on the wire. PGNY is out. AGNC. Sweet Green. Oh, I want to go eat Sweet Green. I love it. I told you, bro. Isn't it like I'm like in love with it now? I fell for the. I like sweet. I haven't gotten to Kava yet. It took me 3 years to go to a Sweet Green, and even then, I've loved it ever since I've gotten there. But oh yeah, bro, Sweet Green. I tried it once and I went back 4 times. I love it. Oh come on, dude. Unity pop and lock already, bro. Nah, hold on, dude. You just got the pop, lock, and drop it. I don't have easy numbers out yet. I don't even know if Unity might not even be out. Did you guys see it come up? For some reason, I do not have Unity yet, so give it a second. Oh, no. Mara's supposed to be after the bell. Sweet Green is like a salad place, but they have like bowls. It's literally just like having somebody make you meal prep. That's it, and it tastes a little better. That's all. You could just get like a salad bowl with quinoa. It's healthy. That's why it's clean. That's why I liked it. So it could get pretty tiring pretty quick, but I'm a big fan. PGNY FICO came out. I don't think I've ever had a salad from Chipotle. Is Mara out? Again, sometimes these guys make these moves and it's not there. Oh, Mara 126 EPS. I don't know what they were. So I have EPS on there. Let's see. Oh, what? Oh, but remember, no, didn't they have some weird dilution last time? So I don't know if I'm reading the number right, but it looks like they killed it. Their estimate was 21 cents, and it's saying $1.26. So assuming that there's no weird like liquidity or like adjustment to that, yeah, they did something. No, I remember last time it had something like that. It literally had it beat by a shit ton, but then it dumped because there was they were dumping a bunch of shares and some other things. That's for net income per share of common stock diluted. I mean, if that accounts for everything, that's amazing. Yeah, revenue increased 223 to 165 from one. So no, that's below estimates though. So there's an estimate at 179 for revenue. So they might have missed on the rev number. The initial EPS might have gave it a pop. 51.1 million net income. What about EBITDA? EBITDA estimate was 83 mil. They sold 26% of the Bitcoin it produced during the quarter to fund operating cost. I don't know if U is out. So I think Mara, EPS beat, revenue miss, and I don't know about EBITDA. It was 528.8. Oh, what? For Mara? Oh, if that's the case, then that's why that it should do. It's weird that they all are traded. That seems like a really good number. I don't know if they're going to have guidance, but if you're telling me EBITDA on Mara is in the 500 millions, that's insane. I don't have Unity out yet. I don't know if it's out. Chick-fil-A sandwich, Five Guys fries, Panda Express large Coke. Nah, dude. Chick-fil-A sandwich, McDonald's fries with a McDonald's Sprite. That is what you should be. I get where you were going with that. Sweet green. I want to buy a sweet green. I want to own one. Cause do you know like Sprite from McDonald's tastes different? Do you guys want me to ruin your mind right now? It'll ruin your life. Sweet greens is killing. Did INSG's out? AAOI, BDSX, T-Dup, and Chewy. It's gonna mess with you, bro. If you like, literally, next time if you ever get a Sprite from a McDonald's, it tastes different. It's like a core memory type. It's weird. It's just like it's just not. It's a unique set of Sprite. Yeah, Joe B, welcome, buddy. Is that your name? Are you Joey B, or is that? I'm the only one around town with the Joey B. They get special Sprite syrup and CO2 mixing proprietary. I don't even know if you're messing with me. Oh, Soundhound is down again. Sweet Greens is ripping. I don't think Unity's out yet, man. Oh, it's out as shareholder letter. So easy numbers might be out on, or hard numbers. It's true? No way. So yeah, then there you go. I guess my theory had more facts behind it than I thought. I just that was from observation. I didn't know it was factual as to that nature. Wow. That's crazy. Sound, it could be they put out the 11.6 million revenue. I think that's above. Remember, it was 10.1 and then 226 million in cash. Gross margin was 60%. Non-GAAP gross margin was 66. EPS was 12 cents a share. Non-GAAP was 7-cent loss. Adjusted EBITDA was loss of 15.4. I think they lost more than expected. And then revenue beat, and then I don't know how EPS is. Remember, I had weird estimate numbers on them. The Soundhound. Net income 23. Yeah. So I think they missed on EBITDA, and then revenue was good, and then I don't know where their EPS is. I don't know if they give guidance. I don't think it's starting to move a little bit, and then Mara's still holding. Oh. Yeah, 12 cents a share loss on Soundhound. Let's see. That's worse than expected. They were supposed to do 9. So EPS miss, and then EBITDA miss, and then revenue beat by $1 million. They raised full-year revenue outlook. Well, that's good. That's what the market wants to hear, unless they already expected it. If you ever go to Fashion Island, Great Maple Steak Burger. I've been to Great Maple. They have a steak burger? I get behind. What is it? Have you ever had the maple bacon donuts at Great Maple? It's fatty food, bro. It's good. It's good. It's a good place. Good place. I don't know if Unity is even out. Someone said it was on the shareholder letter. God bless you, Carissa. Thank you for the kind words. I was going to respond, and then all these earnings started going nuts. You got the round 2, baby. Get ready for Friday. Sweet Maple in the Bay Area? Nah. That sound good, though. Great Maple is like a chain, but like it started off really small, and then they just got big. But like it's good. But they have I think they have one in San Diego, but it's a maple bacon donut, and it's so bad. I think every donut is like 1,000 calories or something, but it's probably the best tasting thing you'll ever have, especially if you never had it. The watch list is going to be at 6 p.m. Pacific time. RFK Jr. is officially on the ballot in Oklahoma. Wow. And then gold is going up still, man. What a day. So we closed green, bonds too. You're even ripping a little after hours, believe it or not. Unity's lower. I think that's it. I don't know why my Unity easy numbers won't come out. Best 1,000 calories before your worst heartburn. Low key, bro. I think I was eating those before my heartburn days. So that's the only. Honestly, those never gave me heartburn. So I haven't, because that's it. I was young when I was eating those. I was young. NKTR is out. BW. RXT, Rackspace. And then ANAB, KRT, RCK, DNA. Isn't that Goldinger? MRAI is out. FND, RBA, and ACLX, I think. I think Mara is because it was tricky last time. Their earnings look good on the numbers sometime, but I think there's a deeper story at play. I'm not somebody. I think if you go to a shareholder letter on their website, you could find it, but none of my sources are pulling it up, so it's not easy yet. But it's trading like it's out. That happened with like Rivian for a little bit. RBA beat. That looks like a big beat. We're on the high? DNA abysmal. Oh, no, it's cheap. Ginkgo Bioworks. What was the other one? RBA. Oh, they killed it. 6.9. The auction house. Unity EPS negative 77, Chad says. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I had the 8K. Yeah. So it's out. It's hidden behind hella links. So the computers, the algos haven't digested it yet. Like low key. We closed our first quarter with results in line with expectations. The portfolio and cost reset is completed. Matt Bromberg, Uni CEO. Effective May 15th. They hired somebody. Revenue was $460 million. They see full year adjusted EBITDA 400 to 425. So they lowered the bottom end. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe they bounce, but in this environment, that I think they just lowered guidance again. And I don't even think they had a big beat. Frog 11, didn't they? They priced in 12. Sound is out. Yeah, Sound did good on revenue, but then missed on EPS and EBITDA. And then I think they raised guidance. All righty. Chatadonia. I think that's it. I'm going to give you some uncle. And then if everything hasn't moved, we're done. That's it, man. That's it. Oh, that's a good song, but let's try to get you another one.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break.
Always been on styles, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place, all in one tape. I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude, tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. That was like the longest pee of my life. I was like, man, I need to go to the bathroom. And I played I peed that whole song. I was like, there's not a chorus? So, damn, man, that's crazy. Well, we're back, man. I guess that's it. Nothing else. Just a couple of other ones, man, but my goodness. Man. So, Chattadonia. I think that's it, man. I think that's it. I'm going to see you tonight. If you stay here on the channel, right when I end the stream, it'll take you there. So you'll like it. You might enjoy it. But yeah, it's going to be a good stream. I mean, depending on if I'm home or not. But either way, we'll always have fun. We could talk about a couple of things here tonight. Other than that, my friends, I hope you guys enjoyed today. For real, man, thank you guys for being here, especially if you got something to add to the community, man. You helped keep it running, bro. Showing that love, being a part of it, man. I think there was a lot of hype today, so let's keep it up for tomorrow, baby. But for real, man, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for upholding the standard, treating people with respect, man. Even if you didn't, even if we had a little back and forth, I hope you see where I'm coming from. But again, the door is always open, ladies and gentlemen. So I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you guys again. I will see you tonight on the watch list. And then, God willing, tomorrow morning, baby. All right? That sound good? All right, go check out the links. Richest Man of Babylon and the books. You get the links, though. There's a prayer request wall. Pray for me. I pray for you, baby. That's it. But yeah, go read them books, man. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Okay, baby? Okay, and don't forget why we here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. And why there's evidence. There's not a requirement. Oh, you are not tied to requirements. But there's an evidence of more, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. My goodness. So, Chad, I love you. I'll see you tonight, and have a wonderful evening. In peace.